Ethan watched Clara's hands move through the soapy water. The afternoon sun warmed the red calico of her dress. He tried to make the words sound like an ordinary compliment. Whoever marries you will be a lucky man. Clara. Her hands stopped beneath the white foam. For one breath, she said nothing. Then she looked up at him and smiled. I prayed it would be you. The creek water continued its mindless tugging at the smooth river stones. The rhythm felt louder now, pulsing in the hollow space her words had left behind. Clara did not move her hands. Her hands remained submerged in the wash basin beside the ranch porch. She gripped Ethan's linen shirt as though it were the only thing keeping her steady. Ethan felt the oxygen in his lungs turn to lead. It was the suffocating weight of a sudden, brutal clarity. He traced the elegant curve of her neck with his eyes. The late afternoon sun caught the loose, copper-colored strands that had escaped her hairpins. He had seen her 1,000 times before. He had watched her skip along this very path when she was a girl with tangled pigtails and berry-stained fingers. But in this single, shivering breath, the woman standing before him was a total stranger he had known his entire life. You've been waiting, he whispered. The words didn't form a question. They were a confession that tasted like alkali dust and decades of wasted seasons. Clara finally lifted the heavy, sodden shirt from the wash basin. She wrung the fabric with a sharp, violent twist of her wrists. The runoff hit the water surface in a series of aggressive, rhythmic splashes. I haven't been waiting, Ethan, she said, her voice dropping to a low, melodic ache. She looked up then, her gaze meeting his with the force of a physical blow. Her eyes held the exact amber hue of the mountains just as the sun prepares to vanish. Waiting implies I was standing still in the mud. I've been living, I've been sewing, cooking, and burying the dead. I've been doing every hard thing that needed doing in this valley. I just happened to be doing it all while hoping you would finally find the courage to look up. Ethan didn't answer, because deep inside he already knew she was telling the truth. Ethan took a tentative step toward the weathered wooden fence. The cedar post felt jagged and splintered under his trembling palm. It was the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly turned into a rushing river. I'm a fool, he rasped. His voice sounded like a dying ember in a cold hearth. It was the sound of a man finally admitting to a debt he had no currency to pay. Clara offered him a small, weary smile that broke his heart. The warmth did not reach her eyes, which remained guarded, bright, and terrifyingly honest. You're not a fool, Ethan Calloway. You're just a man who thinks safety is the same thing as peace. You look at the ground when you walk because you're terrified of the sky. You look at the cattle because they represent a math you can understand. You look at the clouds only because the rain dictates the price of the grass. You simply forgot to look at the soul standing right in front of your own gate. She gathered the heavy, wet laundry into her wicker basket. The wood groaned under the burden of the damp fabric. Ethan reached over the barbed wire to take the weight from her, but she pivoted the basket away with a sharp grace. It wasn't a movement born of spite. It was a calculated restoration of her own borders. Not yet, she whispered into the cooling air. You don't get to carry the load just because you finally noticed it's heavy. She lifted the laundry basket and walked slowly toward the Harmon house. Her pace was steady, rhythmic, and unhurried. Her spine remained as straight as a rifle barrel. Ethan watched until the red of her calico dress disappeared into the long shadows beside the house. He stood there for an eternity as the world dimmed. The sun began its slow, inevitable slide toward the jagged western horizon. He looked down at his own hands, seeing them for the first time in years. They were calloused, scarred, and stained with the black grease of the fence tools. These were hands that knew the architecture of a barn and the tension of a rope. They knew how to steady a panicked calf in the middle of a thunderstorm. But they felt clumsy, useless, and devastatingly empty now. He thought about the ranch house he had occupied alone for 6 long winters. I thought about the silence that greeted him every night like a cold shroud. He had always called that silence independence. He realized something. It had never been independence. It had been a slow starvation. He picked up his heavy hammer. He struck the next iron fence staple with a force that sent a jar through his entire skeleton. The sharp ring of steel on iron echoed through the valley, sounding like a funeral bell for his pride. It was a wake-up call that arrived 20 years too late, across the golden field at the Harmon place. A thin, blue curl of smoke rose from the stone chimney. Ruth Harmon would be starting the evening meal. Daniel would be riding in from the north pasture with the smell of sagebrush on his coat, and Clara would be there, moving in that house like a quiet flame. She would be setting the table with the same dignity she used to scrub the floors. She would be moving with that ethereal grace he had mistaken for simple habit. He wondered how many thousands of times she had looked across this same stretch of dirt. He wondered how many times she had seen his lonely lantern in the window and felt a pang of isolation. The thought was a physical agony, a sharp, localized blade in the center of his chest. He had always prided himself on being a man of character and a good neighbor. He had helped Daniel with every grueling harvest since the Great Drought. He had repaired their broken wagons and shared his grain when the markets crashed. But he had been utterly blind to the girl who was forging herself into a woman in the house next door. He finished the section of the fence with mechanical, desperate precision. He gathered his heavy tools as the first stars began to pierce the velvet sky. The walk back to his own porch felt miles longer than it had that morning. The prairie grass seemed taller, whispering secrets about his cowardice. The mountain air felt thinner, making every breath a struggle for survival. He entered his dark kitchen and did not reach for the match to light the lamp. He sat at the scarred oak table in the thickening gloom. The wood was worn smooth by the elbows of men who had lived and died in this room. It was a table built for a family, for laughter, and for the sharing of burdens. For 6 years, it had only ever held a single, lonely plate. He remembered a Tuesday 3 years ago, during the fever that nearly took his life. Daniel had come by to chop wood and check the stock, but it was Clara who had appeared at his bedside with a bowl of steaming broth. She hadn't stayed long enough for him to find his voice. She had simply set the bowl down and pressed a cool, dry hand against his burning forehead, delirious with sickness to offer even a whisper of thanks. He had buried that memory under a mountain of chores until this very second. He dropped his head into his rough hands, his fingers knotting in his hair. "I was hoping it would be you," her words repeated in the silence of the kitchen like a haunting liturgical prayer. She had carried that fragile hope like a hidden, polished stone in her apron pocket. She had kept it warm, private, and shielded from the world's cruelty. And he had almost let her carry it until the weight turned to ice and shattered her heart. He stood up and walked to the window that faced the east. He could see the warm, amber lights of the Harmon house flickering through the dark branches. They looked like fallen stars that had decided to make their home on the harsh earth. He was not a man of grand oratory or poetic gestures. I didn't have the words of a scholar or the song of a romantic. He only had the hard, jagged truth of the frontier, and the truth was that he was absolutely terrified for the first time in his life. He was terrified because wanting her meant he finally had something to lose. He had spent years following the great die-up blizzard of 1886, making sure he was untouchable. He had watched his father's cattle freeze in heaps and decided then that love was a liability. No wife to mourn in the lean years, no children to fail when the crops withered in the heat, just the land because the land was a safe, silent master. The land was safe because it never loved you back. But he saw now that the land was also a tomb for the living. He looked at the empty chair across the table and imagined her sitting there in the firelight. He imagined her chestnut hair spilling down her shoulders as she laughed at his silence. The house felt smaller suddenly, like a shell that was finally starting to crack under pressure. He walked to the porcelain basin and splashed his face with freezing water. The shock forced his mind into a brutal, necessary awareness. He looked at his reflection in the small, cracked mirror above the washstand. He saw a man who had been sleepwalking through his own existence. He saw a man who was finally, painfully, waking up to the cost of his own dignity. I knew he could not simply walk over there tonight and beg for forgiveness. He had to earn the right to knock on that door again. He had to become a man worthy of the hope she had carried in the dark. Before we continue, tell us in the comments. Should Clara trust a man who took 20 years to see what was standing beside him? And if you enjoy heartfelt stories of love and second chances, subscribe and join us for the next journey into the American West. I needed to find a way to tell her that he had finally looked up. The bedroom floorboards creaked under his weight. He pulled a small wooden box from the darkness beneath the bed. A thick layer of dust coated the lid like a shroud of forgotten years. He wiped it clean with a trembling, calloused thumb. He opened it. Inside, wrapped in a scrap of tattered blue silk, lay his mother's ring. It was a simple silver band. A small, clear stone sat in the center. This was the only thing he owned that didn't have 4 legs or a fence line. He touched the silver. It was cold, biting into his skin with the chill of a mountain winter. "I see you, Clara," he whispered into the hollow air of the room. The words felt foreign and heavy on his tongue, but they felt right. He sat on the edge of the mattress and gripped the ring. Outside, the crickets began their evening chorus in the tall grass. The wind moved through the cottonwoods by the creek. The world was exactly the same as it had been that morning. But for Ethan Calloway, the map of his soul had changed. Every road in his mind now led to the fence line. Every breath he took started with her name. He lay down, but sleep refused to come. He watched the moon crawl slowly across the pine floorboards. He thought about the creek. He remembered the way she had looked at him. Open, afraid, decided. He decided he would be those things too. He would be open to the wanting. I would be afraid of the loss. He would be decided in his pursuit. Morning would come soon. The sun would rise over the Henderson corn. The floods would still be a threat to the lowlands. The cattle would still be hungry and restless. But he would walk to the creek again. He would wait by the wire. This time, he wouldn't be looking at the cedar posts. He would be looking for the red calico dress. He would be looking for the woman who had been brave enough to speak first. He closed his eyes. The silence of the house didn't feel like peace anymore. It felt like an invitation. It was a space waiting to be filled with a different kind of noise. He squeezed the ring in his hand until the metal bit into his palm. It was a good pain. It was the pain of something real. He finally slept. For the first time in 6 years, he didn't dream of the dry earth or the dead. He dreamed of a Tuesday in July. He dreamed of a creek that never ran dry. He dreamed of a woman who was lucky enough to be loved by a man who was finally, blessedly, slow no more. The sun climbed over the jagged, white-capped rim of the Rockies. It spilled a pale, liquid gold across the floorboards of the ranch house. Ethan sat at the kitchen table. He was already dressed in his stiff work clothes. He had been awake since 4. The silver ring sat in the center of the scarred wood. In the morning light, it looked smaller. It looked like a thin, fragile promise against the vastness of the Colorado sky. He touched it with a rough fingertip. The metal was cold. The stone caught a stray beam of light and flickered like a dying star. He thought about his father. He remembered the day his father had given this ring to his mother. They had arrived in the territory during the Panic of 1873. The banks were failing, the railroads were stopping, money was a ghost. But his father had traded his only spare horse for this silver band. There had been no grand speech, just 2 people standing in the mud of a new territory, deciding to stay. Ethan picked up the ring. He dropped it into the deep pocket of his canvas trousers. It settled there, heavy and hidden. He walked out to the barn. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. He began the morning milking. Usually, his mind was a ledger of grain prices and fence lines. Today, it was a map of the half-mile between him and Clara. Every steady motion felt like a countdown. Every clatter of the pail echoed his heartbeat. He thought about the silence he had cultivated for 6 years. He had worn that silence like a suit of armor. He had thought it kept him safe from the grief that had taken his mother. She had died during the brutal winter storms of 1888. That winter had swallowed roads, cattle, and people without warning. He remembered the white darkness. He had remembered how the world had turned into a frozen grave in a matter of hours. He had survived because he stayed inside. His mother had died trying to reach the calves. Since then, he had stayed inside his own heart. But Clara had seen through the cracks in his walls. She had waited at the fence with a heart full of patience. He finished the milking and led the cows to the pasture. He didn't head toward the north line. He turned his horse toward the Harmon property. I wasn't going to the creek. He was going to the front door. The Harmon house was a sturdy structure of hand-hewn logs. It looked like its owners. Solid, unpretentious, dependable. He saw Daniel Harmon near the tool shed. Daniel was sharpening a scythe. The rhythmic shush shush of the whetstone stopped as Ethan approached. Daniel didn't speak. He just looked up from under the brim of a sweat-stained hat. His eyes were the color of flint. He had the look of a man who had seen winters that could break a person's spirit. Ethan dismounted. He felt the ring press against his thigh. "Morning, Daniel," Ethan said. His voice sounded gravelly in the quiet air. "Ethan," Daniel replied. The older man went back to his sharpening for a moment. He was a man who measured his words by the gallon. "Fence holding up?" Daniel asked. "Mostly," Ethan said. He walked closer. His boots crunched on the dry grass. "I'm not here about the fence, Daniel." The whetstone stopped again. Daniel set the scythe aside. He wiped his hands on a rag. He looked toward the house. The kitchen door was open. The sound of a rhythmic thumping came from inside. Clara was churning butter. Ethan knew that sound. It was the heartbeat of a home. "I know why you're here," Daniel said quietly. He stepped into the shade of the shed. "Ruth says I'm unobservant. She says I don't notice when the weather changes until the snow is up to my knees. But I've been watching you, Ethan. I've been watching you walk that fence line for 3 summers. Ethan looked at his boots. He felt the sudden, sharp weight of his own hesitation. "I was slow," Ethan admitted. "You were stuck," Daniel corrected. "There's a difference. A man who's slow eventually gets there. A man who's stuck just rots in place." Daniel stepped closer. He smelled of tobacco and sharpening oil. "My daughter is a rare thing, Ethan Calloway. She doesn't ask for much, but she deserves everything. She stayed here when the silver mines closed in '93. She stayed when the crops failed and the neighbors fled to California. She has a soul made of granite and wildflower. If you're here to just be a neighbor, you can go back across the creek. If you're here for something else, you'd better be prepared to stay." Ethan reached into his pocket. He didn't pull the ring out. He just held it. "I'm staying," Ethan said. The words felt like a stake being driven into the ground. Daniel looked at the young man. He saw the calluses. He saw the honesty in his eyes. "A man's dignity isn't found in what he keeps," Daniel whispered. "It's found in what he's willing to lose for the people he loves. My wife, she gave everything for this dirt. I expect no less from the man who takes my daughter's hand." Daniel nodded once. It wasn't a blessing yet. It was an acknowledgement of terms. "She's in the kitchen," Daniel said. "Try not to let the butter spoil." The wood of the porch creaked. Ethan stood before the screen door. He felt the weight of his boots. The air inside smelled of hope. It was the scent of baked bread. It was the coolness of fresh cream. Clara stood by the heavy wooden churn. She wore her red calico dress. The fabric was faded but clean. Her sleeves were rolled high. Her forearms were dusted with flour. She looked at him through the mesh. The rhythm of her arms didn't falter. Thump, closh, thump. But her gaze shifted. The worker vanished. The woman appeared. She was a woman waiting for a destiny. "Ethan," she said. It was a soft sound. It was a prayer he finally understood. "I didn't expect you until Tuesday," she added. Dry smile touched her lips. It was the smile of someone who knew his heart better than he did. "Tuesdays are for men who can wait," Ethan replied. "I find I am no longer one of them." He pushed the screen door open. The hinges groaned a greeting. The kitchen felt tight around him. He was a man of the wide plains. Here, he felt oversized. He felt like a storm inside a bottle. His eyes went to the table. It was scrubbed white. The wood bore the scars of 1,000 meals. There were 3 chairs. One was empty. It was a hollow space in the world. "I've been thinking about the creek," Ethan began. He didn't have the grace of a city man. He had the honesty of the soil. About being lucky, Clara let go of the churn handle. The silence was sudden. It was heavy like the air before a Colorado blizzard. She wiped her hands on her apron. She didn't blink. She never looked away from the truth. "And Nate?" she asked. "I spent 6 years being a ghost," Ethan said. I thought survival was enough. I thought if I owned nothing, I could lose nothing. He took a step forward. The floorboards complained under his weight. The ring in his pocket felt like a brand. But a man who owns nothing is just a man waiting to blow away. You've been holding the lamp, Clara, and I finally found the light. Clara reached out. Her fingers touched his rough wool sleeve. She was his anchor. I didn't mind the weight, Ethan, but the oil was low. The wick was nearly burnt through. He pulled the silver ring out. He didn't give it to her yet. He held it in his palm. It was a thin circle of survival. This was my mother's, he whispered. She wore it during the great drought of 72. She wore it when the locusts took the crop. It survived the panic of 73. It saw the death of her sons and the birth of her hope. It's just silver and glass. Clara looked at the metal. She saw the scratches of history. It isn't glass to me, she said. Her voice broke. For the first time, her hands trembled. The woman of iron showed her gold. Ethan felt a surge of fierce protection. He wanted to build a fortress for her. He wanted to stand between her and the wind. I want to come calling, Ethan said. I want the town to know. I want to sit in that empty chair. I want to walk you home from the socials under the July moon. And one day, I want that churn in my kitchen. Clara let out a long breath. It was the sound of a burden falling. She stepped into his space. She pressed her forehead to his chest. He smelled lavender and hard work. He felt her heart drumming against his ribs. You're a slow man, Ethan Calloway, she murmured, but you're worth the distance. He wrapped his arms around her. She wasn't a fragile flower. She was the bedrock of the prairie. He looked out the window. The cottonwoods were dancing. The creek flowed toward the horizon. The water didn't care for human vows, but the land bore witness. I'll be back for supper, Ethan said. He looked deep into her eyes. He saw his future there. If there's a plate for a neighbor, Clara smiled. It was full. It was bright. It was a sunrise in a dark room. There's always a plate for you. There always was. He stepped out onto the porch. The Colorado sun felt different. The colors of the sage were sharper. The air tasted of pine and promise. Daniel was by the shed. The younger man didn't speak. He gave a sharp, soldier's nod. It was a salute to a man who had finally come home from the war within. Ethan mounted his horse. He didn't go to the pasture. He rode to his house. He had a legacy to repair. He took a crowbar to the kitchen floor. The wood was rotted. It gave way with a splintering groan. He wiped sweat from his face. The silence of the house was different now. It wasn't lonely. It was expectant. He could almost hear her laugh. He could see her shadow by the stove. I threw the old boards into the yard. The sun was a hammer on his shoulders. He knelt on the joists. He needed the floor to be level. He needed a foundation for a life. He wasn't just a carpenter. He was a man seeking justice for his own heart. He was making up for the years he spent in the dark. True courage wasn't facing a gun. It was facing a tomorrow where you were needed. It was the dignity of being a husband. Later that afternoon, a wagon appeared. Wow, it was the Harmon wagon. Daniel was driving. Clara sat beside him. She wore a sunbonnet against the glare. Ethan dropped his tools. His heart raced like a yearling. She climbed down before Daniel could help. She walked toward the half-finished house. She carried a basket covered in linen. A man can't build a floor on an empty stomach, she said. She looked at the exposed beams. She looked at the raw wood. It's a good start, Ethan. It's the only start that matters, he replied. Han led her to the shade of the porch. They sat together on the edge of the world. The 1880s were hard on the weak. The frontier broke those who didn't bend. But they were not broken. They were tempered. He took her hand. The silver ring caught the light. It was an anchor in the dust. I used to think the wind was an enemy, Ethan said. Now I think it's just the world breathing. Clara leaned her head on his shoulder. Let it breathe, she whispered. We're not going anywhere. The sun began its long dip toward the mountains. The shadows stretched across the plains. A hawk circled above the creek. Ethan saw the silver ring on Clara's hand. He felt the woman at his side. He was no longer a man of the land alone. He was a man of his word. And his word was love. The map was finished. The journey was over. He was home. The floor would be finished by Sunday. The window would be cut by Monday. And on Tuesday, he would come calling again, not because he had to, but because he finally knew where he belonged. The creek sang in the distance. It sang a song of staying. It sang a song of the brave. Ethan Calloway closed his eyes. For the first time in 6 years, he wasn't afraid to dream. The house was no longer a cage. It was a beginning, and the beginning was beautiful. He stepped out onto the porch. He looked like a man who had been wrestling with a mountain lion. His shirt was torn at the shoulder. Sawdust was matted into his hair like gray frost. The sweat on his brow had turned the grit into a thin layer of mud. Daniel pulled the horses to a sudden stop. The dust from the road swirled around the wagon wheels. Daniel looked at the pile of debris on the grass. He looked at the gaping hole where the kitchen floor used to be. Decided to tear the whole thing down, did you? Daniel asked. His voice was dry as sun-baked leather. There was a hint of a smile under his thick, silver-streaked beard. Just the parts that don't hold weight, Ethan replied. His voice was raspy from the dust. He walked toward the wagon. Clara climbed down before he could reach her. She didn't need a hand. She never did. She had the strength of a woman who had outlasted the Great Blizzard of 1888. She had survived the hunger that followed the Silver Panic of 1893. But she took his hand anyway. Her grip was firm and warm. She looked at his dusty face with eyes that saw everything. She reached up and brushed a wood chip from his cheek. Her thumb lingered for a second on his skin. "You look like you've been in a war, Ethan Calloway," she said softly. "I have," he admitted, "with a bunch of stubborn, dead oak." She looked past him into the skeleton of the house. The raw joists looked like the ribs of a giant. "It looks honest," she decided. "It looks like a place where a soul can breathe." Daniel stayed in the wagon. He didn't want to intrude on the quiet electricity between them. He handed down a heavy wicker basket. "Ruth sent some cold ham and sourdough biscuits," Daniel said. "She figured you'd forgotten how to eat once you started swinging that hammer." Ethan took the basket. The weight of it felt like a blessing. "Thank her for me, Daniel. I'll do that." Daniel looked at the horizon. The clouds were stacking up like dark bruises over the peaks. The Colorado sky was losing its blue. "Rain's coming," Daniel warned. "The smell of it is already in the pines. Don't leave that roof open too long." "I won't," Ethan promised. Daniel flicked the reins. "I'll be back for her at sunset," he called out over his shoulder. The wagon moved toward the creek. Ethan and Clara stood on the porch. The silence returned, but it was no longer a heavy thing. It was a shared space. It was the silence of two people who knew the cost of staying. "You didn't have to come out here today," Ethan said. "I wanted to see the light," Clara replied. She walked into the house. She stepped carefully over the open floor joists. The air inside smelled of raw wood and old memories. She went to the eastern wall. She traced the jagged outline of the hole he had cut for the new window. "This is where the sun will hit first," she whispered. "I measured it," Ethan said. He stood right behind her. "I watched the shadows for 3 mornings. I wanted to make sure it was right for you." Clara turned around. The light from the unfinished window caught her eyes. They were the color of the creek in late autumn. They held a depth of sorrow and a mountain of hope. "Why did you wait so long, Ethan?" The question was quiet. It wasn't a jab. It was a genuine wonder of the heart. Ethan looked at his hands. They were scarred and calloused. One knuckle was permanently crooked from a winter freeze years ago. "I told you," he said, "I was afraid of the wanting." "But why?" "Because the things you want are the only things that can destroy you." He stepped closer to her. He could smell the lavender on her skin. "My father wanted this ranch more than he wanted his own name. It broke his back and then it broke his mind. My mother wanted a life that wasn't just wind and loneliness. She wanted a garden where the frost didn't kill the roses every June. It broke her too. I thought if I stayed quiet, the land wouldn't notice me. I thought if I didn't ask for anything, I wouldn't have to pay the price." Clara reached out. She took both of his rough hands in hers. She squeezed them until his knuckles turned white. "The price is paid anyway. Ethan, You pay it in the hollow of your chest every night. You pay it in the years you'll never get back. The land doesn't care if you're happy or if you're a ghost. But I do. I care about the man, not the ranch. She leaned her head against his chest. He felt her heartbeat through his thin, torn shirt. It was a steady, rhythmic promise. I'm not my mother, she said. I don't need roses to be happy. And you're not your father. You're not working for the dirt. You're working for us. We're making something the wind can't blow away. Ethan closed his eyes. He felt the weight of a decade of fears lifting. They didn't vanish into thin air. They just became smaller. They became manageable. I want to show you something, he said. He led her to the small, scarred table in the corner. It was the only piece of furniture he hadn't moved. On it sat a bowl of flour and a jar of lard. I tried to make the pie, he said. His voice was sheepish. He felt like a boy caught in a lie. Clara looked at the bowl. The dough was a gray, lumpy mess. It looked more like the mortar used for stone fences than a crust. She let out a short, sharp laugh. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Ethan, what did you do to this poor flour? I followed what you said. I tried to coax it. You didn't coax it, she said, reaching for the bowl. You bullied it. You treated it like a stubborn mule. She rolled up her sleeves. Her arms were pale and strong. She poured a bit of cool water into the center of the flour. Watch, she commanded. Ethan watched. Her movements were a dance of fingers. She didn't use force. She used a gentle, steady rhythm. The lumps smoothed out. The dough became a living, supple thing. It's about the touch, Ethan, not the grip. She looked up at him. Her eyes were wet with a sudden, fierce emotion. Life is the same way. If you hold it too tight, you kill the spirit of it. If you don't hold it at all, it blows away in the next gale. You have to find the middle. You have to have the courage to touch it gently, even when you're afraid it might break. He stood there, a grown man who had survived the frontier, learning how to breathe. He realized his justice wasn't in owning the land. His justice was in the dignity of being loved. She handed him a small piece of the dough. Now you try. Han took the dough. He tried to be gentle. He felt clumsy. He felt like his fingers were made of lead. But he didn't feel ashamed anymore. They spent the afternoon in the skeletal kitchen. They didn't talk about the past. They didn't need to. The sound of her low humming filled the empty spaces between the walls. It matched the rhythm of the creek nearby. It was a song of staying. By the time the sun began to dip, the floor joists were swept clean. The first 3 boards of the new floor were nailed down. They were straight. They were true. They were the foundation of a new world. Ethan walked Clara out to the road. The air had turned cold and sharp. The scent of the coming rain was heavy and metallic. Will you be okay tonight? She asked. She looked at the open wall. With the floor exposed like that. I have a heavy tarp, he said, and I have a reason to finish it before the sun comes up. She smiled at him. It was the direct, honest smile of a woman who knew her worth. It made him feel like he was the only man in the entire territory of Colorado. Supper is at 6 tomorrow, she reminded him. Ruth is making a roast. Don't be late, Ethan. I won't. She paused at the edge of the porch. Ethan. Yeah, you're not slow anymore. You're exactly where you need to be. He watched her walk down the path. He stayed on the porch until she was a small speck against the darkening hills. The first drop of rain hit his face, then another. He went back inside. He picked up his heavy hammer. He knelt on the new, raw boards. The first blow was loud. It echoed through the empty house. The second was louder. He worked long after the sun went down. He worked by the flickering light of a single lantern. The rain began to fall in earnest around midnight. It drummed a frantic rhythm against the roof. A few drops leaked through the open wall and onto his neck. But the new floor stayed dry. Ethan sat in the middle of the kitchen. He was exhausted. His muscles ached with a deep, throbbing fire. His hands were cramped into the shape of the hammer handle. But he looked at the east window. He imagined the light hitting the wood tomorrow morning. He imagined Clara standing there, bathed in the gold of a new day. He remembered the silver ring resting on Clara's hand. In his mind, It caught the lantern light like a quiet promise. I was no longer afraid of wanting a future with her. He was ready to build it. He wasn't afraid of the wanting anymore. He was ready for the having. He closed his eyes and listened to the rain. For the first time in his life, he wasn't running, he was exactly home. The morning sun pierced through the new east window. It struck the cedar floorboards with a precision that felt like a benediction. Dust motes swirled in the golden shafts. They danced like tiny spirits awakened by the light. The storm had scrubbed the world clean. The air tasted of wet pine and the sharp, cold promise of autumn. Ethan sat up on the hard wood. His muscles screamed a protest. His back felt like a rusted hinge. He didn't care. I watched the light crawl across the floor he had laid with his own aching hands. For 6 years, this room had been a cave of shadows. Now, it was a vessel for the sun. He stood and walked toward the back of the house. The silence here was different now. It wasn't the heavy, suffocating silence of the dead. It was the quiet of a house holding its breath. He stopped at the small bedroom door. In the corner sat his mother's trunk. It was a beast of oak and iron. It had traveled from Missouri in the back of a wagon. It had survived the great grasshopper plague of 1874. He remembered his mother standing in the fields that year. She had watched the sky turn black with a billion buzzing wings. The insects had eaten the crops, the handles of the tools, even the wool off the sheep's backs, but they hadn't eaten her spirit. He knelt in the dust and touched the rusted latch. The iron was cold. It resisted him for a heartbeat. Then, the lid groaned open with a sound like a long-buried secret. The scent of dried lavender and old sorrow drifted out. Inside were quilts folded with a neatness born of desperation. He pulled out a scrap of blue calico. He remembered her wearing this dress when they first staked their claim under the Homestead Act. She had been so young then. She had believed that 160 acres of dirt was a kingdom. He touched the fabric. It was thin and frayed at the edges. It was the color of a fading Colorado sky. He realized she had worn this dress until it was more patched than original cloth. Under the quilts, his fingers hit something heavy. He pulled out the cast iron kettle. It was a black, hulking thing. It had been her primary tool for survival. She used it for stew, for laundry, for melting snow in the bitter winters. He gripped the handle. It weighed 100 pounds. Or perhaps it just felt that way because of the memories attached to it. He saw her hands in his mind. They were red, cracked, and perpetually swollen from the lie and the cold. He remembered the way she would lean against the hearth at night. She would stare at the fire with eyes that had seen too much wind and not enough beauty. She hadn't been killed by the blizzards or the drought. She had been worn away by the weight of things no one saw her carry. Ethan felt a lump form in his throat. It was a sharp, jagged pain. He realized he had watched her carry this kettle 1,000 times. He had never once thought to take it from her. He had been a boy, then a man, focused on the plow and the fence. He had left the interior of her world to rot in the quiet. He gripped the iron handle until his knuckles turned as white as the peaks of the Sangre de Cristo. He whispered a vow into the empty room. Not her. I won't let the weight break her. He carried the kettle into the kitchen. He set it on the cold hearth. It made a solid, echoing thud. At noon, the sound of a wagon cut through the stillness. Clara didn't come with food today. She came with a bucket of lime and a determination that matched his own. She wore a simple work dress. Her hair was tied back with a bit of twine. She looked at the new floor. She looked at the open window. She didn't say a word. She simply stepped onto the cedar boards. She walked to the hearth and touched the cast iron kettle. Her fingers traced the rim. She looked at Ethan. Her eyes were soft, but they held the strength of the mountains. You found her trunk, she said. It wasn't a question. I did, Ethan replied. Ma. His voice was a low rasp. It's too heavy, Clara. The kettle, the life, he said. He looked at the soot-stained walls. My mother spent her life trying to keep the dust out of the cracks. She died before she could ever see the sun in this kitchen. Clara walked over to him. She didn't hesitate. She took his hand. His palm was calloused and rough. Hers was firm and warm. She didn't have a floor, Ethan, Clara whispered. She didn't have a window that looked east. She had a man who was fighting the land just to stay alive. You aren't fighting anymore. You're building. She picked up the brush from her lime bucket. She handed it to him. Justice for the women who came before us isn't in the grieving, she said. It's in the white paint. It's in making the rooms bright enough for a new story. Ethan dipped the brush into the thick, white lime. He reached high. He made the first stroke across the blackened wood. The white was brilliant. It was a clean break from the past. They worked in a rhythmic silence for hours. The smell of the lime was sharp and medicinal. It felt like it was disinfecting the very soul of the house. White splattered their clothes. A drop landed on Clara's nose. She laughed. The sound bounced off the new floor. It was a melodic, silver sound. It was the first time a woman had laughed in this house in a decade. The Hendersons stopped me on the way here, she said. She kept her brush moving. Mrs. Henderson wanted to know if you were finally selling the place. Ethan stopped. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand. What did you tell her? Clara turned to him. She looked at the white walls, then back at his eyes. I told her the house wasn't for sale. I told her we were expecting company for Sunday supper. Ethan felt a jolt of panic. Then, a slow, steady wave of peace followed it. He thought of his years as a ghost on the hill. He thought of the way the townspeople looked at him with pity and caution. He was the man who survived the big freeze but lost his heart. Sunday, he asked. Sunday. She confirmed. A house isn't a home until you let the neighbors see the light in it. Ethan looked at his hands. They were coated in lime. They looked like the hands of a different man. I'm tired of the silence, Clara. I know, she said. She stepped closer. She reached out and wiped a smudge of white from his cheek. Her thumb was rough from her own labor. Her touch was the gentlest thing he had ever known. Courage isn't just surviving the storm, Ethan. It's having the dignity to be happy after it's over. He leaned into her touch. It was a brief, sacred moment. The air in the room felt lighter. It felt like the house was finally drawing a full breath. By the time the sun began to dip toward the western peaks, the kitchen was transformed. The walls glowed. The light from the east window bounced off the white surfaces. The room felt twice its size. Ethan picked up the heavy kettle. He placed it back on the hearth. But this time, he didn't see it as a burden. He saw it as a vessel for the future. I'll cook a stew, Clara said. We'll put wild onions and the beef your father salted down. We'll fill this room with the smell of something other than dust. Ethan walked her to the porch. The Colorado sky was turning a deep, bruised purple. The cottonwoods by the creek were shivering in the evening breeze. I'll finish the rest tonight, he said. Clara shook her head. She stepped off the porch and looked back. She looked at the house. The white walls inside were visible through the new window. It looked like a lantern sitting on the hill. No, she said. You'll sleep on that new wood and you'll dream of Sunday. The work is done for today. Ethan Calloway. I'm not going anywhere. He watched her walk toward the creek. He stood on his porch. His back was straight. His head was held high. He wasn't just a rancher anymore. He was a man who had reclaimed his dignity from the dirt. He turned back into the white room. He was finally home. Hun sat at the table in the white room. The memory of the silver ring rested warmly in his mind. The house was quiet, but it was no longer lonely. The kettle sat on the hearth. The window waited for the moon. Ethan Calloway closed his eyes and breathed. He wasn't dreaming of the past. He was counting the hours until Sunday. He was a man with a floor, a window, and a name. The land was still there, the wind was still blowing. But the silence had finally been broken. Sunday morning arrived with a stillness that felt like a held breath. The whitewash was dry. It smelled of lime and new beginnings. Ethan scrubbed his hands with lye until the skin was raw and pink. He wanted every trace of the paint under his fingernails gone. He wanted to look like a man who belonged in a clean house. The Hendersons were coming for supper at 4. He went to the trunk in the back room. He reached past the heavy quilts to the very bottom. He found a small wooden box wrapped in oilcloth. Inside were 6 silver spoons. They were thin and delicate. The edges were worn down by decades of stirring tea, medicine, and soup. His mother had kept them hidden. They were the only things she had brought from the East that didn't have a practical purpose. They were for a life she never got to live in Colorado. In the year of 1893, when the silver mines crashed and the panic gripped the nation, these spoons were her only secret wealth. While the neighbors lost their cattle and the banks took the land, she had held on to these pieces of her soul. He carried them to the kitchen table. He began to polish them with a soft rag and wood ash. The silver was tarnished nearly to black. With every stroke, a dull, noble gleam returned. He remembered his mother's hands. They were always cracked from the mountain cold. She used to touch these spoons on Sunday nights when his father was asleep. She never used them for food. She just held them to remember she was a woman of worth. Ethan realized he had spent 6 years treating her memory like a ghost to be avoided. He had kept the house dark because she had been unhappy in it. He had kept himself silent because her silence had been so heavy. He stopped polishing. The spoon in his hand reflected the new light from the east window. He wasn't avoiding the ghost anymore. He was inviting her to sit down and be at peace. Clara arrived at 3. She wore a dress of soft, faded gray. It matched the color of the mountains at dusk. She carried a jar of wild plum preserves and a bundle of dried sage. She didn't knock. She walked in and saw the silver spoons on the table. She didn't ask where they came from. She just touched one with the tip of her finger. "They've been waiting a long time to see the sun," she said. "I thought the table looked too bare," Ethan replied. He felt a sudden, sharp embarrassment. "It's just a few spoons, Clara. It's not just spoons, Ethan. It's an invitation to life." She began to move around the kitchen. She didn't ask where things were kept. She just knew. She set the table with the mismatched plates. She placed the silver spoons precisely to the right of each setting. "You look like you're bracing for a winter storm," she said. She looked at his rigid shoulders. "The Hendersons are good people." "I know," Ethan said, "but I haven't hosted a soul since the funeral. I've forgotten how to talk about things that don't involve cattle or fences." Clara walked over to him. She reached up and straightened his collar. Her fingers were cool against his warm neck. Her touch was a grounding wire to his soul. "Then don't talk about cattle. Talk about the window. Talk about the way the light hits the floor at 6 in the morning. People like to hear about things that are being built. Ethan, they've heard enough about things that are falling apart." She leaned in and kissed his cheek. It was the scent of rain on dry earth. It was a promise that the drought of his heart was over. The Henderson buckboard pulled up exactly at 4. Thomas Henderson was a man built of iron and weathered oak. He had survived the Civil War and the long cattle drives from Texas. His wife, Martha, had eyes that could spot a hawk at a mile and a lie at an inch. They stepped onto the porch. Thomas stopped. He looked at the new cedar floor. He looked at the white walls. He didn't say a word. He just took off his hat and nodded. In the West, a nod was a poem of respect. It was an acknowledgement of a man's labor. "It's a fine room, Ethan," Martha said. She walked to the hearth. She looked at the heavy cast iron kettle. "I haven't seen this pot since your mother's last Christmas." Ethan felt a tightening in his chest. "We're using it for the stew," he said. Clara thought it was time. They sat at the table. The room felt crowded. It was a strange, vibrating energy. The sound of 4 people breathing in a space that had only known one was deafening. Clara served the beef stew. The steam rose in white plumes. The silver spoons clinked against the ceramic plates. It was a small sound. But to Ethan, it was a thunderclap of reality. Thomas Henderson spoke about the coming frost. He spoke about the price of leather in Denver. He had mentioned the new laws coming from the east that didn't understand the wild heart of Colorado. Ethan found himself answering. His voice felt rusty at first. Then it smoothed out like a planed board. He told them about the east window. He told them how he had to brace the wall to put it in. Martha Henderson watched him while he spoke. She didn't look at his house. She looked at his face. "You've got your mother's eyes, Ethan," she said quietly. "But you've got your own mouth now. She was always a woman of secrets. You look like a man who's done with them." Ethan looked at Clara. She was listening to Thomas. She was smiling that small, private smile. He realized she had orchestrated this, and she hadn't just invited the Hendersons for supper. She had invited the world back into his life. She was the bridge over his river of grief. The meal lasted 2 hours. They ate the wild plum preserves on thick slices of bread. They drank coffee that was black and bitter and perfect. When the Hendersons left, the sun was dipping behind the peaks. The valley was turning a deep, bruised purple. Ethan stood on the porch and watched the buckboard disappear into the shadows. The silence returned, but it wasn't the old silence of the grave. It was the quiet of a room that was resting, not dying. He went back inside. Clara was gathering the silver spoons. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" she asked. "I survived," Ethan said. He sat down at the table. He felt a strange, heavy exhaustion. It was the fatigue of someone who had been holding a door shut for years and finally let it swing open. "Martha was right," he said. "About what?" "About my mother. She lived here for 20 years and she never felt like she belonged. I think I was trying to honor her by staying as lonely as she was. I thought happiness was a betrayal of her sacrifice." Clara set the spoons in a neat row. "Sacrifice isn't meant to be a chain, Ethan. It's meant to be a foundation." She held onto these spoons so you could one day use them. She suffered so you could find the courage to be whole. Ethan reached out and took Clara's hand. Her palm was calloused from work, but her heart was soft for him. "It takes more courage to be happy than to be miserable," he whispered. "Miserable is easy. Miserable is just letting the dust settle. Being happy requires a man to fight the wind." He looked at the white walls. He looked at the silver. He realized that justice for his mother wasn't in his mourning. It was in his living. It was in the way he would love this woman. It was in the way he would fill this house with the sound of children and the heat of a fire. Phyllis, his mother, had given him her eyes. But he would give her the peace she never found. He stood up and pulled Clara close. In the dim light of the lantern, they were two survivors of the frontier. They were two souls who had decided that the dirt was for planting, not for burying. He kissed her. It was a kiss that tasted of plums and silver and hope. The Colorado wind howled outside. But for the first time in his life, Ethan Calloway didn't care. He was home. He was free. He was a man who had reclaimed his dignity from the shadows of the past. The spoons gleamed on the table. They were finally seeing the sun, even in the dark. True courage was the act of opening a window. When the world wanted you to lock the door, he let the lantern burn low. He let the night come. He was ready for Monday. He was ready for the rest of his life. The white room held them both in its clean embrace. Outside, the stars began to poke through the bruised purple sky. The land was vast and indifferent. But inside, there was fire. Inside, there was a man who had finally learned how to speak his own name. The silver clinked softly as Clara moved. It was the sound of a new song. It was the sound of a heart beating in time with the world. He watched her. He loved her. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid of the wanting. The past was a ghost that had finally gone to sleep. The future was a white room waiting to be filled. Ethan Calloway smiled. He was no longer a ghost in his own house. He was the master of his own soul. He was exactly where he was meant to be. The work of the hands was done. The work of the heart was just beginning. He blew out the lantern. The darkness was no longer a weight. It was just the space between today and a glorious tomorrow. "You can't honor the dead by joining them before your time, Ethan." Clara's voice was a soft anchor in the quiet room. Ethan looked at the silver spoons in his calloused palm. "She kept these because she hoped one day someone would use them," he whispered. "She just didn't know it would be her son's wife." The silver reflected the flickering lantern light. It looked bright and purposeful now. The spoons no longer felt like relics of a funeral. They looked like they belonged on a table filled with bread and laughter. He reached out and took Clara's hand. Her palm was rough. It was the hand of a woman who wrestled life from the stubborn prairie. She worked the land with a fierce, quiet grace. But the land did not own her spirit. "I want to put the spoons in the kitchen drawer," Ethan said firmly. "Not back in the trunk," Clara asked. "No, the trunk is for things that are finished. The drawer is for things we need every day." Clara smiled, her eyes crinkling with a warmth that reached his bones. She leaned her head against his steady shoulder. The house felt alive. The scent of savory stew and dried sage lingered in the rafters. Ethan Calloway looked at his white walls. He looked at the new floor he had laid with his own sweat. The house wasn't a patchwork of grief anymore. It was a home. It was a vessel built to hold more than just the echoes of the past. I wasn't the ghost on the hill. He was a neighbor, a husband, and a man who finally knew his worth. The wind picked up outside. It rattled the new window glass, but the glass held firm against the night. The light of the day was gone, but Ethan knew exactly where the sun would rise in the morning. He stood up and began to wash the dishes. He moved with a quiet, steady efficiency. He wasn't rushing toward an end. He had all the time in the world to be happy. The silence was broken by the rhythm of his work. And for the first time, Ethan Calloway didn't want to fix the silence. He wanted to live in it. 6 years passed. The lonely house became a home filled with footsteps, laughter, and 2 children. Ethan and Clara named their son Daniel after her father. Their younger daughter, Margaret, carried Ethan's mother's name. The first frost of November arrived like a thief in the night. It didn't scream or howl across the valley. It simply stole the breath from the remaining summer grass. Ethan Calloway stood on the porch at 5 in the morning. The air felt like a thin sheet of glass against his lungs. He watched the world turn from a bruised purple to a brittle, glittering white. Behind him, the house was silent and warm. It was the heavy silence of people who felt safe enough to sleep deeply. He looked at the woodpile he had spent 3 weeks stacking. It was a solid wall of cedar and oak. To Ethan, it was more than just fuel. It was a promise to keep the cold away from the people he loved. A small, warm hand tugged at the hem of his heavy wool coat. Ethan didn't have to look down to know who was there. Daniel, now 5 years old, stood in his flannel nightshirt. His hair was a messy crown of straw-colored curls. The boy was rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Is the world broken, Papa?" the boy whispered. I was looking at the frost on the porch railing. "No, Dan," Ethan said softly. "It's just resting. The ground needs to sleep so it can grow the corn in May." Ethan reached down and hoisted the boy onto his hip. Daniel smelled like warm milk and cedar smoke. He was heavier than he had been even a month ago. Every day, the boy seemed to occupy more of the air. Ethan walked back into the kitchen. The east window was a rectangle of pale, freezing gray. He set Daniel down on the wooden bench by the stove. "Stay there," Ethan commanded gently. "The floor is like a frozen pond until I get the fire up." He knelt by the hearth. He moved the ash aside to find the glowing red heart of the fire. He fed it dry kindling. He watched the flames lick the cedar bark. This was the rhythm of his life. It was a series of small, necessary fires. He remembered a time when he would wake up in a cold room and stay there. He used to think the cold was a test of his character. He realized now it was just a lack of purpose. Clara appeared in the doorway of the bedroom. She wrapped a thick wool shawl over her shoulders. She looked tired, but her eyes were sharp and clear. "Margaret is still out," she said. "She'd sleep through a cattle stampede if we let her." Clara walked to the stove and placed the heavy kettle on the heat. She didn't need to check the fire. She trusted the work of Ethan's hands. "Thomas Henderson sent word yesterday," she said. "The north well on his property has gone dry." Ethan stopped with a log in his hand. "That's bad news this late in the year," he said. The panic of 1893 had left scars across the valley. Money was still scarce, and many families had never fully recovered from the collapse of the silver market. Some farmers were still struggling beneath debts left by the collapse. A dry well was a death sentence for the cattle. "If the water tables are dropping now, it'll be a hard winter," Ethan muttered. I looked at his son. Daniel was watching the flames with an intensity that made Ethan uneasy. The boy had a way of looking at things until he understood them. It was a trait Ethan recognized from his own father. It was the gaze of a man who looked for the crack in the foundation. Ethan didn't want Daniel to look for cracks. He wanted him to look for the light. "I'm going to check our well after breakfast," Ethan said. "I want to know where we stand before the ground turns to iron." Clara nodded. She began to slice the salt pork for the morning meal. The sound of the knife hitting the wood was rhythmic. "Take Daniel with you," she suggested. Ethan hesitated. "The wind is biting, Clara." "He's 5, Ethan," she said. She looked at him over her shoulder. He needs to know where the water comes from. He needs to know it doesn't just appear because we want it to. Ethan saw the wisdom in her eyes. She wasn't just talking about the well. She was talking about the life they had built from nothing. She was talking about the dignity of a man who provides. After breakfast, Ethan bundled the boy in a heavy coat and a scarf. They walked out toward the old well house near the creek. The creek was sluggish and dark. Ice was forming in the quiet eddies near the banks. The cottonwoods were skeletal. Their leaves had been swept away by the October gales. Ethan opened the heavy wooden lid of the well. The smell of damp earth and deep stone rose up to meet them. He lowered a lantern on a long rope. The flame flickered but stayed lit. He watched the light dance off the black surface of the water far below. "See that?" Ethan asked. The boy leaned over the edge. Ethan kept a firm, protective hand on the back of his coat. "It's a long way down," Daniel whispered. "It is," Ethan said. "My father dug this by hand." He hit 3 layers of solid granite before he found the vein. He could have quit at the second layer. Most men would have, but he knew a shallow well is just a lie you tell yourself in the spring. Ethan felt a strange tightness in his throat. He rarely spoke of his father. The man had been hard, like the granite he broke. But he had been honest. He had given his life to this dirt so that Ethan could stand on it. "Is he down there, Papa?" Daniel asked. No, Dan. His sweat is in the water, though. Every time you drink, you're tasting his courage." Ethan pulled the lantern back up. He looked at his son's face, flushed red from the cold. The boy reached out and touched his father's hand. It was a small gesture, but it carried the weight of generations. "I want to dig a well one day," Daniel said. Ethan pulled the boy close. "You'll do more than dig wells, son. You'll build things that last. But first, you have to learn to respect the things that are hidden." They stood there in the freezing wind. The silence of the prairie was vast, but Ethan wasn't afraid of the emptiness anymore. He had a fire at home. He had a woman who knew his heart. He had a son who carried his name. He closed the lid of the well and locked it tight. The water was deep. The foundation was solid. Ethan Calloway turned back toward the house. The smoke from the chimney was a gray ribbon against the sky. It was the signal of a life well lived. It was the mark of a man who had finally come home. He walked across the frozen grass, holding his son's hand. Each step was a prayer of gratitude. Each breath was a testament to the strength of those who came before. The world was cold. The winter would be long. But inside the White House, there was a warmth that no frost could touch. Ethan Calloway smiled at the horizon. The morning was just beginning. The barn was a sanctuary of cedar and shadows. Ethan moved with a heavy, rhythmic grace. He gripped the wooden brush. He ran it down the bay mare's flank. The horse exhaled a cloud of silver steam. The air smelled of cured Timothy hay and old leather. It was a scent that anchored him to the earth. He felt the grit of the day under his fingernails. He thought of the trunk tucked in the attic eaves. It held the remnants of a life his mother once dreamed of. In the center of that trunk lay a velvet roll. It once housed 6 silver spoons. They were heavy. They were engraved with a flourish that belonged in a parlor in Virginia. But they were in a sod house on the prairie instead. His mother had kept them wrapped in flannel. She treated them like holy relics. She believed that if she kept them polished, the world couldn't break her. She was wrong. The world broke her anyway. Ethan remembered the summer of 1874. The sky didn't turn black with storm clouds. It turned black with wings. The Rocky Mountain locusts descended like a living shroud. They ate the corn. They ate the wheat. They ate the wool off the sheep's backs. His father had stood in the middle of the field with a shovel. He swung at the air in a desperate, futile rage. He had tried to protect a single acre of green. By sunset, the field was a graveyard of stalks. His father had come inside. His shirt was shredded. His face was etched with a defeat that never truly left his eyes. His mother had pulled out the silver spoons that night. She set them on the rough-hewn table. There was no food to eat with them. They sat there, gleaming and useless, amidst the smell of scorched earth. Ethan looked at his own hands now. He saw the grime and the cracked skin. He realized he was no longer afraid of the dirt. He had taken those spoons from the attic a month ago. He had placed them in the kitchen drawer. Clara used them to stir the stew. Daniel used them to eat his morning porridge. They were scratched. They were dented. They were becoming part of the house, not a museum of the past. He understood now that dignity wasn't found in what you saved, it was found in what you were willing to use up. He was using up his life. He was spending his strength to buy a future for his children. A soft footfall sounded on the dirt floor. Clara stood in the doorway. The lantern light caught the stray copper strands of her hair. She looked tired. She looked beautiful. She walked toward him, stepping over a coil of rope. She didn't speak. She just leaned her back against the stall next to him. She watched him work the brush. "You're over-grooming her, Ethan," she said softly. "She's already the cleanest horse in the territory." Ethan stopped his hand. He leaned his forehead against the mare's warm neck. "I was thinking about my father," he admitted. "I was thinking about how much I hated his silence." Clara reached out. She touched the back of his hand. "He lived through the Panic of '73, she reminded him. He saw men lose everything when the banks closed in the East. He saw fear turn decent neighbors against one another. He chose to stay here. He chose to bleed into this soil instead of stealing from it." Ethan turned to look at her. "He never told me he loved me, Clara. Not once." Clara's eyes softened with a deep maternal wisdom. "Look at your well, Ethan. Look at the fence line he built before he died. That was his poetry. Some men don't have the luxury of words. They have to use their bodies to say what they feel. Every drop of water Daniel drinks is a word of love from a man he never met." Ethan felt a lump form in his throat. It was a hard, cold knot of decades-old resentment. It began to melt. I thought of his father's hands at the end of the locust summer. They had been raw. They had been covered in the yellow ichor of the insects. But he had kept digging. He had kept the family from starving. Ethan reached out and took Clara's hand. He pulled her into the space between his arms. The mare shifted, pinning them gently against the wood. Ethan buried his face in the crook of Clara's neck. She smelled of sage and wood smoke. She smelled of home. "I don't want to be a silent man," he whispered into her skin. Clara pulled back just enough to look him in the eye. "You aren't," she said. "You're a man who knows the value of a promise. You're a man who sees the beauty in a scratched spoon." She kissed him then. It wasn't the frantic kiss of youth. It was a slow, deliberate seal of partnership. It was the taste of shared burdens and a common goal. It was the bravest thing he had ever felt. The wind began to howl through the gaps in the barn walls. The temperature was dropping. "The winter is here," Ethan said. "Let it come," Clara replied. They walked back to the house together. The snow began to fall as they crossed the yard. It wasn't the light, playful snow of a postcard. It was the heavy, wet snow of the high plains. It clung to their coats. It erased their footprints as soon as they were made. Inside, the kitchen was a golden world. The stove was humming with a steady orange glow. Margaret was on the floor, playing with a piece of blue yarn. Daniel was sitting at the table. He was practicing his letters on a slate. Ethan stood by the door for a moment. He watched the scene. He felt like a man looking through a window into a life he didn't deserve. He walked over to the table. He looked at Daniel's slate. The boy had written the word home. The H was wobbly. The E was trailing off the edge. Ethan put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He felt the small, sturdy frame beneath the flannel shirt. "It's a good word, son," Ethan said. "It's the hardest one to spell, right?" They sat down for supper. The stew was thick with potatoes and dried beef. The silver spoons glinted in the candlelight. Ethan picked one up. He looked at the scratches on the handle. Each mark was a meal. Each dent was a day they hadn't gone hungry. He realized that this was justice. This was the only justice the world offered. The right to work hard for the people you love, the right to keep the cold at bay for one more night. He looked at Clara across the table. She was helping Margaret with a piece of bread. She looked up and caught his eye. She smiled. It was a smile that contained everything. The locust, the bank failures, and the frozen wells. The long nights of worry. It also contained the warmth of the fire. Ethan felt a tear prick at the corner of his eye. He didn't wipe it away. He wasn't ashamed of it. It was a tribute to the man who had dug the well. It was a tribute to the woman who kept the light burning. He looked at his children. They were safe. They were fed. They were loved. He realized he wasn't just a survivor. He was a builder. He was a man who had turned a grave into a garden. The snow continued to pile up against the door. The wind rattled the window panes. But inside, there was a silence that wasn't empty. It was a silence full of peace. Ethan Calloway leaned back in his chair. He picked up his spoon and began to eat. The metal was cool against his lip. The food was warm. The heart was full. He was ready for the winter. He was ready for whatever came next, because he knew that even in the dark, there was water. And even in the cold, there was a fire that could not be put out. He looked at the amber light on the wall. He smiled at the horizon of his own life. The morning would come, and he would be there to meet it. Clara reached out. She covered his hand with hers. Her skin felt warm. It was slightly rough from the day's endless chores. These were the hands of a woman who had fought the prairie and won. "We aren't hiding from the winter this year," she said softly. Her voice was a steady anchor in the drafty room. "We're just waiting for it to pass." Ethan looked down at their joined hands. He realized he was still holding his breath. The habit of the hunted was hard to break. He forced himself to let it out. The air left his lungs in a long, shaky sigh. He looked around the room. The shadows danced against the logs. Daniel was on the floor. The boy was intently carving a piece of seasoned pine. He used a dull knife Ethan had given him for his birthday. He was trying to shape a horse. It looked more like a lopsided dog with a thick neck. The boy didn't care about perfection. He only cared about the creation. Margaret was different. She was curled up in a large basket of woven willow and wool blankets. She was fast asleep. Her breath was the softest sound in the world. The silver spoons glinted on the sideboard. They were heirlooms from a world Ethan barely remembered. The east window was frosted at the corners. The ice formed patterns like ferns or frozen lightning. The light coming through it was soft. It was a pale, liquid silver. "I spent 20 years thinking the winter was an enemy," Ethan whispered. "I didn't want to wake the girl. I thought if I stopped moving, the cold would catch me." Clara smiled. It was that small, direct smile. It was the one that reached her eyes and stayed there. "You've been running for a long time, Ethan Calloway." She squeezed his fingers. "Even after you found me. Even after we built this roof. Maybe it's time you just sat by the fire." Ethan felt a strange sensation in his chest. It wasn't the sharp, metallic bite of the north wind. It was a slow thaw. It was the steady melting of a man who was finally safe. Safety was a terrifying thing to a man used to the edge. He stood up. His knees popped in the quiet. He went to the cupboard in the corner. He reached for the old tin of tea. It was a relic his mother had saved that she had kept it for special occasions that rarely came in the 1890s. The tin was faded. It showed a picture of a palace far across the sea. He put the heavy iron kettle on the stove. The sound of the water beginning to hum was the only music they needed. It was better than any fiddle at a dance. He watched the steam rise in a white plume. He thought about the silence outside. The great blizzard of 1888 had taught him that silence was a predator. It was still there now. It was vast. It was indifferent to his existence. But it no longer felt like a weight on his shoulders. It felt like a boundary. It was a wall between the wild and the home. The world was out there. It was cold. It was white. It was demanding and cruel. But his life was in here. His purpose was within these four walls. He brought a cup to Clara. The steam smelled of dried herbs and memories. She took it. Her eyes never left his face. "I was thinking about the first time I saw you at the social," Ethan said. His voice was thicker now. "In that blue dress." It was the color of the sky just before the stars come out. Clara raised an eyebrow. "The night you stared at me for 3 hours. The night you didn't say a single word." Ethan felt his cheeks warm. "I wasn't staring," he lied. "I was observing." They both laughed. It was a quiet sound. It was the sound of two souls recognizing a shared history. It filled the kitchen. It pushed the shadows back better than the lamp. Daniel looked up from his carving. He grinned. His front tooth was missing. He didn't know what was funny, but he knew the sound of his parents being happy. Happiness was the foundation of the house. Ethan sat back down. He picked up a piece of the wool Clara had carded. It was soft. It held the trapped heat of the room. He realized that this was the real work of winter. True courage wasn't found in the summer heat. It wasn't about breaking rock. It wasn't about digging wells until your back screamed. It was about mending. It was about fixing the things that had been frayed by the struggle. It was about tending the fire. He had to ensure the children didn't forget what warmth felt like. If they forgot the warmth, the winter would win. He looked at the door again. He didn't see a prison wall anymore. He saw a shield. He saw the strength he had built with his own hands. It was bolstered by the woman who had seen him. She had seen the man he was before he saw himself. The wind picked up. It rattled the cedar shingles. A spray of dry snow hit the glass like fine sand. Ethan didn't flinch. The storm had no power here. He leaned forward. He began to help Clara with the wool. His movements were slow. He was a man of the plow and the axe. He wasn't built for delicate tasks, but she was patient. She was always patient. She showed him how to pull the fibers straight. She showed him how to find the rhythm of the work. "You're a fast learner," she said. She was repeating the words from years ago. They were standing in the barn back then. The hay had smelled of dust and promise. "I have a good teacher," he replied. The afternoon faded. It turned into a long blue twilight. The shadows in the corners grew deep. They looked like velvet draped over the furniture. Ethan got up. He lit the oil lamp. The flame pushed back the dark. It revealed the truth of his world. He looked at his family, he looked at the sturdy beams of the house. He realized something profound. The lucky man he had spoken of at the creek wasn't a stranger. He wasn't some ghost in the future. It was him. It had always been him. He just had to wait for the snow to fall to see it. The snow stripped away the distractions. He sat back down. He picked up the wool again. The winter was just beginning. The long months of white were ahead. And for the first time in his life, Ethan Calloway was exactly where he wanted to be. I was in the center of his own light. The wind howled against the eaves of the ranch house. It was a lonely sound. It was a hollow sound that belonged to the high plains. Inside, but the heat from the cast iron stove created a world of its own. The frost on the windows had grown thick. It was crystalline. It was opaque. It looked like lace made of bone. Ethan sat at the small desk. It was tucked into the corner of the main room. I was looking at an old ledger. The leather was cracked. It had belonged to his father, James Calloway. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting. It was the writing of a man who measured his life in decimals. He measured it in bushels. He measured it in the head of cattle lost to the rot. OCT 12 sold 6 steers. Market soft, $140. NOV 4, first frost. Pump frozen, repaired. Ethan turned the pages. There were no mentions of birthdays. There were no notes about the gold on the mountains. It was a record of survival. It was stripped of everything but the cost. James Calloway had survived, but he had never lived that. Ethan ran his thumb over the yellowed paper. He remembered his father sitting here. His face was a mask of granite. James had been a good man, but he was a heavy man. He carried the land like a physical burden on his spine. The land owned him. He had taught Ethan how to work until his hands bled. He had taught him how to endure the silence, but he had never taught him how to enjoy the warmth. He had never taught him that dignity comes from love, not just labor. Ethan looked over his shoulder at the hearth. Daniel was sitting on the rug. He was painstakingly trying to braid 3 strands of leather. His tongue was poked out in concentration. He was trying to learn the skill Ethan had mastered. Margaret was standing by the stove, She was watching her mother stir a pot of beef stew. She was mimicking Clara's movements. She held a wooden spoon of her own. She was learning the art of the home. The contrast was sharp. The ledger in his hands felt cold. The life in the room felt like a physical ache of joy. "What are you looking at, Ethan?" Clara asked. She didn't look up from the pot. She didn't need to. She knew his moods by the way he sat. She knew the tilt of his head. "My father's books," Ethan said. He closed the ledger. The thud was soft but final. He kept track of everything. Every nail, every bale of hay. I was just wondering if he ever felt like he had enough. The 1893 depression had nearly broken them. Ethan remembered the panic in his father's eyes back then. But even when the money came back, the panic stayed. Clara set the spoon down. She wiped her hands on her apron. It was a gesture of transition. She walked over. She stood behind him. She rested her hands on his shoulders. Her touch was the anchor. It kept him from drifting into the gray memories. It pulled him back from the ghosts of his father's failures. He had the land, Ethan, she said quietly. Her voice was a balm. But did he have the quiet? Ethan looked at the closed book. He thought about the long winters of his childhood. The house had been full of people, but it had been empty of spirit. He had the quiet of an empty house, Ethan said. Even when we were all in it. He stood up. He turned to her. He pulled Clara into the circle of his arms. He held her tight. He felt the heartbeat of the woman who had saved him. Justice wasn't just about laws. It was about the right to be happy after the storm. Sacrifice wasn't just about dying for someone. It was about living for them every single day. He kissed her forehead. The ledger sat forgotten on the desk. The wind screamed outside, but inside, there was only the sound of the fire and the sound of a man who had finally come home. I was the builder. I was the husband. He was Ethan Calloway, and he was enough. Ethan inhaled the scent of her. It was a mix of flour, wood smoke, and a sweetness that belonged only to Clara. This was the fragrance of a life being lived, not just a property being managed. I don't want to leave a ledger like that for Daniel, Ethan whispered into her hair. I don't want my son to think being a man is just a cold list of debts and repairs. Clara leaned her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. Then don't write it that way, she said softly. She stepped back, her movements graceful even in her heavy wool skirts. She opened a small cupboard and pulled out a fresh stack of cream-colored paper. She produced a new bottle of ink, the glass catching the orange flicker of the hearth. She set them on the desk where the ghost of the old ledger still seemed to linger. Tell the truth, Ethan. Not just the market prices of the steers. Tell him about the Tuesdays we spent by the creek when the heat was too much to bear. Tell him about the way the light hits the east window and turns this room into a cathedral. Ethan looked at the blank white paper. It felt more daunting than a mile of broken fence or a stampeding herd in a storm. He picked up the pen, feeling the coolness of the wood in his calloused fingers. He felt the weight of his father's ghost watching from the dark corners of the room. James Calloway would have sneered at this. To James, paper was a battlefield for profit. Feelings were weaknesses you buried deep under a heavy winter coat. But Ethan Calloway was a different man, forged in a different fire. He looked over at Daniel. The boy had finally managed to cross the leather strands for the braid. Look, Pa, I did it, the boy shouted, his face radiating a pure, unclouded joy. Ethan smiled. A real, deep smile that started in his soul and reached his eyes. I see it, son. That is a fine bit of work, steady and true. He turned back to the desk and dipped the nib into the dark ink. The scratch of the pen was a small, brave sound against the howling wind outside. January 14th, he wrote, his handwriting bold and clear. The snow is deep, but the house is warm because of the woman in it. Daniel learned to braid leather today. He has his grandfather's strong hands, but I pray he keeps his own gentle heart. He paused, watching the ink dry on the page. He realized he wasn't just recording the passing of time, he was rewriting the inheritance of his bloodline. He was taking the iron-hard legacy of the Calloway men and softening it with grace. Margaret came over and tugged on his trouser leg. Pa, tell a story, she demanded, her eyes wide with expectation. Ethan picked her up and sat her on his lap, feeling her small, solid weight. The ledger stayed closed on the corner of the desk. He began to tell them about the summer social of 1888. He spoke of the long, lean years after the great die-up of 1887 when the plains were littered with bone. He told them how he had nothing but a horse and a dream of a fence. Then, he told them about the pale blue dress their mother had worn. He told them how he had been so struck by her beauty that he forgot how to speak. She looked like a piece of the sky had come down to dance, he whispered. Clara sat by the fire, her knitting needles clicking a soft, rhythmic accompaniment. She watched him, her eyes bright with a secret, enduring pride. She knew what it cost him to open those locked doors in his mind. She knew that for Ethan, storytelling was a form of silent prayer. The night deepened. The temperature outside dropped until the heavy timbers of the house groaned. But the air inside remained thick with the heat of the stove and the safety of words. Ethan looked at the east window. He couldn't see the light of dawn yet, but he knew exactly where it would rise over the ridge. He knew that when the sun hit that glass, it wouldn't just find a room, it would find a home. He finished the story and tucked the children into their feather beds. The house grew still, but it was a full, resonant silence. He returned to the desk for one last moment. He picked up the pen and added one more line to the page. Whoever ends up reading this, know this, I was a lucky man. Not because of the cattle I raised or the land I held, but because I finally learned the courage it takes to stay. He blew out the lamp. The darkness was no longer an enemy to be feared. It was just the blanket the world used while it waited for the spring. Ethan walked to the bedroom where Clara was waiting in the shadows. He left the ledger on the desk, open to the new page. The ink was dry. The story of the Calloways had changed forever, and the man who had been slow to see his own heart was finally awake. The February sun had no warmth, but it arrived with a new kind of brightness. It was a deceptive light that promised the end of the long, brutal dark. Ethan stood on the porch, watching the eaves of the barn drip. The sound was rhythmic, like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. The cattle were restless in the corral, their breath blooming like white flowers in the cold. He could smell the mud beneath the melting patches of dirty snow. It was the scent of the earth waking up, grumpy and wet from the winter sleep. Inside the house, the silence was different than it had been in his youth. It wasn't the silence of things left unsaid or anger held tight in the throat. It was the silence of a house that was finally breathing in peace. Clara was at the kitchen table, surrounded by small brown paper packets. She was sorting seeds, dried peas, beans, and the precious kernels of corn. She handled each one as if it were a gold coin from the federal mint. In a rancher's world, they were more valuable than any buried gold. They were the promise of a harvest that had not yet been born. Ethan watched her from the doorway. She didn't look up, but he saw the small, knowing tilt of her head. Sarah Gable will be here by noon, she said softly. Ethan leaned against the frame, his thumbs hooked in his leather belt. The Gables had a hard winter, he remarked, thinking of their empty larder. The panic of 1893 had hit the valley like a plague of locusts. Banks were closing in the east, and the price of beef had plummeted to nothing. Clara nodded, her fingers moving with steady, unhurried grace. They lost 4 cows to the late blizzard in April. Sarah doesn't need charity. Ethan, she needs a head start before her spirit breaks under the weight of it all. He understood exactly what she meant. His father would have called it a bad investment in a failing neighbor. James Calloway believed that if a man couldn't hold his own, he deserved to fail. But Clara saw the community as a woven rug of many individual threads. If one thread snapped, the whole design began to unravel into chaos. "What are you giving her?" Ethan asked. Clara held up a small packet tied with a bit of faded red string. "Marigold seeds, Wesson," she said with a faint, private smile. Ethan raised an eyebrow, his face skeptical and worn. "You can't eat marigolds, Clara. They won't fill a hungry stomach when the next frost comes." She looked at him then, her eyes bright with that quiet, piercing wisdom. "No, you can't eat them. But you can look at them when the work gets too heavy to bear. Sometimes a woman needs to see something beautiful to remember why she labors. Beauty is the justice we give ourselves when the world is cruel." Ethan felt a surge of admiration that caught him off guard. He had been married to her for years, yet she still surprised his soul. He walked to the barn, the mud sucking at his heavy boots with every step. He went to the back corner where his father's old workbench stood. It was a massive piece of oak, scarred by decades of rough, utilitarian use. He cleared away the dust and the rusted horse bits from the surface. He reached for a plane, the wood of the tool smooth and cool in his palm. I wasn't going to fix a broken wagon wheel today. He wasn't going to sharpen a dull plowshare for the spring planting. He looked at a piece of cherry wood he had been saving for years. It was rich and dark, hidden under a layer of old, dusty burlap. Ethan began to plane the wood, the curls falling like shavings of a sunset. He was going to build a frame for the window where the marigolds would grow. He was going to build something that had no purpose other than to be beautiful. This was his new courage. This was his way of honoring the woman who had taught him how to see. True dignity wasn't found in what a man owned or the debts he collected. It was found in what he chose to cherish when everything else was stripped away. He worked until his muscles ached and his hands were stained with wood oil. Outside, he heard the sound of a wagon approaching slowly. It was Sarah Gable, her face thin and lined with the stress of the depression. He saw Clara walk out to meet her, not with a basket of bread, but with the seeds. He watched them embrace, two women standing small against the vast, indifferent sky. Ethan realized that sacrifice wasn't always a grand, bloody gesture. Sometimes it was just giving away your last bit of beauty so another could hope. Justice was making sure the marigolds had a place to bloom. He turned back to his work, his heart full and his hands steady. The ledger in the house was open, and the story was finally his own. He was Ethan Calloway, and for the first time in his life, he was a man of peace. The plane bit into the cedar with a rhythmic, satisfying hiss. Ethan leaned his weight into the tool. He felt the resistance of the grain. He felt the silent apology in every stroke. Golden curls of wood fell to the dirt floor. They looked like shavings of frozen sunlight. For years, his father's voice had been the only law in this barn. Wood is for fences, Ethan. Wood is for barns to house the cattle that pay the taxes. Anything else is a vanity. Ethan stopped. He ran his thumb over the sanded surface. It was smooth. It was soft as a prayer. He was no longer building a cage for his debts. I was building a sanctuary for his wife's soul, a place for the books she had hidden in trunks, a place for the ledger that now held the names of friends, not debtors. The weight of his father's ghost usually sat heavy on his shoulders. It was a cold, iron weight. But today, the ghost was silent. Ethan realized he was finally strong enough to set that burden down. He was a man who had survived the Great Depression's cruelest bite. He had seen the banks take the neighbor's land in 1934. He had tasted the grit of the black blizzards between his teeth. But he was still standing. Around mid-morning, the wind shifted. It carried the scent of wet wool and wood smoke. Daniel stepped into the barn. The boy stood in a shaft of dusty light. He watched his father's hands with wide, searching eyes. "What is it?" "Pa, a place for our stories, Daniel." The boy reached out. He touched the wood with a reverence usually reserved for Sunday service. "Is it for the cows?" Ethan let out a laugh. It was a warm, resonant sound. It echoed off the high, dark rafters. "No, son, this one is just for us. Not everything on a ranch has to turn a profit." Daniel frowned. His young mind was a product of a hard, hungry world, a world where beauty was a luxury they couldn't afford. "Grandpa said if it don't make money, it's a waste of time," Daniel whispered. The boy's voice was small. Ethan stopped. He set the plane down. He knelt in the cedar shavings. His knees hit the cold, unforgiving dirt. He grabbed Daniel's shoulders. They were thin. They were the shoulders of a child who knew the price of flour. "Your grandpa was a man who survived. Daniel, I am grateful for that. He fought the drought so we could keep this dirt. But surviving is just the beginning of a life. You don't just build a house to keep out the rain. You build it to hold the people you love. This shelf is for the things that make the house feel alive." Ethan saw the seed of a new idea take root in his son's mind. Daniel reached out and picked up a scrap of cedar. "Can I help?" Ethan handed him a piece of rough sandpaper. "Make it smooth. Son, take your time. The wood has waited 100 years to be something other than a tree. We shouldn't rush its transformation." They worked in silence for hours. The barn was filled with the scent of cedar and the steady rasp of labor. It wasn't the desperate labor of digging post holes in frozen ground. It was a labor of intent. It was a labor of love. By evening, the shelf was finished. It wasn't the work of a master carpenter. There was a stubborn knot in the lower corner. It refused to be hidden. But the joints were tight. The wood was honest. Ethan carried the piece into the house as the sun dipped behind the western peaks. The sky was a bruised purple. It was the color of a long-faded memory of better days. Clara was at the stove. She looked up. Her face lit up with a radiance that had nothing to do with the fire. "Ethan, you didn't have to. I wanted to," he said. His voice was thick. He set the shelf against the wall near the east window. It looked right there. It looked like it had been waiting for that specific patch of wall for a decade. Margaret came running over. Her curiosity was a bright, dancing thing. "Is it for my doll, Pa's?" "It's for whatever you want to keep safe, Maggie." Clara walked over. She didn't say thank you. She didn't have to. She touched the wood with her fingertips. Ethan watched her hands. They were worn. They were scarred from years of lye soap and hard water. Then his breath caught in his throat. He looked at her neck. It was bare. He remembered the gold locket she used to wear, the one her mother had given her. He realized he hadn't seen it since the winter of 32. The winter the cattle died, the winter they had miraculously found enough grain to bake bread. She had sold her only piece of history to feed his children. She had done it in secret. She had never uttered a word of complaint. She had sacrificed her dignity so he could keep his pride. Ethan felt a sharp, burning ache in his chest. This was the true meaning of justice. It wasn't a court of law. It was a man finally seeing the cost of his own survival. He reached out. He took her hand. He squeezed it until his knuckles turned white. "I see you, Clara," he whispered. Her eyes pooled with tears. One escaped. It tracked a slow line down her weathered cheek. She leaned her forehead against his chest. For a moment, the world outside didn't exist. There was no dust bowl. There were no foreclosures. There was only the scent of cedar and the beating of two hearts. Later that night, the wind picked up. It hissed against the glass. It rattled the shutters like a ghost demanding entry. But the sound didn't feel lonely anymore. Ethan sat at the table with a cup of black coffee. He watched the shadows dance on the new shelf. His father's ledger had been a record of loss. It was a tally of what was taken from the land. His own record would be different. He picked up his pen. He opened the ledger to a fresh, white page. February 28th, he wrote, "The mud is thick. The air is cold. But we built a sanctuary today. Daniel worked beside me. He is learning that beauty is not a luxury for the wealthy. He is learning that a man can be strong and gentle in the same breath." He looked at Clara. She was sitting by the fire. She was mending a heavy wool sock. The orange light of the embers played across her features. She looked timeless. She looked like the very essence of the frontier. Unyielding, graceful. "What are you writing, Ethan?" "Just making sure I don't forget the important things." "Like what?" Ethan paused. The pen hovered over the paper. "Like the way you look in the firelight. Like the way Sarah Gable held those seeds as if they were diamonds. Like the fact that I finally know why I'm here." Clara smiled. It was a slow, beautiful thing. It warmed the room more than the cast iron stove ever could. "And why are you here, Ethan Calloway?" He closed the book. He stood up. He walked over and took the mending from her hands. He pulled her to her feet. His hands were calloused. They were rough, but they were incredibly careful. "I'm here to make sure the light has a place to land," he whispered. He kissed her forehead. The scent of cedar still clung to his skin, the scent of a new beginning. Outside, the winter was making its last stand, but inside, the spring had already won. The new shelf stood in the corner. It held the weight of their stories. It held the weight of their hope. It was a small thing in a big, wild world, but it was enough. It was more than enough. The ice on the creek did not break all at once. It groaned first, then it yielded to the current. Ethan Calloway was a man of peace, and finally, he was home. The hollow boom of the ice cracking against the canyon walls sounded like a ghost. It was the spirit of a winter that refused to surrender. Ethan stood on the riverbank. His heavy leather boots sank into the softening mud of the Montana Territory. He watched a jagged slab of white ice drift slowly downstream. It was the first Tuesday of March, 1894. The air still carried a razor's edge, but the sun felt different on the back of his neck today. It was heavier. It was a promise finally being kept. Ethan thought about the ledger sitting on the new cedar shelf back at the house. The pages remained mostly white, however. The ink he had scratched into them felt like anchors in a storm. He remembered a spring 10 years ago. The thaw back then had brought nothing but dread. He saw his father standing in this exact spot. The old man had cursed the mud. To his father, the mud was a thief. It bogged down the heavy freight wagons. It chilled the cattle to the bone. It was an enemy to be defeated. Ethan looked at the same mud now. He saw the hunger of the earth. He saw the hidden green life waiting just beneath the gray slush. He turned back toward the barn. His pace was unhurried. There was a specific kind of silence in this transition. It was not the dead, brittle silence of January. It was a listening silence. It was the sound of a world catching its breath. Inside the barn, the air hung thick. It smelled of dry hay and the warm, musk-heavy breath of the livestock. One of the younger heifers was restless in the corner stall. She was a red Hereford, sleek, stubborn, fragile. Ethan approached her with a slow, steady gait. He held his hand out. "Easy now, girl," he whispered. The heifer tossed her head. Her eyes were wide. They held the flickering panic of a first-time mother. Ethan did not see a prophet on 4 legs. He did not see the market prices from the Chicago stockyards. He saw a life. It was a life that depended entirely on the steadiness of his calloused hands. He checked her water. He moved the damp bedding. His movements were a ritual of quiet care. His father would have called this soft. His father believed the frontier was a place for iron, not empathy. But Ethan knew better now. Softness was just strength that did not need to shout. The heavy thud of the barn door echoed through the rafters. Clara walked in. She carried a tin lantern and a thermos of black coffee. The golden light spilled across the dirt floor. It chased away the long shadows of the afternoon. She did not ask how he was. She did not need to. She looked at the heifer. Then she looked at him. "Tonight?" she asked softly. "Maybe," Ethan replied. "She's scared of the dark." "Clara?" Clara stepped closer. The steam from the coffee rose in thin, dancing ribbons between them. "We all are, at first," she said. She handed him the cup. Their fingers brushed. Her skin was cool from the outside air, but her touch was grounding. It was the only thing that kept him from drifting away. They stood together in the small stall. They were 2 people who had built a kingdom out of grit and honest words. "I saw Sarah Gable's boy on the road," Clara mentioned. Ethan took a sip of the coffee. He felt the heat bloom in his chest like a localized summer. "Is he still wearing those boots with the holes in the toes?" Ethan asked. Clara nodded. "He was carrying a bundle of willow branches. He said his mother wants to weave baskets this year. She's already planning for the harvest social." Ethan smiled. It was a small, private thing. "The seeds are working then," he murmured. "Not just the marigolds," Clara said. "The hope is growing, Ethan. It's a dangerous thing to plant in this soil," he warned. "But it's the only thing that survives the wind," she countered. Ethan looked back at the heifer. He thought about the vulnerability of all new things. A calf, a basket, a family that finally knew how to speak the truth. "I used to think that being a man meant being a wall," he said suddenly. The words felt heavy in the quiet barn. Clara did not interrupt. She leaned against the wooden slats of the stall. She listened with her whole soul. "I thought if I didn't move, the world couldn't hurt me." Ethan continued, "But walls don't grow anything, Clara. They just crumble into the dust of the prairie." He looked at his hands. They were stained with the grease and salt of the ranch. "I'd rather be the soil. I'd rather be stepped on and rained on if it means something can take root." Clara reached out. She took the empty cup from him. "You're not the soil, Ethan," she said firmly. "You're the one who keeps the fence mended. You give the garden a chance to survive the wolves." She turned to leave. She stopped at the heavy door. "Don't stay out here too long. Daniel wants to show you the carving he's been working on. It's a bird, I think, or perhaps a very small horse." Ethan laughed. The sound was warm and resonant. "I'll be in soon." He watched her walk back toward the house. The lights in the windows looked like fallen stars against the darkening prairie. He spent the next hour in the quiet rhythm of the barn. He checked the tack. He sharpened a dull chisel. He let the peace of the work settle into his bones. But as the moon rose, the heifer began to low. It was a long, mournful sound. It was a cry for help. It was time. The labor was not easy. Nature is rarely kind. Even when it is being miraculous, it is violent. Ethan stripped off his heavy coat. He rolled up his sleeves. The biting cold air nipped at his skin. He did not feel it. He worked with a focus that was almost prayerful. He guided the life within. He pulled when he had to. He waited when he must. The minutes stretched into a grueling hour. The straw became a battlefield of sweat and effort. His breath came in ragged gasps. Then, with a final, wet heave, the calf arrived. It was small. It was slick and shivering. Ethan quickly cleared its nose. He wiped the birth film from its mouth. He felt the first, shaky intake of breath against his palm. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever felt. He stepped back. He let the mother take over. The heifer's panic was gone. It was replaced by a fierce, instinctive devotion. She began to lick the calf. Her rough tongue made a rhythmic, rasping sound. Ethan sat on a hay bale. His chest was heaving. His muscles ached with a deep, satisfying fatigue. His heart felt like it had been cracked wide open. He stayed there for a long time. He watched the miracle unfold in the dim, flickering light of the lantern. He thought about his father. The old man would have checked the calf's legs. He would have estimated its weight in silver. Then he would have gone back to bed. He wouldn't have sat here in the dark. He wouldn't have felt the tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. Ethan realized he wasn't just birthing a calf. I was birthing a new way of being a Calloway. He was breaking a chain of coldness that stretched back for generations. He finally stood up. His legs were stiff. He covered the pair with extra straw. He made sure the barn was secure against the night wind. When he walked out into the air, the wind had died down. The sky was a vast, glittering ocean of stars. He looked toward the Harmon property to the east. He could almost feel the presence of his neighbors in their sleep. He felt a connection to the Gables and the Briggses. He felt the weight of everyone holding on to this unforgiving land. He reached the porch of his house. He paused. He looked at the light in the window. Clara was waiting. The fire was burning. Justice was not found in a courtroom today. It was found in the warmth of a barn. It was found in the dignity of a man who chose to be kind. He opened the door. He was finally home. He scraped the frozen mud from his heels. The rhythm was a slow, rhythmic thud against the porch. This was a sanctuary he had spent 10 years building. He stepped inside. The warmth hit him like a physical embrace. The air smelled of cedar smoke and the sharp, medicinal tang of dried horehound. The house was silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock. The children were buried under layers of wool upstairs. Ethan moved toward the east window. His eyes landed on this rough-hewn shelf he had built last autumn. It held their survival. The heavy family Bible sat next to the farm ledger. Beside them lay Daniel's small carving. He picked up the piece of wood. It was supposed to be a bird, perhaps a hawk. The wings were thick and mismatched. One side was sanded smooth. The other still bore the jagged scars of a dull knife. Ethan ran his thumb over the imperfections. His own father would have thrown this into the stove. Wood is for heat, not for whims, the old man used to growl. Ethan set the carving back. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of regret for every time he had been too busy to look. He pulled the ledger toward him. The pages were filled with the cold mathematics of survival. He saw the entries from the winter of 1893. The panic had hit them hard. Silver prices had collapsed, and the railroads were choking the small ranchers. He remembered the nights he spent staring at these numbers, calculating how many head of cattle they could lose before they lost the roof. He dipped the pen into the inkwell. He did not record the market price of grain. He did not note the encroaching frost. March 4th, 1894, he wrote. His handwriting was steady, a stark contrast to his shaking heart. A heifer was born in the dark. Deep red coat with a white star on her brow. She breathed life against my palm when the world felt dead. I have spent my life waiting for the seasons to change. I was wrong. The spring does not arrive on a calendar. It arrives when a man decides to stop being a winter. He closed the book. The leather cover felt like a heavy secret. It was the weight of a legacy being rewritten. He walked toward the bedroom. The floorboards, newly laid and tight, did not groan under his weight. Clara was a pale shadow against the pillows. A single tallow candle flickered on the washstand. Her eyes were open, reflecting the tiny flame. "Is it a boy or a girl?" she whispered. Ethan sat on the edge of the mattress. The bed creaked, a familiar domestic song. "A girl," he said softly. He reached out and took her hand. Her skin was mapped with the fine lines of a woman who had fought the prairie and won. He remembered her hands on their wedding day. They had been soft, smelling of rosewater. Now they smelled of lye and hard work. He brought her knuckles to his lips. "She's strong, Clara. She has that look in her eyes. The one you give me when the wind howls too loud." Clara smiled, her thumb stroking the back of his hand. "You look like you've carried the whole mountain home, Ethan." "I'm the good kind of tired, love," he replied. He rested his forehead against her shoulder. He could hear her heart. It was a steady, rhythmic promise. Outside, the shadows of the 1890s were long. The frontier was closing. The wildness was being fenced in by steel and greed. But in this room, there was a peace that no bank could foreclose. He closed his eyes, drifting in the scent of her lavender hair. He wasn't fighting the cold anymore. He was the warmth. And for the first time in his life, that was enough. The morning arrived with a thin, golden blade of light. It cut across the floor, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Ethan woke before the sun fully broke the horizon. His joints ached with the memory of the barn floor. He sat up, his feet touching the cold wood. He didn't rush for his boots. He sat in the silence, looking at his calloused palms. These were the hands of a man who had finally learned to hold something without crushing it. Clara shifted beside him. The quilt rustling, she didn't speak, she didn't need to. "The coffee is ground," she murmured, her voice thick with sleep. Ethan leaned over and kissed her temple. Her skin was warm, a contrast to the biting air of the room. "I'm going to check on our girl," he said. He dressed in the gray light. He moved with a deliberate, reverent slowness. He didn't want to disturb the sanctity of the morning. He stepped onto the porch. The world was a study in silver and blue. The mud from the night before had frozen into jagged glass. His breath curled in the air, a white flag of truce. He walked toward the barn. The door gave a long, low creak of recognition. The interior was a cathedral of hay and animal heat. In the corner stall, the heifer stood with her head low. She was no longer the trembling creature of the midnight storm. She was a guardian. The calf was already on her feet. She was a spindly thing, her legs like saplings in a gale. Ethan stayed back. He didn't want to break the spell. The calf nudged her mother's side with a hungry, desperate persistence. "You did well, girl," Ethan whispered. A strange vibration thrummed in his chest. It wasn't the cold. It was the realization of what he had almost missed. For years, he had seen this land as an adversary. He had seen every animal as a dollar sign on a rail car to Chicago. He had seen the storm as a thief. Now, he saw the white star on the calf's head. He saw the way she fought for her first meal. I thought of Margaret's laughter. He thought of Daniel's quiet dreams. The ranch was no longer a ledger of losses. It was a living, breathing testament to the dignity of staying. Justice wasn't a gavel in a courtroom. It was the choice to protect the vulnerable when no one was watching. He returned to the house as the kitchen came to life. Daniel was already at the table. His small knife was shaving curls of pine onto the floor. Margaret was standing on a stool, reaching for a jar of sun-warmed peaches. Clara moved between them, her apron a banner of domestic order. "She's up and eating," Ethan announced. He hung his hat on the peg. Daniel looked up, his eyes wide with hope. "The star, Father, is it still there?" Ethan sat down and pulled Margaret into his lap. "It didn't wash away, son. It's branded by the stars themselves." "Can I name her?" Margaret asked, her voice muffled by his shirt. Ethan looked at his daughter. She was the future of this hard, beautiful place. "What do you have in mind, little bird?" "Nova," she said with absolute certainty, "because she's the light that found us in the dark." Ethan looked at Clara across the room. She stopped with the iron skillet mid-air. The light from the window caught the silver in her hair. She looked like a queen in a kitchen of pine. Nova Calloway, Clara said softly, a name with enough weight to carry a winter. They ate in a comfortable, bustling silence. The talk wasn't of taxes or the rising price of barbed wire. They talked about the hawks returning to the creek. They talked about the purple hue of the distant mountains. After breakfast, Daniel approached him. The boy held out his carving, his knuckles white. It was the bird from the night before. Ethan took it into his massive, scarred hand. He turned it over, feeling the rough grain and the uneven edges. He'd remembered his own father's voice, cold as a tombstone. "Don't waste the day on toys, Ethan." He looked at his son. He saw the fear of rejection in the boy's eyes. "You caught the spirit of it, Daniel. The way a wing must bend before it can catch the wind." The tension drained out of the boy's shoulders. "I saw a hawk by the ridge," Daniel whispered. "I wanted to keep the movement of it." "Then you are a creator, son. Never let the world tell you that survival is the only thing that matters. Survival is for the body. Beauty is for the soul. Don't ever stop trying to catch the movement." He handed the carving back. The distance between them, a canyon built by years of silence, vanished. Later that morning, a lone wagon appeared on the horizon. It moved slowly through the deep, black ruts of the spring thaw. It was the Gable boy. He was driving a horse that had seen better decades. Ethan walked out to the gate. "Morning, Silas," he called. The boy pulled the reins, his face pale and windburned. "Mr. Calloway, my mother. She wanted you to have these." He reached into the wagon bed and pulled out 2 woven baskets. They were made of stripped willow, polished until they gleamed like bone. "She said they're for the eggs," Silas said, his voice trembling slightly. "And for the things you haven't planted yet." Ethan took the baskets. They were light, but they felt like anchors. "Tell her thank you, Silas. Tell her the spring is finally here." The boy nodded and turned the wagon around. Ethan stood by the gate, watching the mud churn under the wheels. He looked at the baskets, then back at his house. He realized that sacrifice wasn't just about what you gave up. It was about what you were willing to protect. He walked back toward the porch, his head held high. He was no longer just a man surviving the frontier. I was a man building a kingdom of kindness, and that was the only justice he would ever need. Ethan stepped closer to the wagon and rested his hand on the rough-hewn wood. "Tell your mother these are the finest baskets I have ever seen, and tell her we have a new addition to the herd." Silas looked toward the dark mouth of the barn, his young eyes widening with a sudden, sharp curiosity. "A calf, sir. A girl," Ethan said, his voice softening with an unfamiliar warmth. "Come see her before you head back to the creek." The boy hopped down from the seat, his oversized boots clumping heavily against the packed earth. Ethan led him into the cool, hay-scented shadows of the barn. In the corner stall, the red calf stood on wobbly, uncertain legs. A perfect white star marked the center of her forehead like a stamp of divine favor. Silas reached out a trembling hand, then hesitated, pulling his fingers back as if afraid of breaking the moment. "Go on," Ethan encouraged, placing a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder. "She needs to know who her neighbors are." Silas touched the calf's velvet nose. A small, genuine smile broke across the boy's wind-burned face. It was a look of pure, uncomplicated wonder that Ethan hadn't seen since before the great blizzard of 1888. That storm had frozen the heart of the frontier, burying dreams under 10 feet of unforgiving white. But looking at Silas, Ethan realized that hope was more than just a feeling. It was a currency. It was the gold they traded with the Gables and the Briggses when the banks failed during the Panic of 1893. They didn't just exchange labor and tools across these fence lines. They exchanged the fierce, stubborn belief that the next season would be kinder than the last. When Silas finally climbed back into his wagon and disappeared over the ridge, Ethan stood in the yard for a long time. The silence was no longer a vacuum. It was a vessel. He walked toward the old tool shed at the far edge of the property. Inside, tucked under a layer of dust and spiderwebs, sat his father's old work boots. They were stiff, cracked, and gray, looking like the very earth they had spent a lifetime treading for years. Ethan had kept them there like a shrine to his own resentment. He pulled them out into the light. I expected to feel the old bitterness, the weight of a father who ruled with silence and a heavy belt. Instead, he felt a strange, quiet pity. His father had spent his life building walls to keep the world out. He had mended fences until his knuckles bled, yet he had never sat in the straw to feel the breath of a new life against his palm. He had never looked at a piece of scrap wood and seen the potential for a wing in flight. Ethan carried the boots to the burn pile near the garden. I didn't do it in a fit of rage. He did it because the house was finally full of light. He did it because there was no more room in his soul for things that didn't grow. The fire took the old leather slowly, the acrid smoke rising straight into the vast blue Nebraska sky. Clara came out from the house and stood beside him, her apron fluttering in the breeze. She didn't ask for an explanation. She simply took his hand, her calloused fingers locking firmly with his. "The wind is shifting," she noted, her eyes scanning the horizon. "It smells like rain. We need it," Ethan replied, squeezing her hand. "The seeds are waiting for a reason to wake up." He looked at the house he had reinforced against the winter. He looked at the east window that caught the very first gold of the morning. He realized his life was no longer a series of grueling tasks to be survived. It was a garden to be tended with patience. "You know, Clara," he said, his voice low and steady, "I spent so many years trying to be a mountain. I thought if I was big enough and hard enough, nothing in this world could move me." Clara leaned her head against his shoulder, her presence a grounding force. And now, Ethan watched the last of the black smoke vanish into the light. "Now I realize the mountain is just a place where the rain runs off and leaves nothing behind. I'd rather be the valley. I'd rather be the place where the water stays and makes things green." They stood there until the fire died down to glowing embers. In the distance, the creek was singing, fueled by the melting snow of the high peaks. It was a loud, chaotic, beautiful sound. It was the sound of a world shedding its old skin. Ethan turned back toward the barn to finish the evening chores. His step was lighter than it had been in a decade. He wasn't running toward a distant goal anymore. I was exactly where he was supposed to be. He was a man who finally knew the sacred value of a Tuesday afternoon. He was a man who knew that a white star on a red calf was a promise kept by the land. As the first heavy drops of spring rain began to fall, Ethan Calloway tipped his head back and smiled. He let the cool water hit his face, washing away the dust of his father's ghost. He let it soak into the soil of his life, deep where the roots were thirsty. I was ready for the harvest whenever it chose to come, but for today, the rain was enough. The hope was enough. The family was everything. The rain left the world soft, vulnerable, and smelling of wet sage. Ethan stood on the porch, watching the mist cling to the ankles of the mountains like a shroud. His father's boots were gone, reduced to ash and memory in the damp earth. The weight that usually sat on his shoulders felt different now. It was no longer a burden of stones he was forced to carry. It was the weight of a man who finally knew where he stood in the order of things. Inside the house, he heard the rhythmic, comforting scratch of a pen against paper. Clara was at the kitchen table with the community ledger open. She wasn't just tracking the price of eggs and the yield of butter anymore. She was mapping the heartbeats of the county. "The gables are short on seed corn after the rot," she said, her voice carrying through the open door. "And Mrs. Briggs needs someone to check her roof before the next heavy pour." Ethan stepped back inside, the floorboards offering a familiar, solid creak beneath his feet. He looked at her, silhouetted against the soft morning light. She didn't look like a woman burdened by the troubles of others. She looked like a woman who had found her own dignity in the act of mending. "I'll take the wagon over to the Gables this afternoon," Ethan said. "We have enough to share, and then some." Clara looked up, a small, knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Sharing is a new habit for you, Ethan Calloway." He nodded slowly, pulling his suspenders into place. "It's a habit I should have started a long time ago. Being a mountain is lonely work, Clara. Valleys have much more room for company." He walked to the table and rested his hand near hers. Her skin was warm, a stark, beautiful contrast to the damp chill of the frontier morning. They didn't need to say more. The silence between them had finally become a bridge, not a wall. Out in the yard, Daniel was leading the calf toward the paddock. The boy moved with a quiet, soulful patience that Ethan hadn't possessed at that age. Daniel didn't pull on the rope with the anger of a master. He waited for the calf to find her own rhythm in the mud. Ethan watched them from the doorway, leaning his frame against the wood. He saw the way Daniel watched the calf's every movement. The boy wasn't just seeing an animal. He was seeing the curve of the spine, the tilt of the head, the way the light hit the white star. Ethan realized then that Daniel's carving wasn't a distraction from the farm work. It was the very heart of why they worked. The boy understood the land because he studied its hidden shapes. He loved the cattle because he knew their contours by heart. "Daniel," Ethan called out. The boy looked up, his face bright with the effort of his labor. "When you're done with the paddock, bring your tools to the wagon. The Gables wagon has a split sideboard and they need a craftsman's touch." The boy's eyes lit up, and in that moment, the legacy of the Callaways was rewritten. It was no longer a story of endurance. It was a story of grace. "I think you're the only one with the hands to fix it right." The words hung in the damp air between them. Daniel's eyes widened. A flash of raw pride crossed his young features. This wasn't just a chore, it was an acknowledgement of his worth. He tied the rope to the fence with trembling fingers. He hurried toward the tool shed, his boots splashing in the puddles. Ethan felt a sharp, sudden pang of regret. He thought of every time he had stayed silent when he should have spoken. He remembered his own father, a man who viewed praise as a dangerous weakness. A man who thought a son was merely a second pair of hands for the plow. Ethan tightened his grip on the wagon's railing. He wouldn't be that man. He would be the water that stayed in the valley. The drive to the Gable property was slow. The wagon wheels groaned as they cut through the heavy, gray silt. The landscape was a canvas of muted greens and browns. Daniel sat beside him on the bench. He clutched his small bundle of wood-carving tools like a holy relic. The boy looked at the horizon with the intensity of a traveler in a new land. "See that cottonwood?" Daniel asked. He pointed toward the swollen creek, the way the branch bends down and then up again. "It looks like it's trying to catch the water before it escapes." Ethan looked at the tree. He had passed it 1,000 times. He had seen only firewood or a hazard for the cattle. Now he saw the desperate reach of it. "You're right, son," Ethan said. His voice was thick. "It's thirsty. Everything out here is thirsty for something." The road stretched out, a reminder of the 1880s harsh reality. The nation was still reeling from the Panic of '73. Families in the valley lived on grit and the hope of a good harvest. Money was a ghost. Barter was the only language that made sense. They reached the Gable Ranch as the mist began to lift. The air felt thin and quiet. Mrs. Gable was standing on the porch. Her hands were tucked deep into her stained apron. She looked tired. It was the kind of exhaustion that sleep cannot fix. It was the weariness of a woman who had buried a child or a dream. Silas was in the yard. He was trying to wrestle a heavy iron plow into the barn. The boy looked small against the rusted iron and the rotting wood. Ethan climbed down before the wagon had even stopped rolling. "I didn't ask if they needed help. In this valley, asking was an insult to a neighbor's pride." He simply walked over. He took the weight of the plow from the boy's shaking arms. "Morning, Silas," Ethan said. His voice was a low, comforting rumble. "Looks like you've got your hands full of trouble." Silas wiped sweat from his forehead with a muddy sleeve. "Mr. Calloway, I thought you'd be busy with your own mud." "Mud is a communal problem," Ethan replied. Han motioned toward their wagon. "Daniel, get that sideboard checked." For the next 3 hours, they worked in the rhythmic harmony of the frontier. There were no long speeches. There were only the sounds of hammers striking iron, the rasp of saws against seasoned oak, the heavy, synchronized breathing of men doing the work of oxen. Ethan helped Silas grease the axles. He sharpened the blades of the mower until they shone like mirrors. He kept one eye on Daniel. The boy didn't just slap a piece of wood over the crack in the Gable wagon. He studied the grain, he fitted the new piece into the old wound. He sanded the edges until the seam was nearly invisible to the touch. He treated the repair like it was a piece of fine furniture. Miss Gable brought out a pitcher of cool water. She held a plate of biscuits that smelled of wood smoke and lard. She stood by the wagon. watching Daniel work. That's beautiful. Daniel, she whispered. Her voice was fragile, like old lace. My husband always said a well-made thing is a prayer. Daniel blushed. He kept his head ducked low over the wood. It's just a wagon, ma'am. No, Ethan said, stepping closer. He placed a heavy hand on his son's shoulder. It's a promise. It's a promise that it won't break when you need it most. That's a fine prayer for any man to offer. As they prepared to leave, Silas handed Ethan a small, wrapped bundle. My mother wanted you to have this, the boy said. It's the first of the dried apples from last fall. Ethan took the gift. He felt the humble weight of the fruit through the cloth. It was more than food. It was the currency of the valley. It was a sacrifice of their winter stores. On the way home, the sun began to dip below the jagged horizon. The sky turned a bruised purple. It was streaked with veins of orange gold. Ethan let the horses find their own way. He felt a strange, humming peace in his chest. He had spent his life guarding what he had. He had built walls of silence to keep the world out. But today, he had let the world in. He hadn't lost a thing. In fact, he felt heavier. He felt anchored to the earth in a way that didn't drag him down. Father, Daniel asked softly. Yes, son. Do you think the mountain misses the rain after it's gone? Ethan looked at the high peaks. They were shrouded in long, blue shadows. I think the mountain is too busy being hard to feel much of anything. But the valley remembers every drop. The valley turns the rain into something green. They pulled into their own yard as the first stars appeared. The east window of the ranch house was glowing with lamplight. Clara was there, waiting behind the glass. Margaret was silhouetted in the doorway. The girl was waving a white handkerchief like a flag of truce. Ethan climbed down and helped Daniel with the tools. His joints ached with a dull, throbbing fire. His boots were ruined by the alkaline mud. But as he walked toward the porch, he didn't feel the old exhaustion. He felt the pull of the hearth. He felt the gravity of a life well chosen. He stopped at the bottom step. He looked up at Clara. She was leaning against the railing. Her hair was loose around her shoulders. In the fading light, she looked like the girl at the summer social in 1882. She looked like the woman at the creek on a Tuesday afternoon. Did you fix the world? She asked. Her voice was a gentle, loving tease. Ethan laughed. It was a short, honest sound that startled the horses. No, he said, but we fixed a wagon. And I think we fixed a little bit of ourselves, too. He reached out and took her hand. His thumb traced the silver band on her finger. The silver was worn smooth by years of hard work. It was polished by the friction of 1,000 chores. It was no longer just his mother's ring. It was the anchor of the Calloway family. You were right about the hope, Clara, he whispered. He leaned in, smelling the flower and the rosewater on her skin. It's not just a feeling. It's the work we do when we think nobody is watching. She squeezed his hand. Her eyes reflected the flickering lamplight from the hallway. I've always been watching, Ethan. I was just waiting for you to see it too. They walked inside together. The door closed softly, shutting out the cold mountain air. The house was warm. It smelled of cedar, beef stew, and home. The creek continued to roar in the distance. It was a chaotic song of change and erosion. But inside these walls, everything was settled, everything was permanent. Ethan Calloway sat at his heavy oak table. He realized he wasn't a mountain. High was the valley. The valley was full of light. The dawn was a cold sliver of gray light. It cut through the morning mist like a knife. Ethan's back felt the heavy price of yesterday's labor. Each muscle was a tight, overstretched wire. Each joint was a rusted hinge. He sat on the edge of the bed. He watched the rhythmic rise and fall of Clara's shoulders. She was still asleep. Her face was softened by the dim blue light of morning. The silver ring on her finger caught a stray beam of the sun. He thought about the valley he'd claimed to be Mim. A valley isn't just a place that receives. A valley is a place that holds. It holds the silt. It holds the water. It holds the history of the heights above. He stood up slowly. His boots thudded softly on the new floorboards. He walked to the window. The world was waiting. He was ready to hold it all. He was ready to be the man his son deserved. I was ready to be the husband Clara had always seen. The mountain stayed cold, the valley stayed alive. Ethan walked toward the kitchen to start the fire. The smell of pine kindling filled the room. He was a man of the earth. He was a Calloway. And for the first time, that was enough. The fire caught, orange flames licking the dark iron. He watched the sparks dance. They were like the stars he had seen last night, small, bright, and enduring. He heard Daniel stirring in the next room. He heard the soft clink of carving tools. The boy was already awake. The boy was already creating. Ethan smiled into the heat of the stove. The legacy wasn't in the land. The legacy was in the hands. It was in the way they mended what was broken. It was in the way they held what was precious. He poured the water into the kettle. The sound was a silver melody. He looked out at the path leading to the barn. The mud was drying. The sun was rising. The valley was waking up. He was home. The embers in the stove hummed with a low, dying heat. Ethan fed them small chips of pine. The wood hissed. Tiny orange teeth nipped at the kindling. The kitchen smelled of cedar and the sharp, metallic tang of the coming rain. Clara appeared in the doorway. She wrapped her wool shawl tighter against the draft. She didn't speak. Years of marriage had stripped away the need for hollow noise. She walked to the stove. She placed her hand over his. Her skin was a map of soft lines and hard-earned warmth. It was the only anchor he ever truly needed. "You're thinking about the boy," she said. It was a statement of fact. "Silas Gable," Ethan asked. "No," she replied. She looked toward Daniel's room. "Our boy." Ethan looked down at his own palms. They were scarred from decades of pulling life out of the dirt. "He worked like a man yesterday, Clara." "He didn't just use his hand, he used his heart," Ethan nodded. He could still see Daniel's focused face under the lantern light. "He's got a gift for the wood," Ethan whispered. "He sees the soul before the blade even touches the surface. My father would have called that a sin. He would have said the wood only needs to be straight. He wanted things useful, not beautiful." Clara moved to the east window. The frame was beginning to rattle. The light was spilling in now. It turned the kitchen table into a slab of molten gold. "Your father was a man of the mountain, Ethan. He only cared about surviving the peaks. But Daniel, he is different. He's looking for the grace within the struggle. You have to let him find it, even if it scares you." They ate breakfast in the rhythm of a long-standing peace. Margaret woke up like a summer storm. She was a whirlwind of blonde tangles and relentless curiosity. She sat on Ethan's lap. She demanded to know why the birds sang so early when the sky was still gray. "Because they're glad the night didn't win, Maggie," Ethan told her. He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. She had his mother's eyes. They were clear and piercing. They held a strange, ancient wisdom that made his chest ache. It was a look that reminded him of the price of staying in this valley. After breakfast, Ethan walked to the workshop. The air was thick with the scent of sawdust and cold grease. Daniel was already there. He stood over a piece of black walnut. The boy wasn't cutting. He was just running his thumb over the dark, swirling grain. "It's a hard wood," Ethan said. His voice was a low rumble in the small space. Daniel didn't startle. He was too deep in the conversation with the timber. "It's stubborn, Father. The grain goes 3 different ways in a single inch. If I hit it wrong, it will shatter." Ethan leaned against the heavy oak workbench. "Walnut is like the people in this valley, son. It grew through the great freeze of '88. It survived the drought that broke everyone else. The beauty is in the struggle of the grain. The twists are where the wood decided not to die." Ethan reached into a locked drawer. He pulled out a small, velvet-wrapped bundle. He laid it on the bench between them. Inside was a set of chisels. The steel was dark with age. The edges were wickedly sharp. "These belonged to my mother's father," Ethan said. "He was a master cabinet maker back in the old country. My father never used them. He said they were too delicate for the ranch. He wanted to melt them down for horseshoe nails during the Panic of '93. Money was tight. Men were desperate. Dignity was a luxury we couldn't afford." Daniel touched the handle of the smallest chisel. It was made of boxwood. It was worn smooth by a hand that had been silent for 50 years. Why didn't he melt them? Daniel whispered. Ethan looked out the door. He watched the creek churn with muddy runoff. Because my mother fought him for them. She didn't know how to carve a single line, but she knew that a man's tools are his true legacy. She kept them in the bottom of her trunk. She wrapped them in her wedding shawl. She told me once that the tools would wait. She said they would know when the right hands arrived. Ethan looked at Daniel's hands. They were stained with dirt. They were calloused, but they were steady. They were respectful of things that lasted. I think they've waited long enough, Ethan said. A flash of something profound crossed Daniel's face. It wasn't just the joy of a boy getting a gift. It was an awakening. He picked up the chisel. His fingers curled around the handle. It was a perfect fit. It was as if the wood remembered the bloodline. What should I make? Daniel asked. Ethan straightened his back. He ignored the familiar ache in his spine. We're going to build a chest, Daniel. A chest for your mother. Something to hold the things that have no other place. The letters from back east. The dried flowers from your sister's first spring. The memories that are too heavy to carry alone. We'll use the walnut, and we will take our time. For the rest of the morning, the workshop held a sacred silence. The only sound was the rhythmic shave of the blade. Thin curls of walnut fell like dark ribbons to the floor. Ethan didn't give orders. He gave suggestions. He showed Daniel how to read the wood's temper. He taught him that sometimes you have to work with the grain, and sometimes you have to outsmart it. Justice is like this wood, son, Ethan said quietly. It isn't a straight line. It's messy. It's hard. But if you're patient, you find the truth hidden inside. As they worked, Ethan felt a weight lifting. For years, he had been afraid of his own shadow. He feared his father's hardness was his only inheritance. He had carried that silence like a pack full of stones. But here, in the shavings of walnut, he was finding a new language. He was realizing that legacy isn't what you keep for yourself. It's what you choose to pass on. It's the courage to be gentler than the world was to you. Around noon, the sky turned the color of a bruised plum. A sudden spring squall blew in from the peaks. The rain hammered on the tin roof. It was a deafening metallic roar. Daniel paused. His chisel hovered over the boxwood. Is the creek going to rise again? He asked. His voice was tight with the memory of the flood. Ethan walked to the door. He watched the gray sheets of water drown the horizon. The earth was saturated. The water ran off the slopes in angry, muddy rivulets. Maybe, Ethan said, but the fences are repaired. The cattle are on the high ridge, and this house is built on the rock. He turned back to his son. The boy's eyes were wide. The storm is just the world reminding us it's still alive. Daniel, it has no malice. It just is. Don't let it stop your hand. True dignity is finishing the work while the roof rattles. Daniel looked at the walnut. He looked at the rain. He took a deep breath. He lowered the chisel. The work continued. The rain fell. The smell of the wood grew stronger with the moisture. It was the scent of something old becoming something new. Later, Clara brought them tin cups of coffee. She carried thick slices of bread smeared with honey. She stood in the doorway. Her dress was dampened by the spray. She saw the heirlooms on the bench. She saw the look on Daniel's face. She caught Ethan's eye. A small, knowing smile played on her lips. She didn't say a word about her mother-in-law's shawl. She didn't say, I told you so. She just leaned her head against the doorframe. She watched them work. Ethan realized then that Clara was the architect of this moment. She was the one who had kept the hope alive. She had seen the craftsman hidden in the rancher. She had seen the father hidden in the survivor. She had waited 20 years for him to see it too. Her love wasn't a fire that burned out. It was the hearth that kept the house from freezing. The Gables sent word, Clara said over the roar of the rain. Silas got the plow into the north field this morning. The wagon you mended held together through the mud. He said to tell Daniel that the prayer is working. Daniel looked up. There was a smudge of dust on his cheek. He looked at the chest they were building. He looked at his father. It wasn't just the prayer, was it? The boy asked. Ethan gripped the boy's shoulder. The prayer gave him the will, son. The work gave him the way. Now, let's finish this corner. The rain continued to howl. But inside the workshop, There was only the steady, certain sound of a new legacy being carved. Ethan looked at Clara. In the dim light, she looked like the girl he had married under the apple trees. He realized that every sacrifice was worth this single morning. The valley was harsh, the history was bloody, but the wood was good, and the hands were ready. Daniel's eyes shone with a purpose Ethan had never seen before. The boy stood tall, his shoulders were square. "It wasn't just me, Ma," Daniel whispered. "Father showed me where the stress was." Ethan felt a sharp lump in his throat. It was pride. It was relief. He took a slow sip of the bitter coffee to wash it down. "You did the carving, son," Ethan said. "I just held the light." The storm passed as quickly as it had arrived. The sky tore open. Sunlight broke through the heavy, gray clouds. A double rainbow arched over the eastern ridge. The world was dripping. The world was sparkling. The world was renewed. Ethan stepped out of the workshop. He inhaled the scrubbed, electric air. He looked at his hands. They were the hands of a man who broke the earth. But they were also the hands of a man who could build a future. He looked at the ranch house. Smoke curled peacefully from the chimney. I thought of a Tuesday in July, years ago. He thought of the day he first spoke his heart to Clara under the apple trees. The years of building had been slow, fence by fence, room by room. He realized he wasn't just building a ranch, he was building a sanctuary against a violent world. He walked back into the workshop. He picked up a saw. "Come on, Daniel," Ethan called. "The light is too good to waste." "Let's get those dovetails cut," the boy nodded. His movements were confident. His hands were steady. They worked until the shadows grew long. The crickets began their evening song in the tall grass. As they walked back to the house, Ethan put his arm around the boy's shoulders. The mountain of their labor was finally behind them. The valley of their life was warm. It was full of breath. For the first time in 28 years on this soil, Ethan felt home. The house was waiting. The table was set. The east window caught the very last of the golden light. It was enough. It was more than enough. The next morning, frost covered the window pane like frozen ferns. Ethan watched it from the kitchen table. His hands were wrapped around a steaming mug. The heat didn't quite reach his joints today. The ache in his lower back was a familiar tenant now. It was the rent he paid for 20 years of lifting hay bales. It was the cost of wrestling calves in the mud. He didn't complain about the price. He just moved a little slower until the sun cleared the ridge. Across the room, Margaret was wrestling with her boots. She was 8 years old. She possessed the jawline of a stubborn mule. She didn't want help. She didn't want advice. She just wanted those leather heels to click on her own terms. "The cedar grove, Margaret," Ethan said quietly. "That's where we'll find the lining." The walnut chest sat in the workshop, nearly finished. The dovetails were tight enough to hold water. The grain flowed like a dark, secret river across the lid. But a chest for Clara couldn't just be beautiful on the outside. It needed the scent of the high country. It needed to protect the memories placed within. Margaret finally won the battle with her boots. She stood up, panting but triumphant. "I'm ready, Pa. I've got the small saw. I've got the hemp rope." She spoke with a gravity that made Ethan smile into his coffee. She took after her mother in her quiet competence, but she had his own bone-deep restlessness. Daniel was content in the shavings of the workshop. Margaret was only truly herself when she had a horizon in front of her. They stepped out into the crisp, biting air. The horses were already waiting. Their breath bloomed like white flowers in the cold. Clara stood on the porch. She wrapped a heavy wool shawl tighter around her shoulders. She didn't ask them to be careful. She knew the mountains were a stern, unforgiving teacher. She just looked at Ethan. It was a long, steady gaze. It was the kind of look that anchored a man to the earth. "Bring back the scent of the ridge," she said. Ethan nodded. He swung into the saddle with a muffled groan. They rode north. They moved away from the domesticity of the creek. They left the safety of the fences. The trail climbed steeply. They wove through ponderosa pines that smelled of vanilla. As the ranch shrank below them, Ethan felt the old tightness loosen. He loved the house he had built. He loved the life he had forged. But sometimes a man needs to remember the world is bigger than chores. Margaret rode her pony with a natural, easy grace. She didn't chatter. She watched the hawks circling the thermal drafts. She noticed the way the moss grew on the north side of the boulders. "Pa," she asked as they reached the edge of the cedar stand, "why did you wait so long to give Daniel the chisels?" The question caught Ethan off guard. He pulled his horse to a halt. The silence of the high woods pressed in around them. "I wasn't waiting for him to be ready, Margaret. I was waiting for me to be ready to let go of them." He looked at his daughter. Her eyes were bright and searching. Tools are heavy things, not just in the hand, but in the mind. If you give them too early, they become a burden. If you give them too late, they're just cold steel. Margaret processed this. Her small brow furrowed in deep thought. "Will you give me something when I'm ready?" Ethan felt a sudden, sharp pang of love. It felt like a physical weight on his chest. "I'm giving you the mountain today, Margaret. That's a tool, too." They spent the next hour searching for the right tree. It had to be a fallen one. It had to be seasoned by the wind. It couldn't be rotted by the mountain snow. They found it near a rocky outcropping, a red cedar, toppled years ago by a lightning strike. Its heartwood was still vibrant. It was aromatic and red as a sunset. Ethan showed her how to cut the thin slabs. He let her take the lead with the small saw. She worked with a fierce, quiet intensity. She didn't stop when her arms grew tired. She didn't whine when a splinter caught her thumb. She just wiped the sweat on her sleeve. She kept moving. In that moment, Ethan saw the woman she would become. She wouldn't be the one to stay behind and mend quilts. She would be the one out in the storm. She would be the one checking the boundaries of their world. She was the fire to Daniel's earth. When they had enough wood, they wrapped the slabs in burlap. They lashed them to the pack horse. The sun began its long slide toward the western peaks. "Let's sit a minute," Ethan said. They sat on the edge of the outcropping. They looked down at Millhaven. From up here, the town looked like a handful of pebbles. The ranch was a tiny patch of order in a vast, wild landscape. "Do you ever want to go further than the ridge?" Margaret asked. She was looking toward the purple ghosts of the distant range. Ethan looked at his calloused, scarred hands. "I used to. Before I met your mother. I thought the world was a place you had to conquer." He looked away, his eyes clouding with an old shadow. "But then I saw the carnage at Shiloh." Han had never spoken of the war to her before. The memory of 1862 always tasted like copper and smoke. He remembered the mud of Tennessee. He remembered men screaming for mothers who weren't there. He had been 19. He had carried a rifle that felt heavier than the world. He had seen the Union fall and rise in the blood of his friends. "I learned that conquering isn't the point of a life, Margaret. Building is the point. Protecting is the point. A man's dignity isn't found in what he takes from the earth. It's found in what he leaves standing when he's gone." He reached out. He tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "Your mother was the first thing I ever wanted to protect more than myself. That's when the world stopped being a map to traverse. It became a home to defend." Margaret leaned her head against his shoulder. She was still small enough to fit under his arm, but she was growing. Every breath she took was a step away from him. That was the quiet tragedy of being a father. You spend your life making them strong enough to leave you. You forge the steel of their character. You sharpen the edge of their resolve, and then you watch them walk into the woods alone. "Is it hard, Potsis," she whispered, "to be the one who stays?" Ethan looked at the golden valley below. He saw the thin ribbon of smoke from their chimney. He knew Clara was starting the evening stew. I knew Daniel was sweeping the workshop floor. "It's the hardest thing there is," he said, "and the only thing worth doing." He thought of the Great Panic of 1873. The banks had failed. The neighbors had packed their wagons and fled, but they had stayed. They had eaten boiled leather and bitter hope. He had watched Clara grow thin. He had seen the light in her eyes flicker but never die. Justice wasn't something the government gave you in a letter. Justice was keeping your word when the world broke its own. Felipe and the others had called him a fool for staying. But Philippe was gone, and Ethan was still here. The land didn't care about gold or banknotes. The land only cared about the sweat you gave it, Come on, Ethan said, standing up. The mountain is getting cold, and your mother is waiting. They stood up together. The wind picked up, carrying the sharp scent of winter. But as they descended, Ethan felt a warmth in his chest. It had nothing to do with the sun. It was the knowledge that the chest would be finished. The cedar would keep the moths away from Clara's lace. The walnut would hold the weight of their years. And when he was finally gone, these children would know how to stand. They would know how to work. They would know that love isn't a feeling you find. Love is a verb you practice. It's a sharp saw and a steady hand in the dark. It's the scent of cedar on a cold, lonely ridge. It is the simple, sacred promise to always come home. I thought life was a horizon to be chased, Ethan said. He tossed a stone into the yawning canyon, but the hardest journey is staying in one place. Anyone can run when the storms roll in. It takes a different kind of man to grow roots in rocky soil. Margaret leaned her head against his rough sleeve. I want to see the ocean just once, she whispered, to see if it truly is as vast as the Colorado sky. Ethan pulled her closer, his heart heavy with a father's silent prayer. Maybe you will, Maggie. And when the world tires you out, you'll have a hearth to come back to. The ride home was draped in blue shadows. The horses' hooves crunched through patches of stubborn, late winter snow. A single yellow light flickered in the east window of their cabin. It was a beacon against the encroaching wilderness. It was the steady pulse of the Calloway bloodline. They reached the barn as the first stars pierced the twilight. Daniel emerged from the gloom, his face smudged with walnut dust and sweat. Did you find the heartwood? The boy asked. His voice crackled, caught in the awkward transition to manhood. Margaret patted the burlap bundle with a triumphant smile. The best the mountain had to offer. It smells like the very top of the world. They stepped into the kitchen, greeted by the scent of beef stew and sourdough. Clara didn't ask about the trek or the cold. She saw the transformation in their eyes. She recognized the shared secret between father and daughter. She poured mugs of warm cider, her movements graceful despite the years of toil. Ethan sat by the hearth, letting the heat thaw his stiff joints. The ache in his back was a familiar companion. It was the price of a life built by hand. Later, after the house fell into a rhythmic silence, Ethan retreated to his shop. The walnut chest sat on the heavy oak bench, waiting for its soul. Hein took the red cedar slabs and began the delicate work of the interior, the air filled with a sharp, ancient fragrance. It was the scent of endurance and forgotten seasons. This was the wood that survived the great silver crash of 1893. While neighbors fled their homesteads, Ethan had gripped his plow tighter. He remembered the bread lines in Denver and the desperate men on the rails. He had chosen the dignity of the struggle over the mercy of the city. He ran a calloused thumb over the lid. Daniel's carving of the cottonwood leaf was a masterpiece of patience. The boxwood chisels had bitten deep and true. Legacy wasn't a bank account or a title deed. It was a web of shared labor and silent sacrifices. It was the son who mastered the blade and the daughter who dreamed of salt water. It was the man he had been, and the legacy he was leaving behind. He picked up a rag soaked in linseed oil. With slow, circular motions, he began the final polish. The grain deepened, shimmering like a dark mountain lake under the moon. Tomorrow, he would present it to Clara. There would be no grand speeches or flowery words. He would place it on the table and let the craftsmanship speak. True love didn't need an audience to be valid. It only needed to be honest. Ethan blew out the kerosene lamp and stepped into the biting night. Soft flakes of snow began to dance in the air. He looked at the peaks one last time before latching the door. The mountains were indifferent to human suffering. But tonight, they felt like old friends who had kept his secrets. He climbed the stairs, his boots echoing on the pine boards he had milled himself. Clara was a soft silhouette beneath the heavy quilts. The lamp was turned low, casting a golden hue on her sleeping face. He slipped into bed, careful not to break her rest. He listened to the rhythmic pull of her breath. I thought of Margaret's ocean and the shavings on Daniel's floor. He thought of the July morning they arrived with nothing but a wagon and hope. A lucky man isn't defined by the absence of storms. He is defined by having a reason to stand through the gale. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the warmth of his home. Outside, the wind began to moan through the skeletal cottonwoods, but inside, the air was thick with the scent of cedar and devotion. The ranch was a stubborn ember in the vast Colorado dark. It waited for the sun to strike the frost on the glass. It waited for the next ordinary, a beautiful day of labor. The cycle remained unbroken, a promise kept to the earth. The work was never truly finished. The story was merely resting. Ethan slept, his hand near the woman who had taught him how to see the light. Tomorrow, they would rise before the birds. Tomorrow, they would face the eastern horizon together, and that was enough to sustain a man's soul. The morning arrived with a thin, brittle light that tasted of ice. It turned the window frost into a map of silver veins and hidden trails. Ethan woke before the stove could even begin to take the chill off the room. He moved like a shadow, preserving the sanctity of Clara's sleep. The walnut chest was heavy in his arms, a weight of pure intention. He carried it into the kitchen and set it on the long table. He positioned it so the first ray of sun would ignite the grain. Then, he started the coffee, the smell of roasted beans cutting through the cold. It was the aroma of a new beginning. Daniel appeared first, his hair wild from sleep, his eyes fixing on the chest. The boy didn't speak, he simply approached the table. He traced the edges of the leaf he had carved with trembling fingers. Ethan watched him from the shadows of the pantry. Hein saw the width of the boy's shoulders, forged by the axe and the plow. He saw the permanent stains of wood oil on Daniel's knuckles. "It looks different in the light," Daniel whispered. "It looks like it was always meant to be here," Ethan replied. Daniel looked at his father, a new understanding dawning in his gaze. It was the realization that he was no longer just a helper. He was a creator, a link in a chain that stretched back to the beginning. Then came Margaret, a blur of unbuttoned wool and morning fire. She skidded to a halt, her breath hitching in her throat. "The mountain wood," she cried. She stood on her tiptoes, peering into the cedar-lined depths. The fragrance puffed out, clean and sharp, filling the entire kitchen. "It smells like the air where the eagles live," she said, closing her eyes. Ethan placed a heavy hand on her shoulder. "Everything in this house has a history, Maggie. Every board and every nail tells a story of where we've been." Finally, the floorboards upstairs groaned under a familiar, weary step. Clara entered the room, wrapping her knitted shawl tight. She stopped dead when she saw the three of them gathered at the table. Her eyes fell upon the dark, shimmering wood of the chest. The room went perfectly still, the only sound the crackle of the fire. Clara approached the table with the slow grace of a queen. She didn't look at Ethan or the children at first. She looked at the wood, seeing the chocolate depths of the walnut. She saw the years of curing, the hours of sanding, the silent apology for every hard winter. She saw the silver crash, the failed crops, and the long nights of hunger. She saw the man who had stayed when the world told him to leave. Clara reached out, her fingers trembling as they touched the polished surface. She didn't cry, but her eyes held a lifetime of unspoken gratitude. "It's beautiful, Ethan," she whispered. "It's more than beautiful." Ethan stepped forward, his hand finding hers on the lid of the chest. Their calloused palms met, a map of shared history. In that moment, the mountain wood wasn't just a gift, it was a monument to a love that had refused to break. It was the justice they had earned from the unyielding land. The sun finally broke over the ridge, flooding the kitchen with gold. The walnut chest glowed like a living thing. And in the quiet of the Colorado morning, the Calloway family stood together, strong as the mountain, deep as the roots, and as eternal as the rising sun. Clara's fingers traced the delicate leaf Daniel had carved into the walnut. The wood felt smooth, a stark contrast to the rough bark of the living trees. She did not move her hand for a long time. Ethan watched her, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He had stared down mountain lions. He had ridden through blizzards that turned the world white and deadly. None of it compared to the fear of this silence. Clara finally lifted the lid. The cedar lining glowed a soft, reddish pink in the morning light. The scent hit her instantly. It was the sharp, clean smell of the high ridge. It was the scent of the journey Ethan and Margaret had taken while she stayed behind to guard the hearth. Clara turned her gaze toward Ethan. Her eyes were bright with a sudden, fierce light. They did not leak. Clara Harmon Calloway was not a woman who wept for the world to see. She was a woman who felt deeply, letting emotion settle into her bones like marrow. "You went to the high ridge," she said. Her voice was a soft rasp, barely a whisper. "Margaret helped," Ethan replied, his voice gruff. "Daniel did the leaf," Margaret added. The girl pointed with a small, urgent finger, making sure the credit was shared. Clara looked at her son. Daniel stood tall, his jaw set, trying to hide his pride behind a mask of indifference. How was a boy becoming a man in a land that demanded it too soon? Clara stepped toward him. She pulled him into a brief, firm hug. "You have your grandfather's hands." "Daniel," she whispered. She pulled back, looking into his eyes. "And your father's heart." Daniel's face flushed a deep, embarrassed red. He didn't pull away. He stood there, accepting the mantle of his lineage. Then Clara looked at Ethan again. A silent conversation passed between them, one the children couldn't hear. It was a dialogue of decades, but it was about the Tuesdays spent washing clothes in the freezing creek. It was about the panic of 1893 when the silver crash almost took the roof from over their heads. It was about the nights they spent huddled over a single candle, staring at the ledger. They weren't just building a ranch anymore. They were building a history out of dust and defiance. "Thank you," she said. The words were simple. She used the same words when he brought in the morning wood. She used them when he fixed a broken gate, but the weight behind them now could anchor a ship in a gale. Clara began to move about the kitchen, her hands finding the flour. She started the biscuits, her rhythm steady and sure. The chest remained on the table. It was a new member of the family, silent and watchful. Later that morning, Ethan and Daniel headed to the barn. The thaw was beginning in earnest. The Colorado mud was a thick, sucking soup that tried to steal their boots. They worked in silence for an hour, mending a leather harness that had snapped during the last frost. The smell of horse sweat and old hay filled the air. "Pa?" Daniel asked. He didn't look up from the thick needle. "Yeah, son. Do you think a man can be two things at once?" Ethan paused, his needle halfway through a stitch. He looked at the calloused tips of his own fingers. "What things?" "A rancher," Daniel said, his voice low and uncertain. "And someone who makes things like the chest." Ethan looked at the boy. He remembered his own father, a man of iron and stone, a man who saw wood only as fuel for the stove or posts for the fence. He remembered the struggle to find his own rhythm in the shadow of that giant. "The ranch is just a place, Daniel," Ethan said. "It's a big place, and it needs a lot of tending. It's a hard master." He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto his son's. "But it doesn't own your mind. It doesn't get to decide who you are inside. If you can see a leaf in a piece of wood, that's a gift. That's a piece of the divine. Don't go throwing gifts away just because there's manure on your boots." Daniel nodded slowly, his jaw set in a line that Ethan recognized in the mirror every morning. "I like the way the wood feels when it yields," Daniel admitted. "It's not like cattle. Cattle fight you. They have no memory of kindness. Wood waits for you to be right." Ethan smiled, a small, private thing. "That's a good way to put it. Just remember that you can't eat wood, son. You need the cattle to keep the wood on the table. Balance is the hardest thing to grow on this land, more than corn, more than beef." They went back to work. A new understanding formed between them, thick and durable. It wasn't a transition of power yet. It was the recognition of a peer. In the house, Margaret was helping Clara. They were beginning to fill the chest. Clara brought out a bundle wrapped in yellowed linen from the bottom of the wardrobe. She laid it on the kitchen table next to the walnut chest. "What's that, Mama says?" Margaret asked. "These are the things that don't have a place but have us a home," Clara said. She unwrapped the bundle with trembling hands. Inside was a small, dried wildflower. It was brittle and faded. The first one Ethan had ever given her. He had plucked it from the mud when they were both barely 20. Next to it lay a lock of Daniel's hair from his first shearing. There was a heavy silver button from Daniel Harmon's wedding coat. Clara's father had died at Gettysburg, fighting for a dignity he believed was universal. The button was all she had left of him. And there was a letter. The paper was thin, the ink faded to a ghostly, translucent brown. Margaret reached out to touch the flower. "It's so small. Mama, how did it stay whole?" "It survived because I saw it," Clara said. "That's the secret, Margaret. Things only last as long as someone is willing to look at them." She placed the items into the cedar-lined interior one by one. The scent of the mountain rose up to meet the ghosts of her past. Clara picked up the letter. "This is the first letter your father wrote to me when he went to claim this land. It's mostly about the weather and the price of beef in Denver. But if you read between the lines, Maggie, it's about everything else." Margaret looked at the paper, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Did he say he loved you?" Clara smiled, a dry, humored expression that softened her face. "Your father doesn't use words like that on paper, Maggie. He's a man of the mountain. He says it with windows. He says it with walnut chests. He says it by staying when the wind tries to blow us both away." She placed the letter on top of the pile. She closed the lid. The click of the latch was a finality. It was a period at the end of a long, grueling chapter of their lives. The chest was no longer just an object of wood and oil. It was a vessel for their souls. The afternoon brought a shift in the wind. It blew from the south, carrying the smell of damp earth and distant, cleansing rain. Ethan stood on the porch, watching the clouds gather over the jagged peaks. The winter was finally losing its grip on the valley. He felt a strange restlessness in his chest. It wasn't the urge to run, the way he had felt in his wild youth. It was the urge to expand, to build something that would outlast his own breath. He wanted to ensure that when Margaret was ready to see her ocean, she had a ship to carry her there. Justice for a man like Ethan wasn't found in a courtroom. It was found in the ability to give his children a choice he never had. Clara came out and stood beside him. She didn't lean against him, she didn't need to. They stood like two ancient trees planted close together. Their branches touched in the wind, but their trunks were independent and strong. "The creek will be high this year," she said, squinting at the snow line. "It will," Ethan agreed. "We'll need to move the lower fence posts again before the runoff." Clara looked toward the line of cottonwoods by the water. "Daniel can help you. He's strong enough to hold the sledge." Ethan realized she was right. The boy who had carved the leaf was ready to drive the posts into the earth. "And Margaret?" Ethan asked. "Margaret is already at the creek," Clara said, pointing. Ethan saw the small figure near the water's edge. She was tossing stones. Watching the ripples spread toward the far bank, she was looking at the water as if it were a road leading to the edge of the world. "She has your fire, Clara." "No," Clara said softly. "She has your distance, Ethan. She's already looking for what's over the next ridge." Ethan felt a pang of something that wasn't quite sadness. It was the realization that a home is both a sanctuary and a starting point. He had spent his life making it a sanctuary, a fortress against the wild. Now he had to learn how to make it a place to leave from. He looked back at the house. The east window caught the last of the light, turning the glass into a sheet of gold. Inside, the walnut chest sat in the center of their world. It held their pain, it held their pride, it held the quiet, unshakable dignity of people who had refused to break. The mountain had tried to crush them. Instead, they had carved their names into its heart. Ethan reached out and took Clara's hand. His skin was like leather, hers like parchment. Together, they were the story of the land. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a trail of fire across the sky. The work wasn't done, it would never be done. But for tonight, there was peace in the Colorado high country. The chest was closed, the family was whole, and the morning would bring the strength to begin again. The spring rain began as a whisper. It tapped against the porch. It promised life, but it brought a different kind of labor. This was Colorado in the wake of the 1893 silver crash. Every head of cattle was a lifeline. Every calf was a hedge against the bank's cold ledger. The ground was no longer solid. It had become a hungry, churning sea of gray silt. Ethan Calloway stood at the edge of the creek. The water was no longer the clear, singing mountain stream of summer. It was a brown, muscular animal. It tore at the banks with a savage hunger. The mud clung to his boots. It pulled at his heels with a rhythmic, heavy suction. Each step was a negotiation with the earth. His knees ached with a damp, seasonal cold. It was a pain that lived deep in the marrow. It was the tax the mountain collected from those who stayed. Daniel stood 10 feet away. The boy was 18 now. He held the coil of heavy hemp rope. His knuckles were white against the rough fibers. The boy's face was a map of grit and drying spray. His jaw was locked. He had the Calloway stare. It was a look that didn't blink in the face of a storm. They were looking at a young heifer. She was belly deep in the mire near the bend. Her eyes were wide, showing the panicked whites. Her breath came in ragged, white plumes. She was dying of exhaustion. She was sinking into the belly of the land. "She's given up, Pa," Daniel said. His voice was different now. It had the resonance of a man. It carried a vibration Ethan hadn't noticed before. It was the sound of a voice that could command a team of oxen. Ethan didn't answer immediately. He looked at the rope. He looked at the churning water. In years past, he would have grabbed the line. He would have waded into the freezing sludge himself. He was the anchor. He was the shield. But he felt the weight of his 50 years. He felt the phantom chill of his own father's voice. James Ethan Calloway used to stand on these same banks. He used to bark orders like a general. He never taught. He only judged. "The land doesn't care if you give up," Ethan said. He didn't yell. He spoke with a quiet gravity. "It just takes what is left. It has no mercy. It only has laws." Ethan looked at Daniel's hands. The boy wasn't shaking. He was ready. This was the moment of the handoff. It wasn't about a rope. It was about the burden of the name. "You take the head," Ethan said. His heart tightened. "I'll stay on the high ground. I'll anchor the horse." Daniel's gray eyes flashed with a brief, sharp surprise. He expected to be told to stay back. He expected to be the helper. Instead, he was the lead. The boy nodded once. It was a grim, focused movement. He didn't wait. He stepped into the mud. Ethan watched him. He saw Daniel test the footing. He saw the patience in the boy's approach. Daniel spoke to the heifer in a low, steady murmur. It wasn't a command. It was an invitation to live. It was a tenderness Ethan hadn't known how to give at that age. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of pride. It was so intense it felt like a physical blow. Ethan led the stallion, Duke, to a sturdy cottonwood. He looped the tether. He kept his eyes on his son. He wasn't just anchoring a horse. He was anchoring a legacy. He realized he had been carrying his father's shadow like a heavy, suffocating coat. Today, he let the coat fall into the mud. Inside the house, the atmosphere was a sanctuary of scent. The smell of rendering lard filled the kitchen. It was thick and salty. It was the smell of survival. Clara stood at the stove. Her movements were precise. She had the grace of a woman who had mastered her environment. Margaret sat by the east window. She had scraps of old leather in her lap. She was trying to sew a small pouch. Her small fingers were red from the effort. The needle wouldn't move. She was fighting the material. "It won't go through, Mama," Margaret whispered. She wasn't crying. She was a Calloway. She was just frustrated. Clara wiped her hands on her apron. She walked over. She didn't take the project away. She sat down in a small chair beside her daughter. She looked at the girl's work. "Leather is like people, Margaret," Clara said. Her voice was like honey and iron. "It has a grain. It has a history. If you fight the grain, you break the tool, and you break your spirit." She took the girl's hands. She showed her how to find the natural pores. "You have to look for the way it wants to be sewn," Clara continued. "You don't force your will on it. You listen to what it is, then you guide it." Margaret squinted at the hide. "Is that what Pa does with the wood?" "In a way," Clara said. She looked out the window. She saw the two figures in the distance, one tall and straight, one slightly smaller, both battling the mountain. "He listens to what the tree was, then he tells it what it's going to be. That is the only way to build something that lasts." Clara saw the rope go taut. She saw the heave of the horse. She saw Daniel chest deep in the brown water. She didn't hold her breath. She had learned long ago that fear doesn't stop the world from turning. It only makes the journey harder. They're bringing her up, Margaret noted. I know, Clara replied. Daniel looks like Pa from here, the girl said. Clara felt a tear prick at her eyes. She brushed it away before it could fall. Your brother is learning that he is strong, and your father is learning something harder. What's that? That he doesn't have to be the only one who is. Clara looked at the leather in Margaret's hands. This was the work of women. This was the silent justice of the homestead. While men fought the mud, women fought the wear and tear of the soul. They kept the world from fraying at the edges. Margaret pushed the needle again. It slid in with a clean, satisfying pop. I found the grain, Margaret said. Her voice was bright. Down at the creek, the heifer scrambled onto the grass. She shook the mud from her flanks. She was alive. She trotted toward the herd. She was indifferent to the man and the boy who had saved her. Daniel stood in the muck. His breath came in heavy, ragged gulps. He looked at his hands. They were caked in filth. They were beginning to swell from the cold. He looked at Ethan. He didn't ask for praise. He didn't look for a nod. He simply walked up the bank. He handed the rope back to his father. The knot held, Daniel said. Ethan took the rope. The hemp was wet and heavy. It felt like the weight of the world. It was a good knot. Daniel, Ethan said. He reached out. He placed a heavy, mud-stained hand on his son's shoulder, the kind a man can trust. The boy's eyes softened for a fraction of a second. It was the only reward he needed. They walked back toward the barn. The mud didn't feel as heavy anymore. The suction of the earth was just a reminder. They were still standing. They were still here. The silver panic of '93 had taken their neighbors. It had emptied the towns. It had turned proud men into beggars. But it had not taken the Calloways. They reached the porch. The sun was beginning to fail. The light was a bruised purple. Ethan stopped. He looked at Clara through the window. She was watching them. She was the North Star of his life. He realized that courage wasn't just wading into a river. It was the quiet act of staying. It was the sacrifice of your own strength so that the next generation could find theirs. Ethan opened the door. The warmth of the kitchen hit him. It smelled of lard, cedar, and love. He looked at his wife. He didn't need to speak. She saw the mud on Daniel. She saw the change in Ethan's eyes. Coffee's hot, Clara said. Ethan sat at the table. His body was a collection of aches. But his mind was clear. He had built a world. He had fought the mountain. And today, the mountain had yielded, not because he conquered it, but because he had learned to live with its grain. He looked at Daniel. I looked at Margaret. They were the true crop of this land. They were strong as walnut. They were deep as cedar. The morning would come soon. It would bring more rain. It would bring more work. But the Calloways were ready. They were rooted in the Colorado dirt. And as long as the sun rose in the east, they would be exactly where they were supposed to be. He reached across the table. He took Clara's hand. Her skin was rough. It was mapped with labor. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He squeezed her fingers. She squeezed back. It was a silent vow. It was a love that had survived the frost. It was a love that would survive the spring. The work wasn't done. It would never be done. But for this moment, there was a profound, unshakable peace in the high country. The family was whole, the legacy was secure, and that was justice enough for any man. Ethan's fingers brushed the rough wood of the barn door. He felt the heat of the lantern in his left hand. The flame flickered against the rising wind. Daniel walked beside him. The boy's shoulders were tight. He carried the weight of the night's labor in his stride. They stepped into the scent of dry hay and old leather. The horses shifted in their stalls. Their breath rose in soft, rhythmic clouds. Ethan set the lantern on the workbench. The light pooled like spilled honey across the grain. He reached for a curry comb. His joints protested with a familiar, dull ache. Daniel picked up a piece of harness. The leather was stiff with dried mud. The silence between them wasn't heavy. It was the silence of two men who had shared the same dirt, Pa. Daniel didn't look up. He kept his eyes on the buckle he was scrubbing. Yeah, Daniel, when you were my age, did you ever think about leaving? The question hung in the air. It felt like a physical weight. Ethan stopped moving. The curry comb stayed frozen against the wood. The wind rattled the loose shingles on the roof. It was the same wind that had called to Ethan 30 years ago. He remembered the dust of the 1893 panic. He remembered the banks in Denver closing their iron doors. He remembered the families packed into wagons, heading east with nothing but hollow eyes. Every morning, Ethan said. His voice was a low rasp. Every time I saw the sun hit the top of the Sangre de Cristo range. Daniel finally looked at him. The boy's eyes were wide. They were searching for a map Ethan had never drawn. Why did you stay? Ethan looked at the walls of this barn. He had cut every log. He had notched every corner with a handsaw and a prayer. He thought about the year the silver market crashed. The neighbors had begged him to sell. They told him the land was a graveyard for ambition. But Ethan had looked at the soil. He saw something the bankers couldn't value. I stayed because I realized that running is just a way of moving. Building is a way of arriving. He stepped closer to his son. He saw the same restless ghost in Daniel's expression. I didn't want to be a man who was always between places, Daniel. A man who owns nothing but the dust on his boots has no shadow. But the choice has to be yours. A fence is only a prison if you didn't help build it. Daniel looked back down at the harness. His hands were shaking slightly. The lantern light caught a single tear before it hit the dirt. I like the fence, Pa. I just wanted to know if the wanting to leave was a sin. Ethan reached out. He placed a heavy, calloused hand on Daniel's shoulder. It was the hand of a father, but also the hand of a brother in arms. It's not a sin, Ethan whispered. It's just the soul testing the edges of the cage. Once you know you can leave, you can finally decide to stay. They worked in a shared, comfortable peace for the next hour. The tools clicked rhythmically. The horses settled into sleep. The world outside was vast and cold. But inside the barn, there was a warmth that couldn't be bought with silver. They finished the tack and walked back toward the house. The kitchen windows glowed with a soft, inviting yellow. As they stepped inside, the smell of rendering lard wrapped around them. It was the smell of survival and home. Clara stood by the stove. She was a pillar of quiet strength. She didn't ask about the struggle in the mud. She didn't ask about the cow. She saw the way they moved together. She saw the shared understanding in the set of their jaws. "Supper's almost ready," she said. "Wash up. You both smell like the bottom of the world." Ethan caught her eye as he moved toward the basin. She knew. She always knew. He scrubbed his hands until the water was the color of the creek in flood. He looked at the small, cracked mirror. He saw the history of the mountain written in the lines of his face. He saw the gray in his beard. It wasn't a sign of decay. It was a badge of endurance. He felt like the walnut chest in the corner. He felt seasoned by the frost and tempered by the sun. After supper, the family gathered in the main room. The rain returned, a gentle drumming on the cedar shingles. Daniel sat by the hearth. He was whittling a piece of scrap wood. He wasn't carving a delicate leaf tonight. He was shaping a handle for a new shovel. It was a tool for the future. Margaret sat near him, holding her leather pouch. She handed it to Ethan. He took it with reverence. He felt the precision of her stitches. He felt the dignity in her work. "You found the way through, Maggie," Daddy said. "I did, Pa. It's for my stones. The ones from the creek." Ethan handed it back. "Keep them safe. They're the only parts of the mountain that don't move." He sank into his chair and looked at Clara. She was sitting at the table. Her hands were finally still. The walnut chest stood behind her like a silent guardian. Ethan realized they had crossed a threshold. The winter of mere survival had passed. The spring of true partnership had begun. He felt a deep, resonant gratitude. It was the feeling of a man who had narrowly avoided a life of solitude. He reached out across the small space. He took Clara's hand. Her skin was warm. Her grip was as firm as the roots of an oak. "You remember the spring of '94? Ethan asked softly. Clara's eyes softened. The year we lived on biscuits and hope. The year I almost gave up, Ethan admitted. Daniel and Margaret looked up from the fire. You never told us that. Pa, Daniel said. Ethan looked at his son. I went to the creek to wash the failure off my face. I saw your mother standing on the ridge. She wasn't looking at the road. She was looking at the garden. She told me that a man's dignity isn't found in his wallet. It's found in the length of the furrow he plows. Clara squeezed his hand. You plowed a straight line, James Ethan, even when the ground was frozen. The room fell into a sacred silence. The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing up the chimney. Ethan closed his eyes. He listened to the breath of his family. The house was quiet. The land was waking up. He didn't feel the need to look at the horizon anymore. He was exactly where he was supposed to be. The anchor had held. The legacy was breathing. Morning light eventually found the valley. Ethan stood on the porch with his coffee. The air was different now. It didn't have the metallic bite of the frost. It smelled of crushed grass and damp, waking earth. He watched the light hit the east window. The glass was wavy, a flaw from a long-gone factory. It made the world look like a painting. He thought about the day he cut that opening into the logs. He had been a young man then. He had been trying to prove he could build a sanctuary for a woman he loved. Now, he was an old man simply trying to maintain it for a family that was his world. His joints thrummed with a rhythmic ache. It was the tax the land collected for 30 years of labor. He didn't mind the payment. The barn doors were already open. He heard the clack hiss of a whetstone. Daniel was sharpening a blade. The boy didn't wait for orders. He moved with the quiet intentionality of a man who owned the air he breathed. Clara stepped out onto the porch. She leaned against the railing. Her shoulder brushed his. It was the familiar touch of a long-settled habit. They stood there together, two people who had survived the storms and the panics. The creek is dropping, she said. I saw the gravel bar this morning. Ethan nodded. The fence will need tightening, but the posts stayed true. Clara looked at him. She searched his face for the thoughts he rarely spoke. You're thinking about the winter, aren't you? Ethan smiled. It was a weary, beautiful twitch of his lips. I'm thinking about how the house feels smaller when the sun stays out. Or maybe we're just getting larger, Clara laughed. The sound made his chest feel light. We're not getting larger, James Ethan. We're just taking up the space we finally earned. He looked at her, really looked at her. He saw the girl who had followed him into the wilderness. He saw the woman who had turned a shack into a home. I'd do it all again, he whispered. The mud, the cold, the hunger. Just to stand here with you this morning. Clara didn't answer with words. She just rested her head on his shoulder. The sun climbed higher, the shadows retreated. The Callaways were ready for the day. They were rooted in the dirt, and they were finally, truly home. Clara reached out. She adjusted the frayed collar of his work shirt. Her fingers remained nimble despite the years of labor. The lye soap had etched lines into her skin. The garden soil had darkened her cuticles. The cold spring water had nipped at her joints every winter. Yet, her touch was as light as a moth's wing. I'm going into Millhaven today, she said. Her voice carried the steady rhythm of a woman who had outpaced fear. The Henderson girl is having her first. They say the child is coming early, and felt the weight of her words. In 1893, an early birth in the Colorado high country was often a death sentence. The silver panic had hit the valley hard. The mines were closing. The banks were calloused and cold. Families like the Hendersons had nothing left but their pride. They don't have enough linens, Clara continued. The mother is too proud to ask for a hand. She would rather wrap that babe in newspaper than admit she's hungry. Ethan leaned back against the rough-hewn timber of the house. The wood was sun-warmed. Take the buckboard, he commanded softly. The spring on the left side is squeaking like a trapped bird, but she'll hold the weight. Clara looked toward the barn door. The morning light was spilling across the threshold. I'll take Margaret with me, she decided. She's finished that leather pouch she was working on. She wants to show it to your mother's namesake. Ethan felt a pang of something sharp and sweet in his chest. Margaret was barely 12 when now she was already seeking her place in the long lineage of survivors. She was learning the invisible threads of the valley. These were the threads that kept a family from drifting into the tall grass. They kept the soul from becoming a lost calf in a storm. "Tell Daniel to check the wagon's hub before you go," Ethan said. He looked at the dirt beneath his boots. "He needs to learn the feel of a dry axle. He needs to know it before it starts to smoke." Clara nodded. A knowing glint sparked in her eyes. It was the look of a woman who saw through every masculine mask. "He already did," she whispered. "He did it before he even touched his tools this morning." Ethan felt a strange mixture of emotions. Pride swelled in his throat. A ghost of obsolescence haunted his heart. He was being outpaced by his own legacy. It was the very thing he had prayed for. On those cold, lonely nights, before Clara arrived, he had begged for this. He had asked God for a reason to keep the fire burning. But the reality of being replaced was a heavy coat to wear. He walked down the steps. His boots crunched on the gravel. The interior of the barn was a cathedral of shadow and scent. It smelled of cedar shavings. It smelled of neat's foot oil and cured hay. Daniel looked up from the workbench. His face was smudged with grease. His eyes held the intensity of a man who understood the stakes. "I checked the grease on the buckboard, Pop," the boy said. "She's ready for the road and back." Ethan walked over to the bench. He picked up a chisel. Daniel had been sharpening. He ran his thumb over the edge. He used a lightness born of 40 years of scars. The steel was terrifyingly sharp. It was a professional's edge. It was the edge of a man who respected the wood. "You've got a steady hand, son," Ethan remarked. Daniel wiped his forehead with his sleeve. The gesture was a mirror of Ethan's own habits. "The wood doesn't fight you if you treat it right," Daniel replied. "That's what you told me last summer." Ethan replaced the tool. He set it down exactly where it had been. "Sometimes the wood fights you just to see if you're serious," Ethan countered. "But you're past that stage." He looked at his son's hands. They were broader than his now. They were stronger and unblemished by the same failures. But they held the same reverence. It was the reverence for work that Ethan had planted like a seed. "I want you to take the south pasture today," Ethan said. "Alone?" Daniel asked. Surprise colored his voice like a sudden dawn. "Alone," Ethan confirmed. "The herd needs culling before the heat sets in. Mark the ones that aren't thriving. I trust your eye more than I trust my own memory these days." Daniel went still. The weight of the responsibility settled on his shoulders. Culling was the hardest part of ranching. It required a cold mind. It required a warm heart. It was the decision of life and death for the sake of the whole. It was the definition of justice in a wild land. "I'll do my best, Pa," Daniel said. "Don't do your best," Ethan corrected. His voice was stern but not unkind. "Do what's right for the land. The land doesn't care about your best intentions. It only cares about the result of the choice." Daniel nodded. His jaw set in a way that bridged the generations. The boy was becoming a man of weight. Ethan left the barn. He walked toward the creek. He needed the sound of the water. He needed something that moved without his permission. He reached the spot where the bank curved. The cottonwoods were in full, vibrant leaf. They whispered to each other in the breeze. They sounded like old women at a church social. Sat on a large, flat stone. His legs dangled near the rushing edge of the water. He thought about the silver ring on Clara's finger. It was his mother's ring. It was the only thing his father had left that wasn't broken. He thought about the walnut chest in their bedroom. He thought about the first wildflower she had ever pressed. He realized he had spent his life building a fortress. He had built it against the world. He had built it against the hunger and the wind. And now, the world was inside the fortress. And it was beautiful. The fear of losing it hadn't disappeared. It had just transformed. It was now a profound sense of stewardship. He wasn't protecting property anymore. He was protecting a story that would outlast his bones. A hawk circled high above. It was a tiny speck against the vast Colorado blue. It didn't flap its wings. It just rode the invisible currents. It trusted the air to hold it up. Ethan closed his eyes. He breathed in the scent of the cold, glacial runoff. He felt the sun on his weathered face. He wasn't the center of the ranch anymore. It was the soil it grew from. And for a man who had once been terrified of having nothing, being the foundation was more than enough. He heard the rattle of the buckboard. It was leaving the yard. He heard the sharp, clear whistle Daniel used to call the horse. The ranch was moving without him. It was a terrifying, wonderful sound. He stayed by the creek until the shadows began to stretch. They crawled across the valley floor like reaching fingers. He thought about his own father. He thought about the long, hollow silence that had lived between them. It was a silence born of shame and hard whiskey. He promised himself that the silence between him and Daniel would be different. It would be the full kind of silence, the kind that didn't need to be filled. It was already overflowing with understanding. He stood up. He brushed the dust from his trousers. His knees popped with the effort of the years. He smiled. The land was still collecting its tax in marrow and muscle, but today, he felt like the richest man in Millhaven. He walked back toward the house. The east window caught the late afternoon glow. It looked like a beacon. It was a light for anyone lost in the dark. He went inside. He sat at the kitchen table. He looked at the empty chairs. He didn't feel lonely. He felt like a man waiting for his life to come home. He knew with a certainty that reached his bones that they would. He picked up a piece of scrap wood from the table. It was a piece Daniel had discarded. It had a knot in the center. He ran his fingers over the rough grain. He could still feel the tree inside it. He could feel the potential of what it could have been. He realized the greatest things in life aren't the ones you finish. They are the ones you start. They are the ones you have the courage to give away. He set the wood down carefully. He looked out the window at the mountains. The horizon was still there. It was pulling at the world, but it wasn't pulling at him anymore. It was just a boundary for the home he had built. The house was quiet, but it wasn't silent. It hummed with the echoes of children. It breathed with the ghost of 1,000 shared meals. It was the sound of a life well spent. It was the sound of peace. The valley breathed in a slow, rhythmic pulse. Ethan Calloway stood as the center of that rhythm. He listened for the rumble of the returning wagon. He watched the evening light turn the dust into suspended gold. He was a man who had finally reached his destination. For the first time in decades, he felt no urge to see what lay beyond the next ridge. The anchor of his soul had found purchase. It had burrowed deep into the red, uncompromising Colorado soil. The coming harvest promised to be a testament to his endurance. The dust settled in the yard long before the sound of the wheels truly stopped. Ethan leaned against the barn door. His shadow stretched like a long, dark finger toward the house. He did not rush out to meet the buckboard. He allowed the boy the dignity of his silence. A man deserves a moment of quiet before he reports the cost of his labor. Daniel brought the team to a halt with a low, steady whistle. The sound did not shake. The boy's shoulders were bowed under an invisible weight. Yet he kept his chin level with the horizon. Ethan watched him climb down from the bench. Daniel's boots hit the packed earth with a heavy, final thud. It was the sound of a boy landing as a man. His face was a map of sweat and red grit. He did not offer a greeting. He began unhitching the horses with movements that were mechanical and hauntingly precise. Ethan stepped out of the shadow and into the fading light. He tucked his thumbs into his belt. "The South Pasture is a long ride," Ethan said. His voice was a low vibration in the cooling air. Daniel paused. He held a leather strap so tight his knuckles turned white. "It's longer when you're deciding what survives the winter," the boy replied. He refused to look up. "I marked 15 head, 3 more than you estimated this morning." Ethan felt a sharp, cold pinch of surprise. He had expected 12. 15 meant the boy had seen the truth Ethan wanted to ignore. Daniel had spotted the hollowed flanks and the clouded eyes of the weak. He had seen the signs of the big die-up that old-timers whispered about in the saloons. The winters in these mountains were becoming more predatory since the shift of 73. 15 is a hard number, Daniel, Ethan said. "It's a right number," the boy snapped back. His voice cracked, revealing the raw nerves beneath. He finally met his father's gaze. His eyes were shimmering with unshed salt. The brindle cow was among them, the one with the notched ear, the one that used to follow Ma to the garden gate for turnip greens. She wouldn't have made the first frost. I checked her teeth. They were worn down to the gums. Ethan remembered that cow clearly. He had bought her as a surprise for Clara during their second spring on the ranch. She had been a symbol of their growing prosperity. He realized Daniel hadn't just culled the herd. He had sacrificed a piece of their family's gentler history. The boy had chosen the survival of the ranch over the comfort of a memory. You did the right thing, son. The hardest part of this life isn't the physical labor. It's the burden of the decision. Daniel nodded once. The movement was sharp and jagged. He turned back to the horses, hiding his face against the warmth of their necks. Ethan walked over and placed a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. He felt the tremors of a suppressed sob beneath the rough denim. He did not pull the boy into a hug. He simply stood there, firm and unmoving. He let his strength flow through his palm like a silent, unbreakable promise. "Go inside now," Ethan said softly. "Your mother has the wash water heating on the stove. I'll finish up with the team." Daniel hesitated, then slowly released the harness. I walked toward the house with a weary, uneven gait. Ethan watched the golden light from the east window catch the boy's profile. He looked like a soldier returning from a battle he had won but hated. Ethan finished the work in the deepening blue of the twilight. The air turned sharp with the scent of pine and coming frost. He thought of his own father, James. Back in 1870, he remembered the day he lost a prize calf to the rushing river. James had not offered a single word of comfort. His father had simply looked at the empty pen and walked away into the shadows. That silence had been a wall, cold and thick, Ethan vowed, as he rubbed down the lead horse, that his own silence would be a bridge. He entered the house to the scent of beef stew and lye soap. Clara stood at the stove. Her back was a straight, tense line. Daniel sat at the table. His hands were scrubbed raw, and he was staring at the grain of the wood. The walnut chest sat on the sideboard. Its polished surface caught the flickering lamplight. It was a reminder of things they had fought to keep. Clara turned, her eyes searching Ethan's face for the truth. She did not ask the question. She didn't have to. "He marked 15, Clara," Ethan said. He took his seat across from his son. Clara went perfectly still. Her hand hovered over a ceramic bowl. "The brindle?" she asked in a whisper. Daniel looked up, his jaw set in a hard line. "Yes, Ma, I'm sorry." Clara walked over and stood behind her son. She rested her weathered hands on his head. She smoothed back his dark, damp hair with a mother's grace. "Don't ever be sorry for being wise, Daniel. She had a long, good run on this land. She provided for us when we were lean and hungry. It is a mercy to let a creature go before the winter takes her dignity." The tension in the room began to shift. It did not vanish, but it settled like silt at the bottom of a clear stream. They ate in a silence that felt heavy but shared. Every clink of a spoon against a bowl was a heartbeat of the house. Ethan looked at his family. He saw the silver threads in Clara's hair. He saw the new thickness in Daniel's neck and shoulders. The ranch was a living entity that demanded parts of them. In exchange, it gave them a place to belong. After dinner, Margaret came down from the loft. She was a small, pale ghost in her white nightgown. She climbed into Ethan's lap without waiting for an invitation. "Did you fix the fence, Papa?" she whispered into his beard. "The fence is holding fast, little bird," Ethan said. He tucked her small head under his chin. "Daniel made sure of it." Daniel looked at his father. A small, tired smile finally broke through the mask of grit. It was the first time Ethan had acknowledged him as an equal. To a boy, it was a crumb of respect. To a young man, it was a feast of honor. Later, when the children were asleep, Ethan and Clara sat on the porch. The Colorado stars were so bright they seemed to vibrate in the blackness. The air smelled of cedar and the vast, open spaces of the west. "He's older tonight than he was this morning," Clara said. She wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders. It was the wool shawl Ethan had bought her after the harvest of 71. "That is the price of this ground," Ethan replied. He lit his pipe, the cherry wood bowl warming his palm. "I spent years trying to keep the world away from them. I thought if I built the fences high enough, they'd never feel the bite of it." Clara leaned her head against his shoulder. "You can't protect them from growing up, Ethan." You can only give them a father worth imitating. Ethan looked out at the dark silhouette of the mountains. He thought of the men he had seen fall in the war. I thought of the justice of a life built on sweat rather than blood. True courage wasn't the absence of fear or the absence of grief. It was the willingness to do the hard thing for the sake of those you loved. He reached out and took Clara's hand in his. Her skin was rough, but her touch was the softest thing he knew. They sat there in the vast silence of the territory, two souls bound by a promise made in a younger world. They were the heart of the valley, and the valley was at peace. Time is a thief that eventually returns everything except the years, Clara whispered. The words hung in the chilling air. Ethan pulled the last of the smoke from his pipe. The cherry wood glowed one final time before fading. I suppose I've been a hoarder of moments, he admitted. He thought of Daniel's first steps in the mud of the spring of '58. Now, the boy stood 6 feet tall with shoulders broader than the gates he mended. The July memory of the luck he claimed felt like a heavy, golden coin in his pocket. It was no longer a wish. It was the steady pulse of the land itself. He thought of the 15 cattle Daniel had marked with the double-bar brand. The panic of 1873 had turned the markets in Millhaven into a den of vultures. Gold was scarce, trust was even scarcer. Tomorrow, they would test the strength of their sweat against the greed of the new world. The trail to Millhaven was a ribbon of dust and memory. It was a path Ethan had carved when the Utes still hunted the ridge. Every rock held a story of a broken wagon or a winter that nearly took them. He looked at Clara's profile. The silver in her hair caught the starlight like frost on a winter wheat field. He saw the girl who had crossed the Missouri with nothing but a cedar chest and a prayer. She was the architect of his peace. The weight of the ranch sat on the horizon. Massive and silent, it didn't press down on him tonight. It held him up. He wasn't mourning his own strength. He was grieving the silence of the teacher. He realized the greatest fear of a father isn't the son's failure. It is the son's success, because success is the final goodbye to childhood. A sudden wind rattled the dry leaves of the cottonwoods. The sound was sharp, like the turning of a heavy vellum page. A new chapter was writing itself in the dark. The ink was the blood of the father. The paper was the soul of the son. Ethan tapped the cold ash against the railing. The sound was a final punctuation mark. "I'll let him take the lead to Millhaven," he said. Clara didn't look away from the mountains. "He'll need the man he looks up to riding swing," she countered. Ethan felt a slow, tired smile touch his lips. "I'll be right behind him. I'll eat his dust and find it the finest meal I've ever had." He stood up, his knees popping with the protest of 1,000 miles. He offered his hand to her. Her palm was a map of their shared labor. The calluses were the history of a house built on truth. They walked into the kitchen, where the smell of sourdough and wood smoke lingered. The window reflected the void of the territory. Inside, the stove still threw a low, orange light. It was a fire they had kept burning through the war and the droughts. It was the only warmth that mattered in a cold century. Morning arrived with a frost so thick it looked like a shroud of lace on the world. It crunched under Ethan's boots like the bones of a dead year. His breath came in ragged, white ghosts. He stood by the corral, watching Daniel. The boy moved with a rhythmic, quiet power. He tightened the cinch on the buckskin with a single, practiced pull. There was no hesitation. There was no fear of the cold. Ethan felt a sharp, hollow ache beneath his ribs. It was the pain of being replaced by a version of himself that didn't hurt in the mornings. Daniel didn't look back for instructions. He checked the bit. He checked the hooves. He knew the rhythm of the work better than he knew the sound of his own voice. Clara walked out, her face framed by a heavy wool shawl. She carried 2 canvas bags, the fabric stained with the oil of many journeys. She went to Daniel first. She slid a canteen over the saddle horn without a word. She didn't tell him to be careful. She didn't tell him to listen to his father. She simply laid her hand on the horse's neck and looked into her son's eyes. "The wind will stay at your back until the sun hits the meridian," she said. It was a blessing, not a weather report. Daniel nodded, his eyes fixed on the gold bleeding over the eastern ridge. "I'll bring them in, Ma." Clara turned to Ethan. She saw the shadow in him. She saw the warrior becoming the ghost. Ethan took his reins, his fingers grazing hers for a heartbeat. The warmth of her skin was the only thing keeping him from drifting away. "I'll have the table set when you return," she whispered. Ethan swung into the saddle. The leather creaked, a familiar song of the trail. For 20 years, he had been the first shadow on the path. For 20 years, men had watched his back for the signal to move. Today, he pulled his horse to the side. He opened the gate and waited. "Move them out, Daniel," he commanded. The voice was soft, but it carried the authority of a king abdicated. Daniel didn't blink. He gave a low, sharp whistle that split the frozen air. The cattle stirred, their breath forming a collective cloud of steam. They moved like a slow, brown tide through the opening. Ethan fell in at the rear. I took his place at the swing, where the dust was thickest. He watched Daniel's shoulders. The boy navigated the first bend with the grace of a mountain cat. The dust rose in a choking cloud, coating Ethan's coat and stinging his throat. He welcomed the grit. He found a strange, holy peace in the thunder of hooves. From the back, the world looked different. The land seemed larger, more indifferent to their struggle. He saw Daniel anticipate a steer's break before it even happened. The boy was a mirror of a man Ethan had forgotten he once was. By 10 o'clock, the sun had stripped the frost from the sagebrush. The air turned dry and tasted of ancient rain. They hit the high plateau where the wind never stopped. Ethan kept his horse at a steady, rhythmic trot. His eyes never left the back of his son's head. He remembered riding this same trail in '49 with his father, James. James was a man made of flint and iron. He had ridden 20 yards ahead, never once checking if Ethan was still there. Ethan had spent that day chasing a silhouette, starving for a word of praise. He realized now that he wasn't doing that to Daniel. He was behind him to be the safety net, not the judge. True courage was letting the person you loved walk into the fire while you held the water. It was the freedom to let him fail if he had to. They reached the spring in the cottonwood grove at noon. Daniel dismounted, his movements heavy with the first weight of leadership. Ethan stepped down, the silence between them thick with unspoken respect. "The brindle's calf is dragging her heels," Daniel said. He wiped the salt from his forehead with a rough sleeve. He wasn't asking for help. He was stating a problem he already knew how to solve. "She's looking for the easy way out," Ethan noted. "Keep her on the inside of the turn through the canyon." Daniel looked at the water, his reflection shimmering in the ripples. "I thought I'd feel like a giant today." Ethan pushed his hat back. "And how do you feel?" "Smaller," Daniel admitted. "Like the ranch is a mountain I have to carry." Ethan smiled, a slow, knowing expression that reached his eyes. "The weight never changes, son. The mountain stays the same size. You just learn how to let your heart carry what your back can't. The first miles are the hardest because you think you're alone. But you're never alone in the dust. You're just the one holding the torch for the next man." Daniel looked at his father, the realization dawning in his tired eyes. He saw the sacrifice in the dust on Ethan's coat. He saw the dignity in the man who was willing to follow. The boy stood taller, not from pride, but from the strength of the foundation beneath him. They had a long way to go to Millhaven, but for the first time, the trail felt like home. Daniel looked at his father, the youthful mask of toughness slipping for a second. He saw the man who had built the east window with his own calloused hands. He saw the man who had stood by a cedar fence in the sweltering heat of July, waiting for a woman to finally notice him. "You're a good teacher, Pa," Daniel said, his voice thick with a new kind of respect. "I'm just a man who's made a lot of mistakes," Ethan corrected gently. "That is the only way to become a teacher worth listening to in this life." They mounted their horses again as the long shadows of the Tetons began to stretch across the valley floor. The final stretch into Millhaven was always the hardest part of the journey. The cattle were exhausted, their hooves heavy with the dust of 100 miles. The sudden noise of the town could make even the calmest steer turn skittish and wild. As they approached the outskirts, Ethan spotted the familiar, towering silhouettes of the grain elevators. They stood like wooden sentinels against the darkening sky. He saw the people on the main street pause in their evening chores to watch the small herd come in. They didn't see Ethan Calloway leading the way this time. They saw a young man with a steady hand on the reins and a clear, piercing eye. They saw the future of the Calloway Ranch walking right before them. Ethan felt a swell of gratitude that nearly took the breath from his lungs. He wasn't losing his place in the world or fading into the tall grass. He was witnessing the growth of the legacy he had spent 30 years planting in the dirt. The Panic of 1893 had broken many men in this territory, leaving them with nothing but empty pockets and bitter hearts. But the Calloway name had endured through the drought and the bank failures. They reached the sales pens just as the sun was dipping below the jagged peaks. Daniel handled the paperwork with the clerk, his voice firm, steady, and respectful. Ethan stood by the gate, leaning his weight against the weathered, silvered wood. He watched the exchange with the quiet intensity of a man observing a miracle. He saw the clerk nod to Daniel, a silent acknowledgement of his status as a man of business. It was a baptism of responsibility, performed under the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. When the task was finished, Daniel walked back to his father with a check clutched in his hand. The boy's face was flushed with the sharp adrenaline of a job well done. "It's over," Daniel said, his voice raspy from the grit and the wind. "No, son, it's the first of many," Ethan replied. He reached out and squeezed Daniel's shoulder, the same way he had in the barn the night before. This time, there were no heavy sobs for the boy to suppress. There was only the solid, unyielding strength of a man who had finally found his footing. They rode back toward the ranch in the gathering, purple dark. The stars began to pierce through the velvet sky, cold, bright, and eternal. The horses were eager to get home, their pace quickening as they crossed the property line. Ethan looked toward the house and saw the soft, amber light from the east window. It was a beacon, a golden square of warmth in the vast, cooling wilderness of Colorado. He knew Clara was there, perhaps setting the table or stirring a pot of beef stew. He knew she was waiting for both of them with the patience of a saint. She was not just a mother and a wife to them. She was the beating heart of the difficult life they had built together from nothing. As they crossed the creek, the sound of the water was a soft, rushing lullaby against the stones. Ethan looked at the cottonwoods, their leaves dark and whispering secrets in the night wind. He thought about the small gold ring tucked away in Clara's walnut chest upstairs. He thought about the years of backbreaking work, the floods, the winters, and the quiet, lonely Tuesdays. Everything in his life had led to this singular moment of quiet, graceful transition. He realized that being the one following in the dust wasn't a demotion of his spirit. It was a privilege he had earned with every drop of sweat he had given the earth. It meant he had succeeded in the only job that truly mattered to a man of honor. He had raised a son who could lead when his own legs could no longer walk the path. Daniel slowed his horse to a walk as they reached the edge of the porch. "I'll take the horses to the barn, Pa," the boy said softly. "Go on inside to Ma." Ethan hesitated for a heartbeat, then gave a slow, tired nod. He dismounted, feeling the sharp stiffness in his joints. A reminder of the miles he had traveled, he watched Daniel lead the team toward the barn, the boy's silhouette merging with the deep shadows. Ethan turned and walked toward the heavy oak door. He stopped for a moment on the porch, looking out over the dark, silent fields. The ranch was breathing in the cold autumn air, resting before the winter's first bite. It was a beautiful, difficult, and profoundly honest life they had carved from the wild. He opened the door and stepped into the sudden, enveloping warmth. The smell of cedar wood and slow-cooked beef greeted him like an old, loyal friend. Clara looked up from the table, her eyes bright with a mixture of relief and enduring love. "You're back," she said, her voice a soft melody in the quiet room. "We're back," Ethan replied, emphasizing the word that included his son. He sat down at the table, feeling the weight of the long day settle into a comfortable exhaustion. He was home, and the house felt more solid than it ever had before, for the first time in a long time. He didn't feel the urgent need to go out and check the fences. He knew they were in good, capable hands. True courage wasn't just found in the heat of a fight or the face of a storm. It was found in the quiet sacrifice of stepping aside so another could shine. It was the dignity of knowing your work was finished and your harvest was a good man. The sun had not yet cleared the eastern ridge when Ethan Calloway opened his eyes the next day. The room was cold, the kind of deep, biting chill that always preceded a mountain winter. Usually, he was the first person in the house to move. He was the one who broke the thin layer of ice in the porcelain wash basin. He was the one who coaxed the dying embers in the hearth back into a roaring life. But this morning, the floorboards in the hallway remained silent and still. The faint, rhythmic scrape of a metal shovel came from outside, near the coal shed. Ethan sat up, his joints protesting with a familiarity that felt like an old, unwanted friendship. He looked at the east window. The light was a bruised purple, thin, hesitant, and cold, beside him. Clara shifted slightly in her sleep, her breathing deep and even. She didn't wake when he finally stood and put his feet on the cold floor. He dressed in, pulling on a heavy wool shirt that smelled of cedar and wood smoke. When he reached the kitchen, the iron stove was already radiating a gentle, steady heat. A pot of coffee sat on the edge of the plate, whispering as it simmered. Daniel was nowhere to be found in the house. Ethan poured a mug, the liquid dark, bitter, and bracing. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Out in the yard, Daniel was already finishing the morning chores in the dim light. The boy moved with a quiet, focused intensity that mirrored his father's younger years. He didn't waste steps or look toward the house for direction. He simply saw what needed doing and did it without being asked. Ethan leaned against the wooden counter, the heat of the mug seeping into his weathered palms. He realized, with a start, that he was a guest in his own morning. It was a strange, hollow feeling, like a house that had been emptied of its familiar furniture. For 30 years, the ranch had lived and breathed by his specific rhythm. Now, the rhythm had changed. It was faster, sure, and entirely independent of his presence. He finished his coffee and stepped out onto the porch, breathing in the frost. The mountain air hit his lungs like a sharp, cold blade. "You're up early," Ethan said, his voice gravelly and thick from sleep. Daniel stopped, a heavy bucket of grain in each hand. "Wanted to get a head start on the north fence today," the boy replied. "The frost is going to hold, and I want to get the posts in before the ground turns to stone." Ethan nodded, looking toward the distant, gray line of the pasture. "The ground is already harder than you think it is," he noted quietly. "You'll need the heavy auger from the shed." "Already got it in the wagon, Pa," Daniel said. There was no arrogance or pride in his voice. It was just a simple statement of fact. He had anticipated the need before the need had even arrived at his door. Ethan looked at his son and saw the man he had hoped to build, a man of justice who cared for the land as if it were his own flesh, a man of dignity, who found his worth in the labor of his hands. He realized that his own life's work wasn't the cattle or the fences or the gold in the bank. It was this boy standing in the frost, ready to carry the mountain on his back. Ethan smiled, a small, private thing, and watched the sun finally break over the ridge. The light hit the valley, turning the frost into a field of diamonds. The world was new, and for the first time, Ethan was content to just watch it wake up. He turned back toward the house, where the smell of bacon was beginning to drift through the door. Clara was awake now, and the cycle of the day was beginning in earnest. He walked inside, leaving the cold air and the heavy work to the man who was ready for it. He sat at the table and watched Clara move, her hands graceful even with the spots of age. "Daniel's already at it," he said, reaching for her hand as she passed. She stopped and looked at him, her eyes softening with a deep, wordless understanding. "He's a Cowboy," she whispered, squeezing his fingers. "He learned from the best man I ever knew." Ethan felt a tear prick at his eye, but he didn't brush it away. It was a mark of a life well lived, a story well told, and a love that had survived the wilderness. They sat together in the warmth of the kitchen, listening to the sound of the wagon pulling away. The future was moving forward, and for the first time, Ethan felt completely at peace. He didn't need to lead the way anymore. He had already brought them all home. Ethan felt a sharp, unfamiliar prickle in his chest. It was not the cold, it was the realization that his stories were becoming ghosts. His wisdom was no longer the blueprint, but a footnote in a new book. "I'll help you," Ethan said, his voice a gravelly scrape against the morning air. Daniel hesitated. He looked at his father's hands, scarred and gnarled like old oak roots. It's cold, Pa, Daniel replied. The wind is going to turn into a razor by noon. I can handle the north line alone. Ethan stepped off the porch. The frozen dirt crunched under his boots with a sound like breaking bone. I know you can, Ethan said. His voice was quiet, steady, carrying the weight of 4 decades on this soil. But I am not ready for the rocking chair yet. Daniel. The young man looked down. A small, sheepish smile touched his lips, softening the hard line of his jaw. Didn't say you were. I just thought you might want the fire. May's making biscuits. Ethan reached out and gripped the grain bucket. He took it from his son's hand. The weight was a sudden, heavy pull on his shoulder. His muscles protested. His joints hummed with a dull, familiar ache. I have had enough biscuits for one lifetime, Ethan lied. They walked toward the barn. The silence between them was not empty. It was filled with the shared rhythm of men who knew the land. The sun finally breached the ridge. It turned the frost into a field of white diamonds. Inside the barn, the air was thick and sweet. It smelled of dry hay, leather, and the warm, musk-heavy scent of horses. The animals shifted in their stalls. Their breath bloomed in the dim light like pale, drifting ghosts. Ethan began to harness the team. His fingers moved by memory. They danced through the buckles and straps without needing his eyes. He thought of his own father. James was a man of iron and silence. I would never have let Ethan take the lead. James would have worked until his heart literally burst in the dirt. He had to prove he was the master of every blade of grass. Ethan pulled a cinch tight. The horse grunted, a warm puff of air hitting Ethan's cheek. He did not want to be James. He did not want to be a monument to a world that had already passed. What's on your mind, Pa? Daniel asked. He tossed a flake of hay into the manger. Ethan looked at him. The boy was gone. In his place stood a man who understood the cost of a winter. I was thinking about the first fence I ever ran here, Ethan said, back in 1882, the year the railroad finally pushed through the valley. Everything was changing then, too. Your mother used to bring me water in a tin cup. She would sit on a cedar stump and watch me. She looked at me like I was building a cathedral, not a cow pen. Daniel leaned against the stall door. I was listening with the intensity of a man catching a fading signal. Did you think it would last? Daniel asked. Ethan ran his hand over the rough, silvered wood of the barn wall. I didn't think about lasting back then. I just thought about the next post hole. I thought about surviving the next blizzard. I thought if I could just keep the world out, we would be safe. He looked into Daniel's eyes. But the world is already here, son. The fence isn't a wall anymore. It's a signature. It shows where we belong, not just what we own. Daniel nodded slowly. He took a breath, his expression turning serious. I want to move the north line back, Daniel said. 10 yards on the ridge. The soil is too thin for grazing now. If we let the pines take it back, the roots will stop the erosion. It'll save the creek. Ethan froze. His hand stayed on a brass buckle. He had fought for every inch of that ridge. He remembered the blisters from clearing those very trees. He remembered the sweat he had traded for that grazing grass. His first instinct was to strike back, to tell the boy that land is won, not given back. But he looked at the valley below. He saw the crumbling banks of the creek. He saw the logic in Daniel's eyes. It was not a retreat. It was a sacrifice for a future Ethan would never see. It was the vision of a man who intended to stay for 50 years. It is a good plan, Ethan said. The words were heavy. They felt like stones in his throat. The pines will hold the earth together. Daniel looked up, startled. Relief washed over his face, followed by a quiet pride. You're sure? You always said that ridge was the crown of the property. Ethan smiled. It was a tired, genuine expression. The view doesn't change because the trees grow. Daniel, maybe it's time we let the land breathe. They hitched the wagon. The climb to the north pasture was steep. The wind began to howl, carrying the sharp scent of snow from the peaks. They worked together for hours. The rhythm of the auger and the hammer filled the mountain air. Ethan realized he could no longer keep the pace. His breath came in short, jagged gasps. His grip on the sledgehammer wavered. On the 12th post, his arms felt like lead. Daniel noticed. He did not say a word. He did not offer a pitying look. He simply moved to the heavier tasks before Ethan could reach for them. He stepped in to take the weight of the timber. He did it with a grace that felt like a silent prayer. It was a dance of respect. By mid-afternoon, they reached the ridge. They stood at the edge of the world. The ranch house looked like a child's toy in the distance. "Look at that," Daniel whispered. A hawk was circling the valley. Its wings were caught in the dying, golden light of the sun. "It looks different from up here," Daniel said. "It looks finished," Ethan replied. He understood it then. He was no longer needed for the construction. He was needed for the memory. He was the keeper of the why. He knew why the barn faced the east. He knew where the old well was buried under the snow. He was the keeper of the story. Daniel was the writer of the next chapter. They drove the last post as the first flakes of snow began to fall. The white specks vanished against their dark wool coats. "Let's head back," Daniel said. "Clara will be watching the clock." They drove the wagon down the winding trail. The horses were eager for the warmth of the stable. As they pulled into the yard, the kitchen window was a beacon. The light was amber and soft. Clara stood at the door. Her silhouette was framed by the heat of the home. She did not wave. She did not call out. She simply waited. She was the North Star. She was the constant in a world of shifting fences. Ethan climbed down. His body ached with a profound, beautiful weariness. It was the pain of a life well spent. Daniel stayed with the team. "I've got this, Pa," the young man said. His voice was firm, carrying the authority of the land. "Wes, go on into the fire." Ethan did not argue. He walked toward the house. His boots left deep, heavy prints in the fresh dusting of snow. Inside, the heat wrapped around him. It smelled of beef stew, rosemary, and fresh bread. Clara turned from the stove. She scanned his face. She saw the exhaustion. She saw the peace. "The north fence?" she asked quietly. "The north fence," Ethan confirmed. He sat at the table, the same wood where he had sat with Daniel as a baby, the same wood where he had planned the 1882 expansion. "He is moving the line on the ridge," Ethan said. Clara paused, the ladle still in her hand. "The grazing ridge?" "Yes. I wants the pines to come back." Clara looked at him for a long moment, her eyes softened with a love that had survived droughts and deaths. She reached out and touched his hand. Her skin was soft, but her grip was strong. "He has your heart, Ethan, but he has his own eyes." Ethan leaned back. He felt the warmth of the stove seep into his bones. The wind rattled the window pane. The snow was coming down hard now. But the fence was set. The line was drawn. The story would continue, even if the hand holding the pen had changed. He closed his eyes for a second. He was home. He had finally brought them all home. He always did like the woods more than the fields. Clara's voice was a soft anchor in the quiet room. Ethan looked at his hands where the scars of 40 years told a map of their own. The joints were swollen, a bitter gift from the damp winters of the 1890s. "He's a good man, Clara. He sees things I didn't." Clara moved with the grace of a woman who had outrun the wind. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Her palm felt like a warm stone. "He sees them because you showed him where to look. Ethan." The door creaked, protesting the weight of the snow. Daniel stepped inside, a gust of the frozen Colorado wilderness following him. He stamped his boots, the rhythm echoing the way Ethan used to do. He shook the ice from his canvas coat, the room filled with the scent of wet wool and pine. Daniel sat in his usual chair, but the air between them had shifted. He wasn't waiting for an order. He was waiting for a conversation. Clara set a bowl of venison stew before the boy. The steam rose in the amber glow of the kerosene lamp. Ethan watched the golden light dance in his son's eyes. The boy had his mother's spirit. He had the Callaway jaw, stubborn and set. The weight of the ranch didn't feel like a burden anymore. It felt like a baton. Ethan realized he wasn't the captain of this ship. He was the one who had survived the storm to build the harbor. He picked up his spoon. The warmth of the broth was a miracle against the freezing night. "The silver prices are still falling in Denver," Daniel said quietly. Mr. Miller says the banks are closing their doors, then nodded slowly. The panic of 1893 had left many neighbors hollowed out. They had seen the proud men of the valley beg for seed. We owe no man a cent, Daniel. Your mother saw to that. Clara sat down, her eyes reflecting the lamplight. She had sold her family lace during the dry spell of '88. She had never complained. Dignity isn't found in the bank, son, Ethan said. It's found in the dirt you've paid for with your sweat. He looked at Clara. His heart ached with a sudden, sharp love. It was the kind of love that survived the death of their firstborn in the fever of '84. It was the love that remained when the beauty of youth faded into the beauty of survival. I'm tired, Clara, he whispered. So low only she could hear. She didn't pity him. She honored him with a nod. You've earned the rest, Ethan. Outside, the wind howled, a reminder of the vast, indifferent world. But inside, the fire crackled. The fences were holding. The legacy was secure. Ethan stood up, his knees popping like dry twigs. He walked to the heavy oak shelf. He pulled down the leather-bound ledger. It was the book of their lives. It contained the records of every cow, every bale of hay, and every tragedy. He brought it to the table. He didn't open it. He just rested his hand on the scarred cover. I haven't written in it since the north fence was finished. Clara watched him. Her breath held. She knew what this meant. The 1894 entries are almost full, she noted. Ethan looked at the blank pages at the end. They were white as the snow outside. I'm not the one who should write the next entry. He pushed the book across the wood. The ledger slid, stopping right in front of Daniel. The boy looked at the book as if it were a holy relic. Pa, it's time, Daniel. A man cannot be the chronicler of a story he is no longer leading. You know the land. You know the cost. Record the first snow. Daniel reached out, his fingers trembling slightly. He touched the leather. He looked at his father with a new kind of respect. It wasn't the fear of a child, it was the recognition of a peer. Ethan walked to the corner desk. He picked up the cedar box he had been carving. He had started it when the frost first touched the grass in October. He spent the next hour sanding the grain. The smell of cedar filled the kitchen. It was the smell of the ridge. It was the smell of the future. Clara came to stand behind him. She didn't speak. She just leaned her forehead against his back. He could feel her warmth. He could feel her heartbeat. It was the rhythm of 40 years of marriage. Do you remember the night of the great blizzard? She asked. Ethan stopped sanding. 1888. We thought we'd lose the whole herd. You stayed out for 36 hours, she whispered. I kept the lamp in the window until the oil ran out. I thought you were a ghost when you walked back in. Ethan turned around and he took her face in his rough hands. I wasn't a ghost. I was just a man who wanted to get back to you. That's all I ever wanted. She kissed his palm. The skin was like parchment. You always did. The clock on the mantel ticked. Wow. Each second was a gift. Each minute was a victory. Daniel watched them from the table. He saw the way his father looked at his mother. I saw the sacrifice in the curve of their shoulders. He picked up the pen. He dipped it into the inkwell. The scratching of the nib on paper was the only sound. November 14th, Daniel wrote, First heavy snow. The heifers are safe by the creek. The world is white. Ethan smiled. The burden was gone. He was just a man in his house. He was the man who had built it. And now he was the man who could sleep in it. The morning would bring more snow. It would bring the work of the winter. But for tonight, there was peace. There was the smell of cedar and stew. There was the love of a woman who had walked every mile with him. And there was a son who understood the value of the dirt. Ethan sat back in his chair. He closed his eyes. The wind continued to scream, but he didn't have to listen anymore. He was home. He was finally, truly home. The storm raged against the windows, shaking the very foundations Ethan had laid by hand. He remembered the summer of '79 when the heat was so fierce it cracked the earth. He remembered carrying water from the drying creek until his shoulders bled. Justice, he thought, wasn't about getting what you wanted. Justice was the land giving back exactly what you put into it. He had put his youth into this valley. He had put his grief into the small cemetery on the hill where their daughter slept. His heart had been forged in the crucible of the 1893 Depression. He had watched better men break and crawl away to the cities. But a Calloway didn't crawl. A Calloway stood until the storm passed or until they became part of the landscape. He felt Clara's hand slide into his. Her fingers were gnarled now, a testament to the thousands of meals she had cooked. She was the steel in his spine. She was the reason he had never let the bank take the deeds. He leaned his head back, feeling the slow, steady rhythm of the house. The fire was dying down to a warm, red glow. The shadows danced on the ceiling, telling stories of the years gone by. He saw Daniel lean over the ledger, his face focused and grim. The boy was recording the truth. He was recording the survival of a name. Ethan realized that courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was the willingness to hand the pen to someone else when your own hand shook too much to write. It was the sacrifice of your own importance for the sake of the continuation. He closed his eyes, drifting on the edge of a well-earned sleep. He saw the green grass of the ridge in his mind. He saw the pines returning, just as Daniel wanted. The world would turn. The seasons would change. The Calloway name would endure in the soil and the wind. He felt a single tear escape his closed lid. It wasn't a tear of sadness. It was the overflow of a man who had finally found the bottom of his own strength. He was empty, and in that emptiness, he was finally full. The winter would be long, the winter would be hard, but they were ready. They had always been ready. Ethan Calloway let out a long, slow breath. The work was done. The rest was silence. The rest was grace. And as the last ember dimmed, he knew that love was the only thing that didn't freeze. It was the only thing that didn't break. He was a man who had won his life. He was a man who could finally let go. The snow continued to fall, a silent blessing over the house. The valley was still. The heart was at peace. He was home. He was finally, truly home. He pushed the open ledger across the scarred wood. The paper was yellowed at the edges. It smelled of old dust and dried ink. He placed the pen beside it. The nib glinted under the flickering lamp. Daniel hesitated. His hands were still cold. They trembled with a rhythmic, nervous energy. Patad. The boy's voice was a low rasp. The first snow is on the ground. Daniel. Ethan spoke without looking up. The cattle are safe. The history of this ranch is waiting for its next line. Daniel looked at the blank page. To him, it was a mountain of white. It was a cliff he had to climb without a rope. He looked at Ethan's hands. They were rough. They were weathered like the bark of an ancient oak. Scars ran deep across the knuckles. Each one was a map of a different storm. "I don't know if I can write it like you do," Daniel whispered. The confession hung in the cold air. "I don't want you to," Ethan replied. His voice was firm. It was the sound of a closing door. "I want you to write it like a man who sees trees where I saw grass. I want you to write it like the man who owns the ridge." Daniel sat down slowly. The chair creaked under his weight. It was a heavy, mournful sound. He picked up the pen. He dipped it into the black ink. His hand became steady. The weight of the wood seemed to anchor him. Ethan walked to the window. He gave the boy the privacy of the moment. The transition of power required a certain silence. I'd watched the snow continue to fall. It was a veil over the valley. Then he heard it, the scratch of the nib against the paper. It was a small, rhythmic sound. To Ethan, it was thunder. It sounded like the turning of a massive, silent wheel. It was the sound of the future arriving. Clara stood beside Ethan. Her shoulder leaned against his. She was the constant in his shifting world. They watched their son become the author. The Calloway name was no longer just a brand on hide. It was a story in ink. After a few minutes, Daniel spoke. "I wrote about the pines, Pop. I wrote that we gave the ridge back to the wind." Ethan felt a lump form in his throat. It was a hard, sudden thing. "Good," he managed to say. His voice was thick. "That's a truth worth remembering." Daniel closed the book. The thud of the cover echoed. It felt like a period at the end of a long, exhausting sentence. "I'm going to head to the barn," Daniel said. He stood up with a new fluidity. The roof over the tack room needs a patch. The next drift will be heavy. I'll help, Ethan said instinctively. The habit of labor was hard to break. Daniel paused. He looked at his father's tired eyes. He saw the exhaustion etched into the bone. Actually, Pa, the light is good right now. The hinges on the cupboard in the pantry have been squeaking for a month. Ma would appreciate it if you took a look. It was a gentle redirection. It was a son's mercy. It was Daniel's way of saying the heavy lifting was handled. The guard had changed. It was an invitation for Ethan to tend to the heart. Ethan looked at Clara. She suppressed a smile. Her eyes danced with a hidden, knowing light. He's right, Clara said. That squeak is driving me to distraction. Ethan laughed. It was a short bark of a sound. All right, he conceded. I've been outmaneuvered. Daniel grinned. It was a flash of white in a wind-burned face. I learned from the best, didn't I? The boy headed back out into the white world. He walked like a man who knew the ground would hold him. Ethan stayed in the warmth. He gathered his small kit of oils. He found his fine tools. He went to the pantry. He knelt on the floor. The wood was cool against his shins. He applied a single drop of oil to the iron hinge. He moved the door back and forth. He listened with the intensity of a scout. The squeak vanished. In its place was a smooth, silent motion. He realized a profound truth. His life was no longer about the roar of the storm. It was about the silence of a well-oiled hinge. It was about the small repairs, the invisible things that kept a home standing. He spent the rest of the afternoon fixing ghosts. He fixed a loose floorboard near the hearth. He fixed a sticking drawer in the kitchen. He fixed a wobbly leg on the stool Clara used. She used it to reach the high shelves. With every turn of the screwdriver, he felt light. He felt the tension leave his shoulders, and he wasn't losing his power. He was refining it into grace. As evening fell, the house was tight. The cold pounded on the walls but could not enter. The fire in the hearth crackled. Ethan sat in his chair. The ledger sat on the sideboard. It was a silent witness to the change. He thought back to the creek in 1882. He remembered the desperate promise he made to Clara. Anne had promised to be a lucky man. In the lean years, he thought luck was survival. He thought it was about winning against the elements. He remembered the great die-up of 1886, the winter that broke the cattle kings. He remembered seeing 1,000 carcasses in the coulees. He had survived that carnage by sheer, bloody will. He thought that was his greatest victory. But sitting there, he knew better. True luck was the ability to stand back. It was watching the world you built keep turning without you. Luck was a son who knew when to take the pen. Luck was a wife who still looked at him. She looked at him like he was the only man in the valley. The back door opened. Daniel returned for the night. He was covered in a dusting of white. He looked exhausted. But his eyes were bright. They held a fierce, quiet pride. He sat down. He began to pull off his heavy boots. The tack room is dry, Daniel said, and I checked the south gate while I was at it. Ethan nodded from his chair. You did well today, son. Daniel looked up. The praise landed on him with weight. It was heavier than any chore. Thanks, Pa. They sat together in the fading light. 2 men, 1 land, 1 story. It was finally big enough for both of them. Clara brought a pot of stew to the table. The steam rose in a golden column. It caught the dying light from the window. Outside, the stars began to poke through. The clouds were clearing. The ranch lay under the snow. It was sleeping. It was secure. Ethan Calloway closed his eyes. He didn't think about the fences. He didn't think about the cattle. He simply listened to the breath of his family. It was the sweetest music. The winter would be long, but the house was ready. Ethan knew he didn't have to hold up the roof anymore. He just had to be the one who called it home. The air began to smell of damp earth. Change was coming. The snow didn't leave all at once. It retreated in patches. The ground looked bruised and muddy. Ethan sat on the porch. His wool coat was buttoned to the chin. He watched the creek from a distance. The ice was groaning. It was breaking apart in jagged, silver plates. Daniel was down there. He stood where the water met the bend. The boy wasn't carrying a shovel. He wasn't carrying a post hole digger. He was just standing. He was watching the flow. He was studying the debris. Ethan felt the old itch in his palms. For 30 years, the thaw meant a race. It meant mud and desperation. It meant bracing banks before the runoff took the topsoil. Ethan stood up. His knees popped like dry kindling. He took 2 steps toward the stairs. Then, he stopped. He saw Daniel crouch down. The boy touched the cold water. He didn't look back at the house. He didn't look for instruction. He didn't look for his father's shadow. Ethan sat back down. The wood of the chair was cold. "It's hard to be the audience," Clara said. She had come out without a sound. She carried 2 mugs of coffee. The steam disappeared instantly. She handed him one. She leaned against the railing. "He sees the water differently than you, she whispered, then took a sip. The heat burned his throat. "He sees it as a partner," Ethan said. "I saw it as an enemy. Maybe that's the justice of it. I fought the land so he could love it." Clara reached down. She took his scarred hand in hers. Her skin was soft. It was the only thing the frontier hadn't broken. "You gave him more than a ranch, Ethan. You gave him a soul that isn't afraid of the silence." Ethan looked at her. The wrinkles around her eyes were beautiful. They were the lines of a life well lived. He realized then that courage wasn't just staying. Courage was knowing when to step into the shade. It was the sacrifice of the ego. It was the ultimate dignity of a father. The creek roared in the distance. The ice shattered. The water rushed forward. It was wild. It was free. And for the first time in his life, Ethan Calloway wasn't afraid of the flood. He was just a man drinking coffee. He was a man watching his son lead the way. The sun broke through the gray sky. It touched the ridge. The pines stood tall. They were waiting for the spring. And so was he. He squeezed Clara's hand. The warmth was everything. The world was turning, and it was good. It was more than good. It was a legacy. It was the peace he had earned through the fire. He watched Daniel stand up and walk further downstream. The boy was confident. The boy was ready. Ethan leaned back and smiled. The work was truly finished. The story belonged to the wind now, and the wind was singing. "I wasn't going to go down there," Ethan said. The lie tasted like copper in his mouth. It was the metallic tang of pride. Clara smiled. She didn't look away from the horizon. "You were going to tell him about the 1894 flood," she said. "I was going to tell him the willow roots are shallow on the north side." Ethan gripped his mug. The porcelain was chipped. It was a relic from their first set of dishes. "He knows, Ethan," Clara whispered. "He saw the same bank collapse 3 years ago." Ethan took a sip of the coffee. It was strong. It was bitter. It was exactly how he needed the world to taste right now. He watched Daniel walk along the edge of the meadow. The boy's silhouette was sharp against the white snow. Daniel began to move rocks. He wasn't building a wall to block the water. He was building a channel to steer it. He was directing the overflow into the low pasture. That ground usually stayed dry and yellow through August. It was the most stubborn patch of dirt on the ranch. Ethan narrowed his eyes. He had spent 40 years fighting to keep that pasture dry. He had obsessed over the fence line. He had sacrificed his back to keep the posts upright. But Daniel was letting the fence sit in the rising water. The boy was letting the grass drink. It was a gamble. If the posts rotted, they'd have to be replaced by July. That was backbreaking work in the summer heat. But if the grass held the moisture, the hay yield would double. The cattle wouldn't go hungry during the late summer drought. Ethan realized a hard truth. He had spent his life protecting the wood of the fence. Daniel was protecting the life beneath the soil. "He's not building a fortress," Ethan whispered. His voice was thick. "No," Clara agreed. She leaned her shoulder against his. "He's building a garden." Ethan remembered his father-in-law, Daniel Harmon. He saw the old man's face in the ripples of the creek. He remembered a day 40 years ago. The Great Depression had just begun to loosen its grip on the valley. They had stood by the same water. The land was scarred. The people were tired. Ethan had been pulling a calf from the muck. He was covered in filth. He was cursing the land. He was cursing the sky. Daniel Harmon hadn't offered a hand. Hadn't offered a single word of comfort. He had only offered a look. It was a steady, blue-eyed gaze. It said the land wasn't the enemy. It said the land was the only teacher that mattered. Ethan had thought the old man was being lazy. He had thought the old man was finished. Now, Ethan realized the truth. The old man was being patient. He was waiting for Ethan to stop fighting. He was waiting for Ethan to start listening. A flush of heat rose in Ethan's chest. It had nothing to do with the coffee. He had become the old man on the porch. He wasn't lazy. He was finally graduated. He was a scholar of the mud and the seasons. Daniel finished his work. The boy began the long trek back up the slope. His boots were caked in heavy, gray clay. The clay of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains was unforgiving. It clung to everything. Daniel reached the porch. He was breathing hard. His face was glowing with the morning chill. The low pasture is going to be a swamp for a week. Pa, Daniel said. He wiped sweat from his forehead with a muddy sleeve. He looked at Ethan. His eyes were searching for the reprimand. He expected the lecture on rot. He expected a sermon on rusted wire and wasted wood. Ethan looked at the boy's muddy hands. He saw the same urgency he once had, but it was tempered by a vision Ethan had never possessed. It was the vision of a man who looked at the soil, not just the fence. The cattle will appreciate the clover this summer, Ethan said. The words felt right. They felt like justice. Daniel's shoulders dropped an inch. The tension he'd been carrying since the first snow melted away. It was the sound of a man finally being seen by his father. I'll have to reset the corner posts once it dries, Daniel added. He spoke quickly. He wanted to show he knew the cost. I've got spare cedar in the shed, Ethan replied. It's already seasoned. I cut it 3 years ago. It'll hold. They didn't say anything more. The air between them changed. The transfer of power wasn't a ceremony. There was no crown. There was no deed signed in a lawyer's office in town. It was a conversation about mud and clover. It was the dignity of shared labor. Daniel nodded. He headed into the mudroom. The heavy thud of his boots was a rhythmic heartbeat for the house. It was the sound of the future taking root. Clara put her hand on Ethan's shoulder. Her fingers were warm through his flannel shirt. You did well, she whispered. I didn't do anything, Ethan said. Exactly. They stayed on the porch. The sun began to dip behind the peaks. The mountains turned a deep, bruised purple. It was the color of a long-held secret. The shadows of the cottonwoods stretched across the melting snow. They looked like long, reaching fingers. They were trying to touch the house. Ethan thought about the box he was sanding in the kitchen. It was a cedar box. He had harvested the wood from the high ridge. He realized it wasn't for Daniel's tools. It was for the metals of a quiet life. It was for the first lock of hair from their daughter. It was for a wedding ring that had seen 50 years of dishwater. It was for the deed to a piece of earth. That earth had finally stopped being a battlefield. He reached up. He took Clara's hand. Her skin was thin now. It felt like parchment, but her grip was like iron. It was the same grip that had held him together during the drought of '56. Do you remember the summer social? Ethan asked. Which one? The one where you wore the blue dress. Clara looked at him. Her eyes brightened. The one where you stared at me for 3 hours. The one where you didn't say a single word. Ethan laughed. The sound echoed off the barn wall. It was a clean, honest sound. I was calculating, he said. You were terrified, she countered. I was thinking about the lucky man who would marry you, and I was thinking about how long I'd have to wait. I was waiting for you to realize it was you. She squeezed his hand. You always were a slow learner. Ethan Calloway. They stood together in the fading light. The creek continued its roar. It was a constant, churning reminder of time. Ethan felt a strange, light sensation in his chest. For years, he had carried the weight of the horizon. He had felt responsible for the rain. He had felt responsible for the wind. He had felt the burden of every calf born in the cold. Now, that weight was gone. It had passed into Daniel's sturdy legs. It lived in the boy's young heart. Ethan wasn't the anchor anymore. He was the lighthouse. He didn't have to hold the ship steady against the gale. He just had to keep the light burning. He had to show the ship where home was. The biscuits will be ready in 10 minutes, Clara said. I'll be in. Ethan replied. I just want to watch the light hit the ridge. One last time today. She kissed his cheek. Her lips were soft. They tasted like the life they had built. She went inside, though. The door clicked shut. The sound was final. Ethan was alone with the land. He looked at the ridge. The pines stood dark against the violet sky. He thought about the trees Daniel was planting there. They were small saplings now. Ethan would never see them fully grown. He would never sit in their shade, but they would provide shelter for grandchildren. They would shade people he hadn't met yet. He realized a man's life isn't measured by his harvest. It's measured by the shade he provides for others. It's measured by the people who will never know his name. True courage was planting a tree you would never climb. He stood up. He walked to the edge of the porch. The wood groaned under his weight. It was a familiar song. I didn't feel like a man who was ending. He felt like a man who was finally beginning. He finally understood the point of the story. The story wasn't about winning. The story was about endurance. It was about the dignity of standing your ground. The snow continued to melt. The water continued to run. The Calloway name was written in the mud. It was written in the grass. It was written in the ink of a family ledger. The first star appeared over the peaks. It was cold. It was bright. It was ancient. Ethan Calloway turned his back on the dark. He walked toward the yellow light of the kitchen window. He walked toward the smell of biscuits. He walked toward the sound of his son's voice. The boy was laughing at something Clara said. Ethan opened the door. He walked home. The next morning came early. The sun climbed over the jagged peaks. The Sangre de Cristo Mountains were bathed in gold. It was the first time in 40 years. Ethan Calloway watched the dawn from the inside. He wasn't in the barn. He wasn't in the field. He sat at the kitchen table. His hands were wrapped around a mug. The coffee had gone cold. The house felt larger than it had yesterday. It felt quieter. He could hear the distant sound of Daniel's boots. The boy was out on the frozen mud. He was starting the day. Ethan looked at the grain of the oak table. He had built this table. He had planed the wood himself. He remembered the day he finished it. Margaret was still in swaddling clothes. She had slept in a basket near the stove. The wood was smooth. It was scarred by decades of meals. It was stained by spilled wine and fallen tears. Ethan ran his thumb over a deep scratch. That was from the time the roof leaked in 42. He remembered the sound of the rain that night. He remembered the fear of losing the house to the bank. He had sat at this very spot and had prayed for the strength to be a man of worth. He looked out the window. The light was hitting the ridge now. The snow was sparkling like diamonds. He realized he didn't need to be out there to own it. He owned it because he had given it away. He felt the warmth of the kitchen. He felt the presence of the generations. He was a link in a chain. The chain was strong. The chain was unbreakable. Ethan closed his eyes. He took a breath. The air smelled of cedar and home. It was Ethan Calloway. He was a father. He was a husband. He was a man at peace. The world was turning. The water was flowing. And for the first time, he let it go. He let the river carry the weight. He was just a man. And that was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. His fingers were thick, stubborn things now. They felt like old leather left out in a harsh Montana rain. The joints ached with a dry, rhythmic creak. He flexed them, listening to the sound of his own skeleton. It was a Tuesday. On any other Tuesday for 40 years. He would be at the north pasture. He would be checking the troughs. He would be hunting the mountain lions that dared to shadow the calf pens. But the calendar of his life had turned a page. Daniel was out there now. His son wore the heavy coat. His son carried the binoculars. Ethan stood up. His knees popped like dry kindling in a wood stove. He walked toward the east window. He had cut this glass into the wall himself in the spring of 46. He did it so Clara could see the sunrise while she kneaded the bread. The light outside was a brutal, blinding white. It bounced off the stubborn patches of March snow. He saw Daniel by the main corral gate. The boy the man was fighting the iron latch. The frost had heaved the earth upward. The gate was stuck in the frozen mud. Ethan felt his own muscles twitch in sympathy. His mind was already in the shed. He was reaching for the 6-foot pry bar. He knew exactly where to strike the frost line. He knew the trick of the leverage that saved a man's lower back. Ethan reached for his hat on the peg. His hand stopped. The felt was worn smooth by a decade of sweat. He watched Daniel drop to his knees in the muck. The younger man didn't look back at the house. He didn't look for a savior. He didn't curse the frozen ground or the God who made it. Daniel took a slow breath. He studied the angle of the hinge. He began to dig with a small hand trowel. Ethan let his hand fall away from the hat. The pry bar would stay in the shed. The hard-won advice stayed behind his teeth. To help now was to steal a man's right to struggle. Ethan realized that dignity isn't given. It is forged in the moments when no one is watching. He turned away from the window. He moved to his workbench in the corner. The air here smelled of cedar. It was the scent of the high country, clean, sharp, and eternal. He picked up a piece of fine grit sandpaper. He didn't rush, for a man who had lived by the sun's clock. The silence was a vacuum. It was a terrifying space that threatened to pull the oxygen from his lungs. He began to sand the lid of the small box, back and forth. The motion was a prayer, smooth and steady. He thought of his father, James Ethan. The man had died in the Great Drought of '34. He had fallen face down in a furrow of dust. There had been no transition for James. There was only the sudden stop of a heart that had worked too hard for too little. Ethan had always believed that was the only honorable exit, to be used up, to be a husk discarded by the land. But as the wood turned to silk under his palm, he doubted. Maybe there was a different kind of courage in the lingering. Maybe sacrifice wasn't just about the muscle and the bone. Maybe it was about the spirit holding the memory of the line. He was the keeper of the secrets now. He knew why the south fence leaned 2 feet onto the neighbor's side. He knew which creek stones turned to grease when the June moss bloomed. He was the living map of a world that was fading. Clara entered the room. Her apron was a cloud of white flour. She didn't ask why he was inside. She didn't mention the gate or Daniel's struggle. She placed a bowl of sourdough starter on the counter. The smell of fermentation filled the kitchen. "The mail came yesterday," she said softly. "You haven't touched Margaret's letter." Ethan looked at the envelope resting against the sugar bowl. It was thick and heavy. His daughter lived in a world of brick and iron now. She lived in the city where the stars were drowned by electric ghosts. He picked it up with a heavy heart. He loved her, but her life felt like a book written in a language he couldn't speak. He slid his thumb under the flap. The paper was expensive and smooth. She wrote of libraries. She wrote of music playing in the public parks on Sundays. Then, her handwriting changed. The loops became tighter, more hurried. "I saw a man selling apples on a street corner today," she wrote. "They were small and bruised. They weren't like the ones from our orchard, Papa. I almost bought one just to hold the scent of the skin. It reminded me of the air right before the first frost. I can hear the wagons and the whistles of the city all day long. But I can't hear the silence anymore. I miss the silence, Papa." Ethan set the letter down. He watched the dust motes dancing in a shaft of golden light. He had spent his entire life trying to kill the silence with work. Ein had fought the quiet as if it were a predator. He thought silence was the sound of a man failing to leave a mark. Now, through his daughter's eyes, he saw the truth. The silence was the gift. It was the only space where a soul could actually breathe. He looked back out the window. Daniel had fixed the gate. The younger man wasn't moving. He was standing by the corral, looking toward the jagged horizon. He wasn't working. He was just being. I was listening to the silence of the mountains. Ethan felt a surge of pride. It wasn't the pride of a good harvest or a fat calf. It was the pride of a man who had built a world worth missing. He picked up a small, sharp chisel. He began to carve a delicate leaf into the corner of the cedar box. It was a cottonwood leaf. The edges were fine and serrated. He remembered how they turned to gold in the autumn of '38. He remembered the way they looked against Clara's hair. "You're being very precise today," Clara said. She leaned over his shoulder. Her scent was lavender and yeast. "I have the time now," Ethan replied. He looked up at her. Her eyes were the same blue as the sky over the ridge. They were weathered by years of wind and worry, but they were clear. "I was thinking about the summer social. he said. "The one after the war ended." She smiled. "I was thinking about that blue dress you wore." "I still have it," she whispered. "It doesn't fit the same, Ethan." He shook his head slowly. "It fits exactly the way it should." He reached out and took her hand. Her skin was cool and thin, like parchment, but her grip was still the anchor of his life. She was the one who stayed awake during the blizzards of '49. She was the one who kept the fire lit when the coal ran low. "We did all right, didn't we, Clara?" She squeezed his hand. The strength in her fingers surprised him. "We're still doing it, Ethan." The work just changed its face. She went back to her dough. The rhythmic thumping of her kneading matched the pulse of the house. Ethan returned to his carving. He realized the box wasn't for medals or locks of hair. It was a vessel for the things that couldn't be said. It was for the justice of a life well lived. It was for the dignity of knowing when to step back. He looked at the leaf. It was perfect. He was Ethan Calloway. He was a man who had survived the dust and the frost. I was a man who had learned that the greatest act of courage is letting go. The sun began to dip behind the peaks. The shadows grew long and purple across the floor. He wasn't afraid of the dark anymore. He was part of the light. He was the silence, and the silence was beautiful. The box was for the things that had no name. It was for the phantom warmth of the sun on a tired back. It was for the first crack of ice on the creek in March. Ethan Calloway worked until his eyes burned. He ignored the hollow ache in his stomach. He ignored the stiffness locking his spine. The grain of the cedar whispered to him. It spoke of rain and decades of survival. The violet light of the Montana sky bled across his workbench. Daniel entered the mudroom. The boy stamped the frozen mud from his heavy boots. He brought the smell of winter and horsehair into the kitchen. Daniel stopped near the bench. He stared at the wood. "That's beautiful." "Pa," Daniel said. His voice was a low rumble. He reached out to touch the carved leaf. He pulled back at the last second. He saw the grease and grit on his own knuckles. "Touch it," Ethan commanded. "Wood needs to be handled to stay alive." Daniel ran a rough thumb over the serrated edge. He marveled at the thinness of the shavings. "It looks like it could blow away in a breeze." "It's as real as I can make it," Ethan replied. He wiped his chisel with a soft rag. "The north gate is fixed," Daniel said. His tone shifted. It was the report of a foreman to a master. "I saw you out there," Ethan said. "The frost heave was deeper than I thought." "Digging it out is the only way it stays shut." Ethan nodded. There was no lecture today. There was no "I told you so." There was only the heavy, quiet respect of two men. They knew the price of a working hinge in this country. Daniel poured a cup of black coffee. Steam rose in the cooling air. The cattle are already drifting toward the low pasture. "They can smell the green under the snow," Ethan said. "They remember the cycle better than we do." They sat together as the dark gathered. The three of them stayed in the kitchen, Ethan, Clara, and the son who was slowly becoming the father. It wasn't a sudden break in power. It was the slow, graceful turn of the tide. Ethan Calloway was no longer the king of the dirt, but he was the keeper of the story. He looked at his son's strong hands. He looked at Clara's silver hair. He thought of Margaret. His daughter was in the city now. She dreamed of neon lights and the scent of apples. He realized a man's life isn't a straight line. It's a wide, encompassing circle. If you're lucky, that circle holds everyone you love. He picked up the fine sandpaper. Just one more pass. He wanted the surface to feel like a prayer. The silence of the ranch wasn't a void. It was a presence. It was the sound of a life that had stopped fighting. It was a life finally starting to bloom. Ethan closed his eyes. He could hear the creek. It sounded louder than it had since the great thaw of '44. It was the sound of the future rushing toward him. He wasn't afraid to let the current take him. The cedar box sat finished. Ethan ran his thumb over the final coat of beeswax. The wood felt warm. It felt like living skin. It was no longer a piece of a fallen tree. It was a vessel for a father's heart. The cottonwood leaf in the corner looked delicate. It looked as though the wind had just dropped it there. A strange hollowness opened in Ethan's chest. This project had been his heartbeat for weeks. Now that it was done, the shed felt cold. He picked up the box. He walked toward the main house. The spring mud clung to his boots. It felt like the land was trying to hold him back. In the kitchen, Clara was sorting seeds. Small paper packets were spread across the table. She didn't look up when he entered. She knew the rhythm of his limp. She knew the weight of his breath. "It's finished," Ethan said. His voice was barely a whisper. He set the box on the scarred oak table. Clara stopped her work. She wiped her hands on her stained apron. She stepped closer. She touched the lid with a reverence that made Ethan's throat ache. "It's for her, isn't it?" she asked. For our Margaret." Ethan nodded. She wrote that she couldn't hear the silence anymore. "The city is too loud for a girl raised on the ridge. I thought this could hold some of the quiet for her." Clara opened the lid. The scent of cedar and beeswax filled the room. It was the smell of 40 years of marriage. It was the ranch, distilled into an essence. "She'll know," Clara whispered. "She'll smell the wood and remember the high summer." She looked at Ethan. Her eyes searched the deep lines on his face. "You're letting go, James Ethan." He flinched. She only used his full name when the world was shifting. She had called him that when he came home from the war. She had called him that during the polio scare of '52. "I'm trying," he admitted. "The tools feel heavier every sunrise. The wood is the only thing that still follows my lead." Clara took his hand. His knuckles were swollen and hard. His skin felt like old parchment. "You spent 40 years speaking to this land," she said. "You used a plow and a fence tool to make it listen. Maybe it's time you just sat and listened back." Ethan looked out the window. Daniel was in the corral. He was working a young bay horse. The boy moved with a fluid grace. He didn't have to think about his knees. I didn't have to calculate the pain in his back. He just moved with the animal. "He's doing well with that colt," Ethan noted. "He has your patience," Clara said softly, "but he still has my temper when the cinch slips." They shared a small, dry laugh. It was the laughter of survivors. It was the sound of a love that had outlasted the dust and the frost. Ethan picked up a pen. He found a scrap of paper. He needed to tell Margaret why he sent it. He sat at the table. The box sat before him like a silent witness. He struggled with the first line. He was a man of fences, not of ink. He was a man of action, not of sentiment. "Dear Margaret," he wrote, "I am sending you a piece of the house. The cedar came from the old tree near the creek. It fell during the big wind last year. It was a strong tree. Margaret, it just got tired of holding up the sky for us." He paused. He looked at the grain of the oak table. "You said you missed the silence of the ranch. The thing about silence is that it isn't empty. It's just waiting for you to hear the things that don't need to be shouted. Your mother is planting the garden today. The dirt is still cold enough to bite. She says the seeds don't mind the struggle." He stopped again. He wanted to tell her he missed her. He wanted to say the house was too big without her. He wanted to say that the halls were haunted by her ghost. But those words were too heavy for the mail. He folded the note. He placed it inside the cedar box. He reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small, smooth stone. He had found it at the creek 40 years ago. It was perfectly round. It had been polished by 1,000 years of rushing water. He placed the stone on top of the note. "Why the stone, Ethan?" Clara asked. She leaned over his shoulder. "It's an anchor," Ethan said, "so she doesn't drift too far from the shore." Later that afternoon, Ethan walked toward town. The walk to the post office was longer than it used to be. The air was crisp. It carried the scent of melting snow from the peaks. He thought about the boys who didn't come home from the Pacific. He thought about the neighbors who lost everything in '29. He realized that justice wasn't about winning. Justice was about standing your ground until it was time to pass it on. Dignity was knowing when the work was done. Hun held the package against his chest. It felt light. It felt like a debt being paid. The sun was a pale gold coin in the sky. He kept walking. He was Ethan Calloway. He was a man who had survived. And for the first time, he was a man who was truly free. Ethan reached the general store. Old Mr. Henderson sat like a weathered monument on the bench. The man was nearly 90. His face was a map of every drought and blizzard since the turn of the century. He looked like a gnarled root that had been pulled from the hard Montana earth. "Finished that cedar box, did you, Ethan?" Henderson croaked. His voice sounded like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. I did, Ethan replied. Good. A man needs a project to keep his ghost inside his skin. Once the work stops, the heart starts looking for the nearest exit. Ethan nodded. He didn't stop to talk. The post office felt like a sanctuary today. He handed the package to the clerk with a sense of profound, heavy relief. The young man behind the counter looked at the address in San Francisco. Going a long way, Mr. Calloway, the clerk said. It's been going a long way for 30 years, Ethan replied. He stepped back into the crisp afternoon air. The mountain wind bit through his denim jacket. He remembered the winter of 1947. The snow had been so deep they had to dig tunnels to reach the hayloft. The cattle had frozen standing up in the fields. Back then, survival was the only justice they knew. Now, the world was changing. The radio talked about the Marshall Plan and the new cars in Detroit, but on this ridge, time still moved by the season. Hein saw Daniel riding the bay horse toward the ranch house. The animal was lathered in white sweat. Its ears were pinned forward, listening to the rhythm of the rider. Daniel pulled the reins tight and stopped beside his father. He looked exactly like Ethan had in the photographs before the Pacific. He's a good one, Pa, Daniel said, patting the horse's neck. He listens to the bit. That's half the battle, Ethan said. The other half is making sure you have something worth saying when he listens. Daniel looked at this empty space under Ethan's arm. You sent it. It's gone. Daniel shifted in his leather saddle. The smell of horse sweat and pine needles drifted between them. I've been thinking about the north pasture, Pa. The irrigation ditch is starting to crumble near the old cottonwood. The banks are soft from the thaw. Ethan felt the old instinct rise in his chest like a spark. He wanted to bark an order. He wanted to tell the boy to use the flat river stones. He wanted to explain how the water would undercut the bank if he didn't brace the turn. He opened his mouth to command. Then, he stopped. He looked at Daniel's hands. They were calloused and scarred from the barbed wire. They were steady. This was the hardest kind of courage Ethan had ever faced. It wasn't the courage to fight a war or break a horse. It was the courage to be still. It was the dignity of stepping back. What do you think we should do, son? Ethan asked. The silence stretched across the valley. Daniel blinked in surprise. It was the first time Ethan had asked for his mind instead of his labor. The young man looked toward the north. His eyes narrowed as he visualized the flow of the water. I think we should reroute it about 10 feet to the east, Daniel said slowly. The ground is clay there. It'll hold better than the sand, and we can use the timber from the 1934 equipment shed to reinforce the bend. Ethan felt a sharp, sweet ache of pride. It was the sound of a legacy taking root. That sounds like a solid plan, Ethan whispered. Let me know if you need an extra set of eyes on it. Daniel grinned. It was the bright, honest smile of a man who had finally been seen. I'll let you know, Pa. He turned the horse and cantered back toward the barn. Ethan watched the dust settle in the golden light. The shadow of the rider stretched long across the emerging spring grass. He realized that his life wasn't being used up, it was being poured into a new vessel. The ranch would go on because of the character he had carved into his son. Ethan reached the porch. He sat in the rocking chair he had built for Clara when Margaret was born. The wood creaked in a familiar, comforting tone. He looked at his hands. They were empty. But for the first time in decades, they didn't feel useless. They felt like tools that had finally been cleaned and put away. Clara came out of the house. She didn't say a word. She simply sat on the top step and leaned her head against his knee. The sun began to dip behind the peaks. The sky turned the color of a faded bruise, purple and gold. Ethan reached down and stroked her hair. It was white now, like the winter drifts. But to him, it still felt like the summer he first saw her at the creek. We're still here, Clara, he whispered. We are, she replied. And the ranch is still here. Ethan leaned back. He felt the weight of his years. It wasn't a burden anymore. It was a harvest. The night air began to cool. The first star appeared over the ridge, sharp and clear. The circle was closing. And inside that circle, there was finally enough room to breathe. He wasn't the master of the land anymore. He was just a part of it, and that was more than enough.